Good morning, everyone, to this wonderful location for the final events of BiodivClim. And what BiodivClim is, most of you know, but those who don't, you will know in a few moments. So my name is Ron Winkler. I'm one of the Biodiversa Plus co-chairs. We have 3 of them because Biodiversa is huge. How huge, I'll say in a few words a bit later on, but the objective is BiodivClim for today. Before we start, I don't know how far to keep this, something like this, I think. Before we start, a few comments. If you want to post about BiodivClim, please use this hashtag. And if you are, please tag Biodiversa Plus as well. And this meeting is being recorded. So if you object, I don't know what to do, but it's still being recorded. We expect a good number of participants, about 65 on site. So thank you all for being here. In this day and age when online is so easy, it's really nice to see everybody come together here. The objectives of the BiodivClim Final Events are to showcase the key achievement of the Knowledge Hub, about which you will hear a little bit more a little bit later, to discover the major research results from the 21 research projects that have been funded, and to learn more on the developed products to transfer knowledge and disseminate the results. Does it sound good? When I stand here, it sounds sort of, it's okay? Okay, it sounds weird when you stand here. Anyway, maybe it's just me. And to discuss around the very important topic of biodiversity and climate change overall. So the agenda before I go to the agenda of today, I want to welcome everybody who's here. So I have a whole list, so don't forget people, coordinators, PIs of the funded projects under the BiodivClim call, EC colleagues, BiodivClim partners, BiodivClim Knowledge Hub members, speakers and invited people. So quite a few different groups here. Today we'll have some welcome words by the representatives from the European Commission. We'll have the final conference for the BiodivClim Knowledge Hub, very important, a lunch. And then we'll go on to the BiodivClim call itself, the first part of the project, so part 1. There will be 2 parts tomorrow as well. A break, the second part for the funded projects, presentation of the BiodivClim comics, some of which you could have seen on the table just outside. It's a new way we're trying out to disseminate results. So please let us know what you think. And then we'll have a cocktail, dinner, drinks at 5:30. So with that, I would like to give the word to Karin. I didn't see you there.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Karin Zaunberger. I work in the European Commission in DG Environment. I'm since more than a decade in what you call international unit or the nature director, where I followed the biodiversity climate nexus very closely through the lens of the international negotiations, because in a way you might think it's quite keen. Where's she coming from? I mean, you probably know much more about the biodiversity climate nexus than I do. So in here, I stand to make an introduction on the biodiversity climate nexus. But I would really like to do is to invite you, who has got more knowledge than I have, to look through my eyes from a kind of policymakers who looks at all this with the helicopter. And really what I like so much, and I'm very glad that the organizers have invited me, because BiodivClim is really, it's a predecessor of Biodiversa. It comes from the era even before. It really shows how the EU research programs on this particular nexus, even though, I mean, in the politics, it might have been not so interlinked and all this, but I mean, from the research side, I mean, you can say, you can actually praise yourselves that BiodivClim is kind of really a predecessor. Like I would hope it's a trendsetter, but so let's look through my eyes here on this biodiversity climate nexus. Now I thought, what am I going to show you to pick your attention? And I grabbed this figure, this slide, which you probably, several of you might probably know. It's from a paper 2022. Now it's already three years old again. And it shows this, what we call the tipping points in the Earth systems. Now I am showing that because actually a number of them are really closely related, actually are the ecosystems, notably the coral reefs, and where, I mean, very worryingly, you see it's kind of, they say, tipping even on a temperature change lower than 2 degrees. super worrying, because imagine if we lose the coral reefs, imagine what this means for ecosystems, for the human, for economy, for society, for everyone. And the next one is the Amazon rainforest. I mean, risking to tip to a savanna. And even though if we only look at climate, then apparently it's nice, comfortably far away, but the Amazon is not only threatened by climate, there's deforestation, there's land use change, and with all this, we managed to put actually the tipping points even closer. Now, something like this, we would not have seen 2 decades ago. If we would have showed something like this 2 decades ago, first of all, it wouldn't have existed like that. And they would have all told you, you're an activist, you're a panic maker, I mean, these big shifts, they were on the radar if you go to the IPCC reports, but it was comfortably far away. Nobody would have ever dared to put the date of 2025, for example, for the loss of coral reefs. And yet if you look at what's happening right now, the 4th global bleaching event, and nobody knows what's coming out of this. 80% of the corals are currently damaged. And I mean, as I said, all the services, all the protection functions for the livelihoods and all this is gone. So what, for me as a policymaker, super worrying the time speed. I mean, and this big difference in between, 2 decades, in one career, which actually shows, sadly, that we still seem to be in the red spiral, in the downward spiral, where we have weak emission reduction, too weak emission reduction, and we have also emissions from ecosystem risings, and this actually pushes probably the climate beyond our Paris targets and severe impacts on biodiversity. I mean, I'm sure we will hear a lot more about that, and this means decreased ecosystem resilience, and so we're all going downwards. And yes, we know it for quite some time actually, that what we need is the positive spiral, the green one, where we have strong emission reduction, fast and deep emission reduction, where we have ecosystem-based mitigation and adaptation, or we call it nature-based solutions. And all this maybe helps us still to hold the Paris goal. And then it limits the impact on biodiversity, and the ecosystems be more resilient. And so we get into an upward spiral. Now, this is actually, this figure comes from what was called the Egyptian initiative. That was the COP14 president Egypt in 2018. She was very strong on policy coherence and synergy. So she tried, it was Yasemin Fouad, she tried to push this Egyptian initiative. We all know what happened after. COVID came, and then the war came, and all this, but it's still so ever so present. So this is, and we know we have the knowledge, but we probably running seriously out of time. And still, in 2022, as you all know, we adopted the Kunming Model Global as a framework with its goals and targets, and one specific target on climate change. I'd like to read it out. It's to minimize the impact of climate change and ocean acidification. Of course, this can only go along. This means, if you translate this means deep and sharp emission reductions. Otherwise, you cannot minimize the impact of climate change. Promote nature-based solutions. Importantly, as defined by the UNEA Resolution 5.5, meaning nature-based solutions, actions to protect, to restore, to conserve, to sustainably manage and use ecosystems, and also minimize negative and foster positive impacts of climate action biodiversity. Now this Kunming, remember 2022, again, time just flies. We have this target agreed by all the countries. What has happened since? I mean, I will not go into detail on that. So I'd rather like to look forward. We have the COP30 that's coming up. You probably know Brazil will be the COP30 president. And I think it's worthwhile mentioning, and maybe it came, I don't know how much you are aware of this, what they call the letters of the COP president, where it's really a proposal for mobilization. It calls for new models of governance to deal with the climate crisis and complexities of the 21st centuries. The new models, they might not be so new to you, actually. If you think about all research also on transformative change, research on the biodiversity climate nexus, you will find a lot of commonalities. But this time, it really comes from the COP president from Brazil. Now, is Brazil perfect? We all know not. Brazil, on the contrary, is a really tough player in negotiations. But still, I mean, they've got the vision, and I really hope that we manage because this appeal for what they say, a global mutirao, like almost, I like to translate, it sounds like mutiny almost. So really on all levels, on people to engage in order to, achieve these targets we have agreed on. So I really hope that please go to these letters, have a look at them and spread them widely in the research community and think, what can we actually do to contribute to that? Because what is really, I think, very inspiring about this, because it's not only about negotiation, because we know negotiation has its limits, it has its own life, its own difficulties, but there are 4 other streams where really everybody is invited to come in. And now with this, I end here, and I thank you for the attention you gave me, and I'm looking forward to actually the knowledge that will come from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karin, for this overview from the policy side. And I agree with you. It's time to move from knowledge and policy and targets to actually achieving things in the next 5 years. Otherwise, we're getting more and more into trouble. So today's first part is on the BiodivClim Hub final conference. What is this knowledge hub for those who weren't involved or don't know? There are not that many people. And what does it do? So on what it does, other people will tell you a bit later. I will just say a little bit about how it started originally. This BiodivClim Knowledge Hub was started in February 2023, and it runs until August this year. So it's ending in a few months officially. We do hope that the collaborations that were formed within it will continue on afterwards. So why do we have a knowledge hub at all? There was in 2019 a BiodivClim co-fund action. Those actions are usually aimed at a call and then in addition what they call additional activities, which could be all kinds of things. In this case, a knowledge hub was started. So the call itself covered 4 sub-themes. You can read them here: the consequences of climate change, climate biodiversity feedback, potential of nature-based solutions especially, and synergies and trade-offs between policies, which is a very important and sometimes undervalued problem. We got 21 projects out of it, 19 different countries, total 25 million euros. And basically in 2020, end of 2022, it was decided to have a knowledge hub, which was started in February 2023. Now, something happened between the beginning of this Eranet co-fund, 2019, and when the knowledge hub started. Biodiversa Plus was born, and Biodiversa Plus right now is the largest partnership there is on biodiversity. We're quite a bit bigger than the Eranet co-fund. Right now, 41 countries, 83 partners. And we sort of took the BiodivClim under our umbrella, because all the previous Biodiversa knowledge hubs and co-fund calls are also under the umbrella of Biodiversa Plus. So the BiodivClim Knowledge Hub starts with 21 projects, and it looks at multiple realms, multiple biological levels, and a very important part is stakeholder engagement and a strong social component. In fact, to change anything, you need to involve society. It cannot be research by itself. There'll be more about the knowledge hub itself, but it was decided to have 2 different task forces, a technical task force with 16 experts, and then SSI, Society Policy Interface, and Society, I forget the other one always, the SSI interface. Both composed of BiodivClim funded project, but also other calls and experts from IPES, IPCC, and one from FATSHIT GPI and one from Climate GPI. Now, the focus was on adaptation and mitigation, about which you know much more than I do, but specifically also the role of nature-based solutions on that. That is something that's recognized as more and more important, to use nature-based solutions to try and solve these problems in the long run in such a way that biodiversity is also conserved better than when you have only technical solutions like drawing CO2 out of the air or something like that. So now we move on to the presentation of the knowledge hub itself and its key achievements. I'm guessing you're Rita.
Yeah, it's me. Thank you. Good morning. Okay, Yes, you have seen this picture, but I also had it on my presentation. So who was in this picture and is here in the room? Please stand. Oh, no. Let's wake up. You can stand. I see more in the back. Shine. You are also in the picture? No? Yeah, so it's very nice to see. Well, we lost a few faces, but thank you for coming. It's been 2 years, so that's a pleasure. And it's been 2 years of a lot of Zooms. I actually tried to find out if I had a print screen, but apparently not. That's good, but we met quite frequently every month. So it's been 2 years of almost every month having a Zoom call. Not everyone in this picture joined every call, but a lot of us joined. There's also been quite a few trips around Europe, very sustainable. We take trains and boats, sometimes the plane, but we've been meeting as well. And there's been some change of shares. Well, first of all, not all the 4 shares are here today, but also people from Biodversa, but also colleagues. We also changed positions, but we kept being involved in the projects. The family enlarged and more. So it's been growing. So we are planting the seeds of Biodiversa everywhere. So that's also what happened during 2 years. And the projects. So as you can see here, so these are the logos of the project are part of the Knowledge Hub. So it's been quite interesting. And for me, this was like the experience of the paper that Pedro is going to talk. When we found out that sometimes what we think is like just a gap or a niche in our field, then comes someone from a different project who have the same issues, just in a different habitat. So actually, you are trying to work with the same tools, leading with the same decision makers, the same policy makers, and the different projects in different habitats, like when we try to do something together and present results together. Then this year's some of the people behind the scenes. So I've not been doing this alone. So Pedro is here to talk about the technical task force. I'm on the other one with the 4 letters. So in the beginning, it was split like that. And most of the people in the Knowledge Hub was also split between 2 groups. So what happened after that? That was me Googling in my inbox for the email from Philippa saying that, well, from now on, we decided that we're going to meet together. Why do we do that? Well, for several reasons. First, because it was a lot of work behind the scenes to coordinate before the 2 task force meet, then we would meet, and then the co-chairs would meet again to talk. So what did you decide? But also because people have similar interests. So people were interested in the science, but also communicating that. And also the people, so shout out to you guys in the room that actually put hours, they were helping both task force. So Philippa's usually sending emails and helping a lot organizing the Knowledge Hub. And so this is some of the goals that we had from the beginning. So on the left side, that's the technical task force. So it was the science, the knowledge gap, the implementation barriers. And on the right side, how we communicate that to the policymakers, to the decision makers, and how we do that. And we are going to try to show you a little bit of each one of those that we did for the past 2 years. And with that, I think I pass to Pedro, and then I take over in a few minutes. Yeah.
Peter. So good morning, everyone. I'm Pedro Pinho. And on next, where is the slide? Oh, it's this thing. Okay. Oh, the big green, it's a big arrow. I can see it. So welcome to this part of the session where we had a bunch of deliverables to produce in this knowledge hub, gathering the collective knowledge of every expert involved in all these areas. And one of those objectives was this paper or report, but it was basically an idea to collect the research gaps that were still missing on these nature-based solutions and climate change adaptation. We proposed to pick this paper. It was basically on research gaps, aiming at nature-based solutions for this kind of objectives, and having 2 ways to do it. One way is to produce this future research aims to research and also to guide policy. What we did is to collect the collective knowledge of every knowledge hub member involved, basically. So people joined this, and on the end, what we have was a bunch of knowledge gaps, though they were all quite structured on one hand. So we asked every expert to map one or several knowledge gaps with this very standard structure. So what is the current knowledge on that topic? What is the key gap? What we need to study? What we need to medically study? And what is the strategy to overcome those gaps? So pointing a direction forward. It could be an hypothesis, could be a method for testing, a field method, a sampling method, engagement methods. And there was really no a priori bias on the field of knowledge, the type of tools involved, etc. This ended up making a manuscript that was before led by Philippa, who is hopefully at home watching us, and me with all the other authors involved. What we did on the end, of course, was having a huge number of gaps. As Rita was saying, we merged many gaps. We tried to enlarge the gaps when they involve several areas of knowledge or habitats. And basically, this was the idea that we created, and that ended up being this paper. We ended up with these 27 gaps, basically distributed across multiple areas of sciences, and they can be shown in two ways. One of them was grouping all the gaps by the area of application or the areas that we need to change to apply it. Basically, you can see those 8 big areas there. Some are more social science, some are more specific for like urban settings, some are more on the functioning of stuff like this NBS. And each one of those small letters that you can really read are one of the gaps that resulted, but they are grouped this way. This is one of the ways that you can read the paper. And each one of them is composed by this idea. What is the current knowledge? What is the gap itself? Why is it important to overcome what we gain in overcoming? And actually, how can we do it? How can we implement this change? And just to finish, this ends up being summarized in another way, these research avenues, which are the big directions of knowledge that we must research in order to overcome them. And basically, we merge these gaps into these 6 big research avenues that are on this figure. This was produced by Biodiversa. And basically, they touch one or several gaps, usually. One of them is about providing this casual link, which is the functioning things of ecosystems. Why we change something in biodiversity usually, and have this deliverable of ecosystem service, and this quantification is really important. Some focus is still on efforts on going for the less spotted, the less used nature-based solutions that are distributed across multiple ecosystems. There should be a focus there. Stakeholder engagement is also one of the main, or the methods to increase stakeholder engagement are also frequently in most of the research gaps. And quite relevant, this economic and health benefits, actually quantifying the economic and health benefits, which is not very easy to do on the nature-based solutions sides. One of the tools that we have proposed to do most of the approaches is focus on species traits, the functional diversity part, the not species identity, but their functioning, their role in ecosystems is continues to be and still is quite relevant. And finally, a strong focus on this 2 main ideas, basically study over the long term, because nature keeps changing, so nature-based solutions keep evolving and changing. So there's a big gap there on the long-term effect. Also on the below ground, which is frequently overlooked on this nature-based solutions. As you could see, these gaps were distributed all across the types of knowledge to implement them or to overcome them. Also, most of them are terrestrials, of course, because most of us do work on terrestrials, but there was, of course, also a bunch on ocean and freshwater ecosystems. And this is the end of the nature-based solutions paper.
Yes, back to me. So the second one, so we identify the gaps. The second thing that we try to do is how it works in practice. So that was all about science. That's what we identified. That's the work we do. So the second one, how we did that, a survey, like everyone does a survey these days. So we also did a survey. It was a huge effort also to translate that and try to share it amongst all our networks from the people here who fill out this survey. Okay, thank you very much. It was really appreciated. We did get some answers, maybe not as many as we hoped, but we did try. Well, we tried actually quite hard to have a good representations in terms of habitats. What you actually see here is also a reflex of the people in the Knowledge Hub, because we share that with our network, and that's why you have so many urban, so many forests. So a shout out to those projects that also bother people to fill out, but we still try quite hard to reach out more people. We also tried to look at where people actually work, so then we could identify the different barriers at different points. So we have the design, also the monitoring, that's mostly people from research, so that's already another bias. And also in terms of the policy sector, so this is the BiodivClim Knowledge Hub. So no surprise, a lot of people does work with biodiversity when working with these solutions. That's also part of the definition. So we were working with nature-based solutions. I'm not going to show you the results of the survey because that's for the second part. So if you are curious, you have to stay in the room and help us for the next step. So we had a list of barriers, we had a list of possible solutions, and now we want to discuss them with you. So for the second part, with my brilliant colleagues, we are going to make you work to find out the results. So it's a work in progress. So the Knowledge Hub is going to end officially soon, but we're gonna keep working. And then on the second part, I'm gonna show you some of my favorite pictures of things that we did. And I will start, first this one. So we did try to reach out to policymakers. When we were invited to participate, we always try to make it. That was one of the first that we did. So what we did here as a Knowledge Hub was also to facilitate different projects to present their results to the Commission. So there was the Future Mars, there was also the Mix for Change that were presented there. And if you Google it, you have both a summary of the projects, and if you keep scrolling down the document, there's several pages. At the very end, there is a short summary of the Knowledge Hub's project. So that was a little bit of the work that we tried to do to share the project and the results. So Google, find out, and then you'll see it. And then this is one of the first highlights, but also because the other two girls in the picture are not here, but they were really, really important for the function. So that's Filipa, that's the co-chair. She's in Portugal, but every member of the Knowledge Hub knows how helpful she was. And a huge shout out to her. I'm sure she's online. And then also Patricia, who helped a lot for the function of Knowledge Hub, all the logistics. So if we are here today, that's also a lot thanks to her. Yes, and this was the first conference that we participated in the Knowledge Hub. This is my face in the stage. You can see that I'm not extremely happy. No, it was not the best conference, and I was a bit disappointed, like how some conversations were so high level, and a little bit of the disconnect between some of things were said in the big stage. But it was also one of my highlights of the Knowledge Hub was this session. So we organized a whole, the whole team of the conference on nature-based solutions were organized by us. And this was a high school in Ireland. And what they did there, they started with a project, like really bottom up. So the students start doing things, their teachers start supporting them. They kept going there in summer. They kept all their ponds and all their grass and all their farm, like their agriculture corner alive. And then they heard about the conference, and then they submitted an abstract to present what students were doing. And from like the whole conference and all the sessions I attended, this was the best one. And I exchanged texts with Patricia because we said there, we're gonna invite such a thing like this to our final event, because this is the motivation why we should be doing these things. Do you see someone in the room? No. So we failed that promise, but I still remember this as one of highlights. So there are things happening outside. We just need to pay attention. And also like these students were like, this is how a scientific conference looks like. Yeah, so bring these people in. I'm going sideways. This was another one. This was a huge one. This was the World Biodiversity Forum last year. we did two things. We always do a lot of things. So this was the first one. So this was the panel discussion with Katy that represent the project, but also there was co-chair, but also in the center, that's someone working in the field. So not a scientist, but a practitioner. So we really tried to discuss what was like the different barriers, how did they overcome the difficulties in their projects. And then we also had a whole session just about showcasing our projects. And again, you see more colleagues, so more projects when we talked about how we incorporate biodiversity in our projects in different ecosystems. So we were present, we were seen, and now I'm sharing the pictures. And I think, oh yeah, the last one. So this was the last and the most recent one. It was here in Brussels not so long ago in the event between the IPCC and IPES, where we did part of the same fun that you are going to have today in a few minutes when we discuss the barriers. So also trying to be more involved in these discussions about climate change and biodiversity and take action and do something. So that's what we did. And I think that will be all from my end. And it was a pleasure to work with you. So thank you. Oh. So apparently it's time for questions. So sorry, questions. You should have questions, otherwise I look weird here. Thank you.
Very silly one, but how did you conform the Knowledge Hub and how did you comprise the group of projects that were involved?
That was not me. So I can tell from my end. So there was a call for applications for people from the different projects funded by Biodiversa. So there is another colleague from the same project in the back. That's two of us. Actually, there was three from our project. I know there was an effort in trying to get early career researchers, senior researchers, people from different habitats, from different countries, and that was that effort. But I cannot tell you more about the selection. I don't know if anyone here has the answers. Change of shares. Yeah, thank you.
Your event in the high school is really inspirational. How do we get more
Let's go back.
people who are young, say less than 30, involved in conversations like this?
Very good. Oh yeah, it went back. That's a very good question. So like in that case, so people need to be aware of that. That's not always the case. What we can help, like in that case, we were the organizer of the sessions. And as soon as we got that abstract, it was different. So if I was reviewing the abstract, if I was just going for the scientific quality, to not get in, but then we reach out to the teachers and we ask them if they could bring all the students, because we also wanted to share that. So I think sometimes you have take also like a little bit more work and try to reach out to them because these things are happening. And if you don't say, please come, there was also like we ask in that particular case, the conference, if they could support the students. So all the students came as the presenters and no one paid like the conference fee. So we had to ask, can you please open an exception for a school? So there's like sometimes these little barriers to just show that, bring them in, how it actually works in practice. It's always sometimes the funding. I mean, teachers have their obligations and they were doing that also on their free time. The students were doing that for fun, honestly. So yeah, it's a bit of the outreach and explain, but they already have science classes. So they are already doing it. But then if you give them a stage, they wanted to go back and tell that, and the school wants to do more. So maybe creating more opportunities, have a day for schools, I don't know. I'm sure there are more colleagues with more brilliant ideas, but that was just our experience. And we said we were going to bring a new school and we didn't, so we failed that. Yeah. Yeah.
The questionnaire looked really interesting. Thanks for carrying it out. Is it now properly closed, or do you have plans to open up, because it clearly has a bias in it? And I think there's some easy ways to open that survey up to more scientists in the area, more practitioners, more kind of global groups working on this. But also, does that survey lead to anything? Is this like a database that when future funding calls go out, that then people can get advance notice? Because I think there's a there is a lot of silos here. And I know there's a lot of people in the US working on this that aren't connected to the Europeans in academia. And then I know there's loads of NGO science teams also working on these same gaps, but often accidentally falling over each other. So I just think there's coordination is absolutely critical in this space. But again, it's like, how does that, the so what question, so if they become part of the survey, does that then open them to potential new funding sources that would then drive better connectivity?
Yeah, so practicalities first. It's actually open. I just checked because I went to download, and I remember the reason we didn't close was because we wanted to have it open for the World Biodiversity Forum. So we had the QR code there so people could still fill the survey, and we never closed it. So it's technically still open. So I can still share the QR code. So for the people in the room that have not filled it out, what we would aim to do it with that was to get more than just researchers to fill out a survey, because it was also more about implementation and having people in different sectors, like even just amongst us, having people from the finance sector. At some point we discussed and we struggle with that. So it's open. I'm very happy to share the link. We have a question beginning about even the definition of nature-based solutions, like, do use a different one. So please provide yours, but please use this one when answering the survey. So it was also not just about Europe. So we had help from colleagues from Brazil. There is one of the partners also sharing it there. So more than happy to share the QR code, and we can see what to do with that. And afterwards we do the results. It's about sharing. I mean, that's the whole point of this whole research. Yeah. But because we are still doing the second part, we are not there yet. Yeah.
And on the database to share information on calls?
Yeah, so
way we can be more aligned in terms of informing people so we get a much better community around potential partnerships and future funding.
Also on our end, all very open to that. Yeah, no, that's the goal. I mean, if it's just, so that's why, like, up to now, there's not been like the effort of just the scientific paper. You're going to see also the second part is slightly different. So we've been trying to focus more like, how can we put this out and how can we share that and also learn more from that. That's part of the exercise we did here, we're going to do today. So yeah, very happy to chat about that. Yes, please. Yeah. Something else? Yes.
I missed one small thing in the answer about the high school that was involved. So what do they do differently than other high schools that they had such a project and that they got to that level, that it got on your radar? Because there are a lot of high schools all over Europe and the world, and not everybody is as involved, and we need more grassroots initiatives for biodiversity. So what did they do differently? Do you know?
To catch my attention, a teacher that took the initiative and wrote for the conference. It's usually having this champion, someone that takes it up to a different level. So there was, if I remember correctly, there was some kind of seed funding from like the region. So the different schools were developing different projects. Not all of them were like nature-based solutions. But then there was like I don't even think it was a science. I think it was like the history professor or something that saw the conference and like, oh, this is what we did with students. So why not just to write something? And if you'd read it, it was very different from an abstract that we wrote. But that's also what nature-based solution is, right? So they had what they have done was they took the parking lot out. So they start paving with stones, and then, but there's many schools doing that, right? But that's how it got my attention. So you need a professor that really takes kind of ownership of it, also helps the students. And then the summer, the teacher was saying like, oh, they go there, it's their school. So, but you also need the school to let the school to be open in summer so the kids go in. So then you need to involve the whole community as well. But someone has to put the hours and the effort. But it was a teacher that just submitted. It's not like I remember seeing pictures. They just use the old bathtub in their backyard. So it was not even that kind of money that you just do a green roof. You know, it was really the students doing that as part of the activities in this case. Yeah. So if that's it, I will pass to the next one. Yeah.
Let's get started. So hi everyone, I'm Pelin, researcher at National Botanical Garden of Turkey, and my work focuses on forest genetics and forest ecosystem. Today I would like to share my knowledge hub survey with the help Petra Kucha presentation style, let's say summarizing 3 years, almost 3 years in 3 minutes. So everything starts with just ACORN, just like in the Ice Age. So rather than chasing by squirrel, we were chasing the climate resilient acorns across Europe. So as a representative of the ACORN project, I become a member of the Knowledge Hub group. So at first launch meeting, I found myself chatting with the deep sea marine biologists or the soil microbiologists, which is very new for me. And we tried to define the NBAs at the first breakout room. And then when we visiting the, it's like underground mushroom places, we have idea what it is about. So for monthly engagement, I will never forget about the third Thursday of the month, because we all together, and then BiodivClim online meeting is calling. So we discussed lots of things during the survey. So one task, I think the hero was the hero, Rita, for the survey. We translate this survey into many languages, including Turkish, and I volunteered to translate this survey into Turkish with other languages. For data sharing and the project visibility, we contributed to Davos World Biodiversity Forum, let's say. We try to answer the question of, can the selection of the oak or the resilient oak species contribute to nature-based solution? We are still working on the answers. So another milestone in my survey is the being part of, or the be co-author of this NBS GAP. And thanks to Filippa and Pedro, I can say I work with lots of collaborators. I've been 25 fantastic collaborator I work in, and also in national level in Turkey, in national level policy decision discussion, I brought the NBAs at Commission of the Biodiversity Law and also the Nagoya process, which are we in now we have. And also we hosted 2 types of stakeholder meeting from academia, government, and university, and all these, yes, definitely influenced my career. And I can say we kick off one national level NBS project for wetland, and also now we continue my biodiversity and NBS work in Zaunberger Institute in Germany as a postdoc position. So after all, I can say that thanks to everyone in the group, in all groups, we can change the slide, yes. In all groups, and such an amazing collaborative experience. It was very great for me. And so we are very open to any collaboration in Zaunberger Institute and also in National Botanical Garden. So thanks to everyone here to keeping up with me, my Petra Kucha right, let's say. Thank you. So the floor is Sonja, I guess, right?
I'm wondering who came up with this idea of the Petra Kucha. For those who don't know it, the slides just continue and we're just basically talking with loads of pictures, but as providing a testimonial to what has actually happened as part of our activities as well. I don't think the first slide will actually, How did it all begin? And yeah, once upon a time, it was me as a coordinator of Horizon 2020 project on the activation of nature-based solution. And I was wondering how best to seek collaboration on the activation, and especially at the science policy level, and how to further interact. And of course, trying to find different networks on where to actually put it in. So how did it all begin? How did I apply or not apply? That was my question at the very beginning, because there was a long list of actually things to do and to submit and cover letters and aspects like that. And particularly, I was interested in the science policy and society interface, because I think that's still one of the most biggest challenges when it comes to the implementation of nature-based solutions. And you have seen this picture very often. This was then basically the first day, getting to know all the different researchers working on different projects, also on the science policy interface. But also it was like getting to know the different disciplines involved and trying to understand them better, and visiting mushroom actually production in Brussels. Yeah, but what's the science here? You see, yeah, sometimes there is a misconnection between science and policy, and how also very often it's a way of how we communicate. So that was interesting, but it was also me trying to understand, how do I connect to other researchers, especially coming more from the social sciences and working on nature-based solutions. That was sometimes a challenge, and trying to define a common language in this regard. And I learned also then the art of co-creation, also in producing the knowledge gap paper. You see loads of colors, that's the art, and trying to finding a structured way on developing this paper. You have already heard from Pedro how this actually happened, but it was loads of production and discussions as well, and to bringing up the paper. And of course, there were gatherings and trying to find and meet as well to present some of the results. I put up that picture, a different one, because I was wondering what Rita and Tom were looking at and which shoes. But also trying, and that was the first time, and that's why I put the menu, that we discussed, yeah, we have to find a different way involving stakeholders and not doing the usual, let's say, approach and suspects in focus groups or anything like that. And that actually resulted in kind of an activity at the RESPIN conference. And you will be experiencing that activity later on, because we wanted to challenge people to discuss also some critical aspects when it comes to nature-based solutions and their implementation. And you have some subtext. Yeah, and then I was wondering, and you will better understand why. Is it a new beginning after this session? Have I a new role, basically, in picking up as part of my activities? Because we will be doing a House of Commons and a different kind of discussion. And I have been picking up the role of order, shouting out that all the time. So that's at least the end of the presentation of my story and as a testimonial. But if you're interested in further experiences, definitely talk to me. Thanks.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Sophie. I am Estrella Fernández. I work for the Spanish State Research Agency, AEI. And I don't know if you're familiar with the scheme of this ERANET co-fund projects, co-funded by the European Commission. In this particular case of BiodivClim, 23 funders got together to launch a call and also to do the follow-up of the projects. We are now in the final conference, but previously, well, the AEI was in charge of this follow-up of the projects. So what we have done is 2 reports. We have asked you, all of you, a midterm report and a final report. And what we did last week, we reviewed. We send these reports to 2 reviewers, and we distributed the projects among us, among the funding agencies. And last week, Friday, we got together with the funders, and we reviewed what the experts have reviewed by themselves. And well, in general, we found there is a very positive feedback from the funding organizations. We are happy with the results. These projects had to face the COVID pandemic, And most of them had to ask for 1 year of extension. They got that, and well, there is still some reviewers reports to get. Not all the reviewers did their jobs, so we are still waiting for a few of them, and I think by the end of June or early July we will get them, and we will well, I don't know, we will make like a report, a final report of the projects. And is that okay?
Thank you. So thanks to AI to have followed this during the lifetime of your project. And I think I've nearly finished. Just to tell you, like, what is going on right now regarding the call within Biodiversa Plus now, within this partnership, Horizon Europe partnership. So we have planned 6 joint calls, and we are in the evaluation process of the 4th call. So it's going quite fast because we have like a call every year. So we will launch the next one. It will be pre-announced this month and launch in September. It will be on the topic restoration of ecosystem functioning, integrity and connectivity. So if you want more information, you can go on the website and register to the newsletter, so you will know when it will be pre-announced. So I won't go more into details, but I'm very keen to discover the major results of your project. So I will thus invite for the first session the moderator, Petra, to come in. So Petra is the Executive Director of the GPI Climate Central Secretariat, and she will moderate the session. And I understood that I need to invite all the projects involved here. So the feedback project with Dirk, the GenClim project with Romina to join on the stage. And then there will be the Guad Catch project with Aline. And I understood that the future Arctic Lives will be a video. So thanks a lot, Petra.
Thanks a lot for inviting me to this really exciting gathering. Unfortunately, I was not able to join previously, but I was fully aware of the start of the project. We were involved also in the sort of reflections on this knowledge hub, what I think is a very useful thing that needs reflection to continue on. So all in all, very happy to be here and trying to facilitate the discussion. I think I might also rather sit and watch the presentation. First of all, that's fine for everybody. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Hello, everybody. I'm Dirk. I'm from the WSL in Switzerland, and I was managing the feedbacks project, where we were actually looking at the effects of biodiversity on climate. So our idea was to really look at the part which hasn't been looked at so much yet. Usually what we're doing is often looking at the effects climate has on biodiversity. So how does it affect the ranges of species or the functioning of species and so on. But the other way around, like how species actually affect the climate system, is a little less looked at. And there's different ways how you could look at that. For example, biodiversity or richness, species richness, trait richness, could affect the climate in different ways. One is that, for example, under normal conditions, let's say we have 2 systems, one with low richness, one with high richness, and this is a forest, it evapotranspirates, brings moisture into the atmosphere. And if we change some aspect of the climate, then under a heat wave, for example, a low richness forest, the species will not be able to evapotranspirate so much anymore, and a high richness forest will be able to maintain its evapotranspiration rate and still delivers water and moisture into the atmosphere. So that's a bit climate insurance hypothesis. So ecosystems which more species and more traits are more resilient. And it's actually not necessarily the species or how many species we have, it's more or less the traits, and then it's the traits which are actually relevant for climate. So how much reflectance rates do we have, and how much evapotranspiration rate, for example, how is the structure of the ecosystems that's important for the wind speeds and so on. And we were looking if it actually varies a lot within species or among species or within habitats. And what's actually very important is, whoops, this is one too far, is that we have significant differences in many of these climate regulating traits between habitats and not so much between species usually. There's a huge difference between a forest and a grassland, but there's not so much actually between grasses itself. They usually have like the same albedo or the same evapotranspiration rates, so the variance there is a little bit less. So that was the first major insight which we got out of the project. And then we wanted to work a little bit further and see what is actually changing when we change the land surface or the biodiversity components in a coupled land surface climate model. And we used Cosmo CLM5. Cosmo is a climate model which we're using for weather forecast, for example. In Switzerland, it's used for short range forecasts, but we can also use it as a climate model and have future runs with it. And that is coupled to a land surface model, which is a good representation of what we have on the land with respect to the distribution of vegetation and so on. And there we really have a coupled system. Now, this model does not understand biodiversity so well. The only thing it knows actually, and this is how far we are with our system models, is these plant functional types. So it understands grasslands, forest, deciduous forests, evergreen forests, and so on. But it doesn't have so much enough an idea of what species are actually there. And this is actually how far we can go when it comes to biodiversity and climate models at the moment. Nevertheless, to get these in there in a way that we actually have an idea about how does biodiversity change, how does habitat change and all that, we came up with unified workflow, which actually brings us from changes in land use and management in a spatially distributed way to the habitat distributions, then to the distribution of species and species richness, biodiversity, and so on. And from that, we can calculate actually the plant functional types, so which groups do these species actually belong to. And this is then what we can feed into a climate model. And now we have like a processing chain in a way which has all these elements in there. So the first one we looked at is just going from here practically to there. So what changes when we, for example, change the land surface, and then what happens to the climate system? What we haven't done yet is like the complete coupling so that we go back and forth, actually. So climate changes and the habitats changed, and then you can actually implement a full chain of that. That's possible, but for now, the results are just based on this. And what we have been doing is we could change the land surface in many different ways, but we wanted to have something which has actually relevance for biodiversity. So we looked at IPBES Nature's Futures Framework, which is these different pathways we have when we go into the future. We can give nature a lot of space. That's nature for nature. We can just extract a lot of resources from it. That would be nature for society, or we can go for nature is culture. There's a little bit living in harmony with nature in a way, or like human aspects which we like from nature. And they all need a different configuration of the land surface and to optimize, for example, the biodiversity in it. And these scenarios were there, they're actually coming from a former Biodiversa project. And we used those and fed them into the climate model and then had them simulate the same timeframes so that we can actually see, if we give nature all the space it needs, what happens to the climate system. And then we see, for example, that nature for culture gives us up to like 0.5 degree more warming in the future if we just implement one scenario over another, or we have changes in summer, winter temperatures, and GPP, for example, as well. And this is a point we also brought up to policymakers. It's just one example how we did our outreach at the COP28 in Dubai, for example. We organized a session where we were really trying to approach policymakers and push the point that whatever we do when it comes to climate change mitigation should not forget about biodiversity as well, because it might have an effect. Whatever we do might have also an effect on climate itself. So that's it from my side. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dirk. That was a really very nice overview of your project. I'm very happy to discuss this later. And now it's to Romina. Romina will present her project. I had to stand over this.
Hi, everyone. My name is Romina, and I am one of Legion. So there's many of us over there. And our project was called GenClim, and we try to understand the evolutionary and socioeconomic consequences of shifting distribution ranges in exploited marine fishes. So we had a very simple question. What happens when species shift? And I'm going to go straight into results. Basically, almost all species distribution models are based on species. But species are not monolithic entities. They are composed generally by populations that might be more or less connected or might be more or less adapted to their environmental conditions. So our project focused on 3 major axes: genomics, ecological, and socioeconomics. Marine fishes, particularly the hakes and the anchovies, sustain very strong fishery industries across the Eastern Atlantic. So we also had a very small, non-ambitious at all project to try and sample across the Eastern Atlantic. So our sampling sites go from southern Portugal to Norway, and then from Namibia with the border of Angola. We have more sites over there, almost all the way to Mozambique. We're focusing on species that exist in upwelling systems, species that are cold or relatively cold temperate, and that are showing signs of shifting. In Europe, they're shifting north. In South Africa, they can't go south because there's no more territory south. So they're shifting both north and east. And we try to understand first if species are indeed one, because they're generally managed as one thing, or if they are composed by several populations. And how are those populations adapted to climate change? And then if we use that information as a trait, can we see differences on how this species would react under different climate change scenarios, followed by how is the industry going to react to shifting resources? So I'm showing you some of the results. This one just got published. But basically, in Europe, so in the Northeast Atlantic, you can see that for the hakes and for anchovies, we actually don't have monolithic entities. We have specific populations, and these are being mediated. So this is chromosome level. This is differentiation across the chromosome. You can see that there's very high differentiation in some chromosomes, and that suggests adaptation to environment. In Southern Africa, things are a little bit funnier. So for the hake, they decided that the best thing is to separate themselves into boys and girls. So actually we have a sex-based distribution, and that is also geographical based. Namibia normally only has females. South Africa has the males, which is very interesting for adaptation as well. The anchovies in Southern Africa don't really care. They go everywhere. If we now focus just on Northern Europe, which is for what we built the models for the hake and for the anchovy, if we now split our populations, our species into populations, and we simulate changes in abundance using biomass data from the trawlings, from the surveys, using environmental data, and then our genomic information, what we see is that we have different scenarios. Different populations will behave different under climate change. We don't have a robust enough system for what we call our southern stock, so our Cadiz, southern Portugal. But for the Cantabric and Cataract, there is going to be an increase of abundance under different climate change scenarios. So you're looking at a resource that is shifting. You're going to have moving away from the southern regions and increasing in abundance in the northern regions. In terms of policy and societal impacts, I'm going to start with, well, obviously we are seeing structure across the Eastern Atlantic for these species, and this is being mediated by local adaptation, which then results in differences in resilience to climate change, which then results in different distribution shifts. This, of course, if you think about common fisheries policy in Europe, now we have to go and talk to each other because a resource is moving from one country to the other. And then our socioeconomic modeling, and I'll show you just now, it's easy to over or underestimate these future changes if you're not including population data. So bringing down regulation and information costs, so getting more and more knowledge so you have a regulation that is more and more targeted, better to keep sustainable use. Oh, I have 3 minutes, great. So this is our one of the simulation models for socioeconomic. So if you have a new stock, you can see that you're going to overexploit it very quickly and then your stock collapse. And then what happens if you put regulation, if you give open access or zero regulation costs? Honestly, don't ask me a lot about that. I'm a geneticist, not a socioeconomist. But regulation, there's a little of an overexploitation of your stock, but it quickly brings it down to the MSI, the maximum sustainable yield. If you leave open access, no regulation at all, and you can think about a new stock arriving in a new environment for which there are no quotas, for which there are no fishing practices, you are talking actually at an open access system, you are going to overexploit it and you're going to carry on overexploiting it. And your zero regulation costs is this idea that if regulation costs nothing, you never really overexploit it. But we all know regulation costs a lot. It was what we were talking before about implementation versus incentives, right? And then if we think about, we engaged around 39 stakeholders across the Eastern Atlantic. We have 2 papers published. We have 9 in prep. Our people talked at several conferences because we think that societal impact is also how many people did we train in these techniques. So we had 4 PhD students and we had 2 project spin-offs. And of course, nothing would have been possible without my colleagues and definitely without the funders.
Thank you, Romina. A very fascinating project as well, this time on tendril animals. So we go next with Aline. Over to you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, so hello, my name is Aline Froissart. I'm from Switzerland, from the WSL Institute. And actually the coordinator of this project was Anders Premier from Copenhagen. And we also had consortium members from Spain, Girona, and South Africa in Pretoria. Yeah, so our project, so GradCatch, we actually use different gradients, large-scale gradients, to assess the effects of climate change on the soil microbial communities and their functions. And I'm going to present a few of these gradients. So this is the first one that we did, is an elevational gradient. This is in the Swiss Alps, where we actually looked at the greenhouse gases emission from the soil at different altitudes, so from 500 meters to almost 3,000 meters high of the mountains. And what we found out is that the tree line is actually quite important in these systems, because below the tree line, so where a tree or forests are covering the landscapes, the greenhouse gases, so CO2, methane, or N2O, are kind of varying, but they are kind of stable. But above the tree lines, we saw a significantly decrease of the CO2 fluxes and an increase of the N2O fluxes. And then we looked why it was the case. So this is for the CO2 fluxes. We actually found out that the quality of the soil organic matter was actually quite important because it's driving the microbial activities and these fluxes of CO2. Another example of gradients that we study, this one, it was in the southern Europe. In Spain, this is an aridity gradient. So we sample different points or sites across Spain with different annual precipitation regime. And here, what we also looked at different soil microbial functions in the soil, so like a range of different enzyme activities or soil respiration or microbial biomass. And we also wanted to look at the effect or what was affecting them. And what we found out is that the climate had an indirect effect on the soil functions because it affected or it drove directly the soil characteristics and the microbial communities. But then only the soil characteristics were significantly driving the soil functions. So all in all, it reminded us, this project, that we really need to look at also small scales, or that we cannot really, we must be site specific when we think about like effect of climate change on some processes. Then a third gradient or example of gradient that we studied, so going to the north. So this, we also looked at the effect of water availability and temperature in Greenland. So this is also a very sensible environment to climate change. And there we specifically looked to try to disentangle, was it the temperature or the water availability or change of precipitation that would then affect the soil functions. And what we found out is that it depends which type of function. So here I highlight two. So these are the greenhouse gases emissions. They were mostly controlled by both temperature and water availability, versus another type of function which has to do with litter decomposition or soil organic matter cycling. Or, then it was mostly or mainly controlled by temperature. Then going back to main continent or main European continent, we also had a gradients there. So spanning from the boreal forest of Sweden to the desert biomes of southern Spain. Here we wanted to look at the soil multifunctionality. So we calculated this multifunctionality index, so which is integrating all different functions linked to or associated with carbon, nitrogen, or phosphorus cycles. We found out that this index or this multifunctionality was peaking in temperate forests, but southern temperate forests. So these are like mixed forests. But what we were really interested in for this study here was the link between the functions and the biodiversity. So we tried to correlate this multifunctionality index with microbial diversity. So these are here with the bacterial richness and the fungal richness. And while we did not find any correlation with the bacterial one, apparently the fungal diversity is really important for this soil functioning, so all across the continent. Then what we did is that with all this data that we collected across the different gradients, so we also had another aridity gradient in South Africa that I did not mention before. But with all these different data, we wanted to look at the microbial trait strategies and how they were linked to this soil functioning or the soil functions. So for that, we already had to develop a novel tool to look at these traits. So from the sequencing data, we could then extract the different microbial traits. So these works ended up in a new R package, actually. And with this tool or this new tool, we could then define different clusters or different strategies of the soil microbial communities. So, it's more complicated, but I tried to simplify it. So in extreme environments, we actually found microbials or microorganisms with small genomes. So we think that these genomes are really like small and efficient in this extreme environment. Versus in the temperate zone, we have more larger genomes, which are not as efficient, but can be versatile. Yeah. And then about the policy and the social impact. So we had only limited policy impact or societal impact, but we had a lot of interaction with the local stakeholders. So mainly that were also associated with the sites that we sampled, and there were quite a lot of sites. And then we also were involved in several national organizations or NGOs. So we shared information, data sets, and even information about the monitoring. So they were really interesting to take advantage or to try to incorporate our measurements into their monitoring chain, so long-term monitorings. And we also created some documents to explain and disseminate the information about the key roles of the soil biodiversity and their functions. So I think that's it. So thank you for the funding and thank you.
Thank you, Aline. Very interesting presentation on your focus on soils, apparently, and also your reminder we have to look into the small scale, into the place-based things. Great. I think I heard there is a presentation online. Is that what's going to happen? So, Martin, I think over to you. Future Arctic Lives.
My name is Martin Reinhardt Nielsen, and I'm the coordinator of the Future Arctic Lives project. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend this event as I'm currently doing fieldwork in Acholi in northern Uganda, hence this presentation. Future Arctic Lives is guided by the overall question: what are the likely future impacts and adaptation possibilities for small-scale primary resource users in Greenland and Arctic Scandinavia in the face of climate and biodiversity change? The focus is on hunters, small-scale fishers, and Sami reindeer herders. Work Package 1 is focused on quantifying reliance on hunting and fishing for the entire Greenlandic population using 1.5 million observations of catch and trade and 500,000 individual level records on income tax for the period 2012 to 2020. As illustrated in the top left, we find that reliance as the share of total household income is the highest recorded anywhere using similar accurate methods. We also adapted the Cambridge Conservation Evidence Group's method to synthesize the results from 1,300 publications and used expert elicitation, asking 67 experts to rank the quality of evidence for each of the 2,000 pieces of information for 67 species. We use this to determine the most likely wildlife population trends and simulate the resulting 2030 and 2050 household welfare implications of climate change. Our results show clearly how vulnerable occupational hunters' families in the northern districts are to climate change and regulatory initiatives. Work Package 2 made a bioeconomic model of climate reindeer weight associations to evaluate climate scenario outcomes for Sami herders. The model also considered the establishment of wind farms in reindeer herding areas to fulfill national CO2 emission reduction goals. The results presented in the figures in the middle bottom show a general trend with higher profit under the Paris scenario compared to the status quo. A positive effect of earlier spring dominates the negative impacts of increased icing in the intermediate scenario, but there are clear downward trends over time in most areas. All areas are worse off in the business as usual scenario due to increased icing. However, a 25% reduction in carrying capacity from loss of pasture to green energy production is more detrimental to the herders than any of the climate change scenarios. Work package 2 furthermore found that herders were more concerned about large predators, land use change, and management initiatives than they were about climate change. Most herders were willing to adapt, including accepting welfare losses rather than leave their traditional occupation. Work package 3 investigated coastal sea salmon notions of well-being expressed through ecosystem services in the Porsanger Fjord. The fjord experienced a rapid decline following several rounds of environmental change in the 1930s. Work package 3 conducted workshops with fishers, resource users, and youth to elicit future scenarios and document traditional use and values. Work package 3 also analyzed harvest data to develop a scenario model with harvest control rules adapted for local management. The recommendations explored the outcomes of scenarios prioritizing the fisheries industry versus restoration, presented all in GIS story maps, as you can see here to the right. All of this served as input for adaptive and ecosystem-based management plans that are now being implemented by the municipality. Finally, work package 4 has acted as a cross-cutting policy work package and the only one focusing explicitly on nature-based solutions. Drawing upon cases in forest management in Sweden and fishing in northern Norway and Greenland, the work package found that nature-based solutions may not always be as relevant a concept for distinguishing solutions from each other. Instead, the scope for implementing solutions depends on the incentives and the extent to which policy decision-making is possible within the system. Work package 4 also explored the concept of island operations to show why comparison with other Scandinavian countries, including Iceland and the Faroe Islands, is not always relevant regarding socioeconomic analysis and policymaking in Greenland. Future Arctic Lives has engaged with policymakers and other stakeholders in various ways. We, for instance, engaged in the process leading to the adoption of Greenland's new fisheries legislation by writing several articles in Danish and Greenlandic newspapers and appearing in radio interviews. This way, Future Arctic Lives helped shape the policy process. Our work also directly facilitated the production of the municipal management plan for Porsanger Fjord in Norway. In fact, most of Future Arctic Lives' work was conducted in close collaboration with stakeholder organizations such as KNAPK, the Greenlandic Hunters Organization, the Swedish and Norwegian Reindeer Herders Organizations, Merisidae, a Sami cultural organization, and the regional government. Future Arctic Lives also organized sessions and participated in panel debates in the 2024 Arctic Congress in Bodø and organized sessions at the 2021 Arctic Science Week in Nuuk. Project members have also been interviewed about the flight of reindeer herders by the BBC and presented their work at the World Biodiversity Forum in Davos in 2024. Some of the research has already been published, as you can see here, but most of the output from work package 1, for instance, is still being written up. If anyone has questions, you're very welcome to contact me on this email. Thank you very much to the funding agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin, for this last presentation in 4. I think that, I think it was audible. I think a very good example on how research can feed into policymaking and very concretely apparently into legislation. I assume national legislation in this case, but I would assume that all the presentations will be available anyway for everybody to get in touch, also for those who were not able to join the conference now. So with this, I think we are ready to have a small conversation with the project leaders or participants that presented and that are in the room. So I would like to invite Aline to come on stage together with Dirk and Romina, just to talk about some of the cross-cutting issues, I would say, and to have a conversation. I'm not sure how that is supposed to be. I can sit with you or can stand. We can all stand and then you can move around. We are free to do. You're very far. Maybe we arrange a bit set the scene beforehand. How was that? We put it a bit. So I could stand. I think I feel more comfortable to stand. Yeah, that's good. You can even come closer. So yeah, let's Very nice. So you've understood. So it is about theme 3 of the whole program, about climate diversity feedback processes. We have the 3 projects here. So the projects aimed at quantifying the consequences of major modifications or loss of biodiversity and climate change. You've understood that. And they looked also in understanding how societal responses to biodiversity change may have consequences for both the climate system and for the ways in which societal actors are or not able to undertake effective measures in terms of mitigation or adaptation. So that's a bit the idea, the spirit of what we are going to go through there. So there, I would say there are obvious questions also from the audience. We put that to the end of our conversation. How much time do we have? Just to. Excellent, great. So let's start with the first question. So what do we mean by feedback processes in the context of climate change and biodiversity? Maybe this very easy question going to Dirk from the Feedbacks project. Dirk, so what do we mean by feedback processes?
A feedback is usually when you have a system and the systems need a specific input and it gives an output. And when this output is used again as an input, we have a feedback loop, right? And with respect to climate and biodiversity, that means climate influences the distribution of species. And the species then, again, via their properties, via their traits, influence the climate. So when you think of that in a very long time frame, the climate we have now is, the atmospheric composition is made up by plants, right? So we have a very long circle of feedbacks, for example, where species then actually influence the climate system, but we can also have short time influences. As soon as we remove a forest and we have no species there anymore, then of course we lose all the water supply to the atmosphere. We have a different reflectance rate and all that. So these kind of like feedback loops are in a system itself, and that's what we got for climate and biodiversity in that sense.
Yeah, excellent. So yeah, I think we would all agree we are in this twin crisis as we heard in the beginning. So climate change and biodiversity. So it goes in both directions, as we heard also in your presentations. And maybe more specifically, how does the concept of these feedbacks shift when we talk about societal, economic or environmental system, such as the socioeconomic feedbacks versus biochemical feedbacks? And I know, Romina, you said you're not a socioeconomist, but you had this in your presentation. So I think the question would be, we would really like to hear from you.
Sure, I walk right into that. So clearly the feedback that you were talking about is a very chemical, biological feedback. It influences climate. From our perspective, because I'm working on fisheries, yes, if you're going to have big trawlers where you didn't have them before, it's going to happen as well. You're going to have a feedback into climate because you're removing biodiversity and you're destroying ecosystems. But the other thing that from GenClim point of view is, and I'm going to use South Africa as an example, you're going to have a mismatch on where your industry traditionally was versus where your resource now is. So now you're going to have to move, or potentially, because I'm not saying you have to move it, you potentially have a mismatch, a socioeconomic mismatch between resource and industry. And then you're going to lose your villages, you have to move your factories because now the fish isn't there, or you're gaining a resource, but your socioeconomic ecosystem is not prepared for that either. So there is going to be a feedback, and I think climate change, is pervasive. It's influencing every aspect of our day-to-day lives, from how much fish you're going to catch, where you're going to catch it, and is it going to become established? Because that's the problem. Species can shift, but they might not become established in the new environment because it might be unsuitable. You can think about the mackerel wars, for example, in which it raised some issues, right?
Yeah. No, I think also in your presentation where you called it shift, you could also say it's a migration of the fish from going from the south to the north and vice versa. I think it also reminds of the fact that there are no at least no geographical barriers to the effects of climate change. I think that is very important to say when we. You say they are shifting, economic potential from countries are shifting. This can have geopolitical instances as well. And I think it's the whole talking about the crisis, not only a twin crisis. And it's important to have the knowledge about this to act on this. Very interesting. I don't know, Aline, would you like to reply to one of these more broader questions or specifically?
So I think, our project is very different than yours. I mean, we did not really have some like societal really feedback, but it's more like in this direction. I mean, it was very, maybe I can have like an example of what you did. I mean, about the microbials, the system that we assessed. So it's really like how the climate then affects the soil biodiversity and then what they did. So greenhouse gases are direct feedback to the system and to the climate change. So this would be really, so we looked more at this type of feedback in our project, yes.
Yeah. And I think when we talk about industry, you're definitely talking about the fishery industry, but there's also industry in the area where you were working. You said in small scale, and you were in touch with stakeholders also. There's also industry doesn't have to be always massively big. It's also the industry, the sector of agriculture that you were probably also helping or trying to support scientific.
Of course, of course. It matters a lot about the industries, or also in the north. I mean, we were a little bit in the Arctic, so of course over there it's the whole community that is affected heavily with climate change. So it's not only the change happening in the soils, but the whole ecosystem is changing. But yes, this goes a little bit outside the scope of our project, but yes. It's
certainly things that you will be further reflecting on, I suppose.
Yeah, or even, I mean, I can maybe a very recent example, because we did this mountain gradient. That what happened in Switzerland like 10 days ago. I mean, this really big slides, and this is also affected. Well, I'm not an expert, but I guess you are more actually. But this is permafrost. I mean, it's also caused by the melting of the permafrost, the same melting that's also caused these greenhouse gases to increase or production, activating the microbes. So everything is linked, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Dirk, did you have any immediate call by journalist dragging you to the microphone? What can you say about what happens with the glacier in Switzerland?
Yeah, the glacier in Switzerland is actually interesting because we haven't linked it yet to how much of that is actually due to climate change. Because for that you would need an attribution study and really check if and how much of a glacier slide or this landslide you would have without the normal rates of these things happening, right? So that's where we are still looking at. But then it's undeniable that we have the entire upper Alps, which are practically melting, and the permafrost is melting. So they become unstable, like every mountain range globally is practically becoming unstable at higher elevations. And of course, there we have a real feedback then as well, because on the methane and all that, which is bound there in the permafrost, goes out. So one thing is this climate impact we have on a direct effect, which is these landslides, which could happen to warming or even by itself. And then we have these feedbacks, which are also then amplifying actually the climate change itself. So getting into
exactly, and I think in what you said in your presentation is the obvious one is on how climate change affects biodiversity loss. But your study was more focusing on the other way, how biodiversity can have effects, positive or negative, on climate change. So I think it's this idea of a loop. There's no beginning of an ending, and that's quite interesting to see, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we need to stress that there's a difference between a real feedback and an impact. So not every impact has a feedback back into the system. And when species distribution shift, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's any effect on the climate. But if the right species somehow shift or the right ecosystems are changed, then we get like a feedback. So it's really hard to kind of disentangle a simple impact of the climate on a system and then see which of the aspects that actually create a loop which goes back, and how strong is this loop even.
Yeah, let's maybe move to another question. We can come back to this because there's already a lot of preempting to what comes afterwards. So another question would be, how can we keep stakeholders, and we heard about your engagement of stakeholders in your projects, how can we keep engaged when the results take time? Anyway, what can we do to avoid this, what we call a stakeholder fatigue, always pointing to the same, and how can we avoid it? What is your experience in that, Aline? Maybe you were, I've seen your stakeholders on the pictures.
Yeah, so we were actually dealing with, well, concrete stakeholders, or concrete, I mean, local, and then we had a kind of like a common aim with the stakeholders, so they were managing the site that we were sampling, so they're really actually, most of them were really keen and waiting for our results. So we had a few emails that, are these results published yet? Or like, no, it takes time. So yeah, research takes time for sure. But so we try to, as soon as we had something, then we send them an email and the papers where we had the papers. And yeah, we're also on the way to also create some outreach publications, more like to a large public. Yeah, so.
Well, that's very positive. So your stakeholders were very patient.
Yes, but not all of them. I mean, it's hard as a researcher to keep track of all these plus the rest of, I mean, to keep in mind that we should also take care of this.
But it might be rewarding to see that the stakeholders are waiting for your results.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe then to Romina about how do you engage? Did you engage with your stakeholders, and which we put also, policymakers are also stakeholders, of course.
Yes, so we had, I'm going to call them categories, but that's not the right, because it sounds like I'm putting people into boxes. But of course, there's core stakeholders, and those will be your local government, the ones that are going to effective change. And then you have other people that might just be interested. So your industry, in our context, industry and government are very important, because they're the ones that's going to uptake our results. Our work in particular, it was time consuming. So we did not want to provide results without some backing, right? I think we all wary of giving results that might be not finished, not mature, especially when you're talking about a commercial interest at the end of it. It's irresponsible to just say things, right? We used quite a bit of passive communication, so newsletters, emails. We also have some of our stakeholders engaged with us in co-writing the papers because they know more about the biology of the animals than we do. But from our experience, it's very easy to lose track. It's very easy to be bogged down on fulfilling all the tasks from our work packages, and then the communication comes, It's an afterthought.
Extra point.
And also, if you have several projects working on fisheries, you don't have several people that you can target. Everyone's going to end up targeting and knocking on the same doors. So the stakeholder fatigue is something that I'm very wary, especially in a Southern African context, because it's very limited the amount of people you can target. And you don't want to carry on going, oh, come see my talk about my project and give me feedback when you're not finished.
Yeah.
It's a balancing act, I would say. And it does require, now in hindsight, it would have required a communication officer, which we didn't have.
Which you did not afford.
Yes.
Yeah, no, thanks, Romina. I think, it's very important what you say in the beginning, that you cannot come out with things that are not finished, that are not baked. I mean, that's the thing. And then probably also in communication, you have to synthesize what you want to say and have the right language. I think that's something that is important. Dirk, do you have anything to share as experience in?
Yeah, I see often a very hard divide between very applied research projects and those which are going more in the basic fundamental science direction. And if we try in the basic fundamental science to just impose our results always on specific stakeholders in the field, that's usually doesn't work that well. And what I'm seeing is that these projects actually then build up knowledge and expertise within the project partners as well, which we then can use in a more applied context. So when stakeholders really approach us from the local government, from Swiss cantons or whatever, and are asking, oh, we need to know this and this, actually, and then these projects kind of like helped already to build the knowledge, to build the expertise, and we can actually answer these questions. But these connections between a project needs to really have a full stakeholder integration across all levels is usually illusory in my perspective. And certain things work better and certain things were not that good. We tried, at least with our results, to approach policymakers directly. There's actually also a part of the project which is still ongoing in Sweden where we have local stakeholders. But for the results which I just presented, those were things which we wanted to bring into policy processes rather than having the local stakeholders in the field, for example.
Yeah, that's certainly a huge effort of bringing this together and then also choosing the right format and stage where you want to present it. I've seen you've been to COP28. That's certainly the stage to inform a global community on policymakers, which is also good. But as you say, you're in touch with the local government or with the national government in Switzerland. Yeah, and just reflecting what Ramona said, you would have needed a person to do that. So. It's a question of resources, probably, if we can say so. And then everybody talks about co-creation. We have to co-create the knowledge from the beginning on. I think it's very, very important to think about that. But as I understand, at least from Dirk, it is not always possible. It is also, it is time consuming.
Of course. On the knowledge co-creation, that works very well if you already know the system. And you already know some of the stakeholders that you need to target at the beginning. If you're now putting together a team to address one of these projects, but you don't have those relationships behind you, it's very difficult for those people to take time and go sit with you and say, we want to do that and that and that. So there's a lot of value on long-term funding to build those bridges because co-creation needs time. It needs time for people to trust you, and it needs time for you to know what they need. So, yeah.
Now, it needs time, and then just maybe an additional question: to what extent you also use the opportunity to exchange with other projects from the same call, to exchange on apart from here? I mean. Most of them are here today, but it's already the end of it. But did you do that during the process? Was there exchanges on certain cross-cutting topics like stakeholder engagement and co-creation?
I can start because I have the microphone.
You're free. You just manage yourself.
It's okay. So there was the cluster workshop right at the inception of the call, which was very useful to see what was happening and to identify points of commonality. So GenClim ended up working with IASMO, and she's here, but now she's not, A6 and RangeX. And we had a seminar in one of the conferences. So, and we thinking about commonalities because we're talking about range expansion, genetic diversity, and all of that. So within the call, it was very useful to have that workshop at the beginning to find groups.
Yeah. Aline?
Yes. Yeah, so in this project, we did not have a lot of interaction with the other project, but I know a little bit because, yeah, I just participate to the kickoff meeting of the new Biodiv NBS. So where I'm a coordinator on another project, and there, yeah, from the beginning, it was very helpful to have this meeting. I mean, we are now starting to collaborate, to have collaboration with other projects. That's actually the common interest, I mean, happened there, and we are trying to share sites and all stakeholders, and yeah, so this will happen this time. Yeah.
Yeah. Very interesting. Dirk, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, we didn't have really a lot of interaction with other projects during this call, but we had a former call where BiodivClim, I think, from which we were able to take some of the work over and where we really had results which we then used on. So ours is more like cooperation over time backwards rather than within the same call.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe just how do you see the usefulness of going to the stakeholder? You know, like you did, you went to COMP, and that science goes to the policymaker, goes to the stakeholder, instead of trying to attract them passively or actively. Is that a way of creating this fora of exchange that also the policymaker and the stakeholder develop sort of a trust, knows I can go there, this is the place where I will meet the latest science? Is that something that you as a researcher think that's very useful for me to be part of?
For me personally, I think that's a good way, because it will do exactly she already said, with the getting the trust built up and showing that we have a specific expertise, and then the stakeholders will know a contact point, a scientific one. But this requires to go again and again and again.
Absolutely.
So we're not just trying to go to one COP, we're trying the next one's next. It's quite difficult actually. But to just have it ongoing and always like repeating the same message so that it sinks in after a while, and that we can actually make a point, and then the stakeholders will also get a little bit of an idea about the scientific environment and who is there and who can actually have an answer to a specific question they have. And then they can also approach us. So it's like a bi-directional thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and what you said is very important to say, you try to build trust with this in more general terms into the science that is provided by projects led by very recognized researchers. I think that is very important to, if you want to have a conversation, you have to, yeah, it's good to build on this trust aspect. Anything to add here, maybe? Aline?
Yeah, well, sometimes I wonder if I'm really like the right person to do that. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this project has also been like a learning curve for me. I mean, it's yeah, I've never really been involved with stakeholders before, I must say. And depending on what system or science you do, I think it's sometimes hard to get people interested, like the big stakeholders, and for the COP or something.
Yeah.
And yeah, I wonder, I think there are maybe specialized people in communication that maybe might do a better job. But I understand, this trust, or they might like it better. Yeah. So
I think it's very honest what you say, and I think it's a valid.
I mean,
but am I the right person to do that? I do my research. I'm here to find the knowledge. So
I mean, I understand that we have to do that, but it's also a question of time. I mean,
absolutely. No, I think it's. I think it will resonate with a lot of people in the room. Is there actually online participants as well? Okay, so they will also have their view probably. Yeah, maybe, despite the fact that you might not think that you're the right person, but let's nevertheless jump into this question really on communication. So how can we better communicate the complexity, what we heard on the climate biodiversity feedbacks, or I think nexus, to non-scientific audiences, especially when findings are uncertain, are not cooked yet? Or context dependent. I mean, we had it just trying to use this framing of the question. Is there anything else that comes into your mind? Ramona, you're looking.
Yeah, I am, because I think it segues very nicely from Aline's what she's saying, that she might not be the best person to do this. And I honestly think that we need behavioralists, we need psychologists, and we need sociologists in our teams, because we speak in a language that is not sometimes directly translatable. And as I said, I don't want to present half-baked results because they have a consequence, but I also know that when you're making political decisions, you can't you can't wait for the 100% certainty, right? It's the best available knowledge at the time, one hopes. So how can we better communicate? I think we as biologists or scientists, we need training as well. Because stories, right? We need to tell stories to people. And stories are not something that come natural to everyone, to be a storyteller. But definitely stories are the way to go. You have to be able to communicate to them, maybe not in a scientific way, because that's why we have conferences and academics and peer-reviewed journals. We need to talk to them in an emotive, emotional way. And I don't know if sometimes we are the best people to do that. Because if we scientists, we analytical, we like. So I don't have an answer to how we can better communicate, except hire more people.
But you said already something I think that is quite important to say, it's also a diversity of disciplines in your project. If you have the behavioral scientists, the humanities as well in there, that probably more the human focus of the problem. So that's probably, I mean, you delivered already sort of an answer, Dirk.
Yeah, there's several points I want to address. One thing I agree on is these different people in a project or in a team. We actually just started a project on science communication where we use arts and immersive installations to bring climate extremes more towards the public. So there's a completely different way of communication there. So that's important as well. So we look a little bit beyond what we can, what we do usually. And then with respect to how can we communicate better and context dependent with such high uncertainties sometimes in the results. And one thing is context dependence we can usually address if we put it into a context. Here, what I showed earlier with the COP, for example, there we really had a specific topic which we addressed. And we had another policy brief just lately where we showed biodiversity effects on the climate systems, which was linked to a public vote in Switzerland towards the biodiversity initiative. And there we linked it directly to that. So that gives us more context and makes it easier for people to understand what this is linked to. And then uncertainty, we need to communicate it correctly and be aware of that. And the IPCC, for example, had established that very early on that we use ensembles of climate models, that we are having a plus minus in temperature ranges and climate sensitivities and all that. So we need to communicate truly and honestly the uncertainties of our models as well. And then boil it down to very specific points, what you want to say. So a very basic message, key messages. Our policy brief had, for example, 7 things you should know about biodiversity with respect to climate change mitigation. And then really get it as simple as possible there and boil it down from all the complexities. But it's a challenge. Needs training, needs experience, needs people involved, and so on.
And Dirk, would you be able to boil down to the 4 or 5 key messages into one statement here?
Yeah. Well, biodiversity matters for the climate as well as the climate matters for biodiversity.
Right. I mean, that's, yeah. And you're the person to do that. You can do that. I mean, yeah. And just on what touches people, and I think everybody is touched by his own health, and health is a topic that is not often enough, let's say, even played with to have impact, because naturally we react on the threat towards our health. So just I think it's also just coming together on what does that mean for our health. And there's a lot of things what I've seen in the presentations that has an impact on our health, in the maybe not directly, but indirectly, certainly. So yeah. Aline, do you have anything to add on your communication ways? Maybe you communicate on social media or no?
Yes, it's, yeah, I was not responsible for that, but yeah, of course, yeah, we did. Well, what I want to say is that we, I think most of us in the project, we are trying to still figuring out and learning how to communicate. So we don't have like a special ready, like a recipe to to do it now. But yeah, learning process. So yeah, I could summarize.
Excellent. Thanks a lot for this. Now coming to a more scientific question. So what are the key challenges in integrating biodiversity into climate models? We heard a bit about that, and I think Dirk wanted to answer first on this.
Okay, if we want to integrate biodiversity into climate models, in a way, we already have it in there, where the habitats are in there, our plant functional types are in there. Now, let's just imagine we want to integrate all the species we have, and we've just focused into plant species. There's about 500,000 plant species, which we estimate, which we know could be plus minus whatever. So it could be even 1 million. Or a normal climate model has about 500 to 1,000 processes in there, roughly. That's the very modern Earth system models. Now, if we want a parameterization for all of these species, that's at 500,000 other species where we need to know actually how they behave exactly when it comes to all their different traits which are climate relevant, their reflectance rates, their leaf ratios, their the evapotranspiration rates, and so on and so on. So all of these needs data, and we most likely will not be able to get the data. And then a model which has so many components and so many processes in there, it's going to be tricky if it even has any effect or if that's even possible in that sense. And the computation time goes up, the storage time, space which we need to have all these results as well. So it's computational limitations and process knowledge actually, which we're then also missing. And imagine just including interactions between these species. Then 500,000 species interacting in some way. It's just, it blows up. It just goes up in computation and processes we need to include. And that's the main challenge.
So I don't hear you very positive of happening this in the next 10 years.
It's a question how we address that. I mean, we have models and methods where we can parameterize millions of things. Like with modern AI methods, we have a lot of these possibilities. So I think there's a way. And even if you just add 500,000 parameters more, then there's a possibility that it could work. But the question is, does it matter actually? Does it matter to include all the species, or does it really only matter to include a few traits and all that? How much complexity we want and how much simplicity we want.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. Thanks, Dirk. Aline, or do you want to reply to this as well?
Yeah, so I mean, I agree with the complexity, but yeah, you talk only about plants, and I want to advocate here a little bit about what is underground, because these are, I mean, it's a gap. I mean, there is really, I think only a few models that take into account what is happening underground, like the species also, the biodiversity underground, below ground, and yeah, it's still so for that we really need data, we need knowledge, because we don't know enough about the relation, like all the food web and what is happening there. So yeah, I think at this stage, yeah, we still need knowledge about that for sure. Yeah.
Thanks, Aline. Yeah. Another aspect. Ramona.
Data.
Data.
Yeah.
Data.
What best data? Yeah. So not everything might be needed. But yeah, when we were discussing this, my brain goes data. How do you integrate data from the different sources? How do you harmonize databases?
Yeah.
Because yeah.
And this is probably also data, and curating data and holding data is also something that is currently a bit challenged. I mean, we know what you talk about. Yeah, thanks a lot. I think this is more or less the time we had for the discussion here, and now the floor is open for questions to our speakers. Who would have a burning or not so burning question? Audience fatigue. Yeah. Yes, please. Just present yourself.
Present myself. James Lloyd, Nature for Climate Coalition. I'm interested because a few of you mentioned the need for long-term funding and how this kind of goes through it. And it's great, and the work of Biodiversa and the spirit of collaboration. But it's like, who, have you got opportunities to get this funded, carrying on, even local government, regional government, national government? Is that a case that was made with your research, that this is an important part, especially of the livelihoods impact that you've mentioned, and the need to build trust and to make those communities think that it's their work, not just science that's being pushed on them? What are your thoughts in terms of that kind of moral duty that people have to take this on for the adaptation of their own population in many cases?
I can start.
Thanks,
That's
James.
a great question. Coming from a university background, our funding cycles are 3 to 5 years, if we're lucky. So we don't have a long-term, the government has not decided I'm going to give 15 years of funding for climate change, biodiversity related. So from my perspective, I try to apply with a very similar angle. So I build more species, a little bit more data, but I come from an academic background. In the end, I'm teaching people. I'm lecturing. That's my main, that's what pays my salary. We also know funding is getting more and more constrained because there are other things calling for attention, and depending on the country you're coming from. So I come from South Africa. You can imagine that maybe high genomics is not really the super priority, and yet it is a priority. So countries that are very dependent on the blue economy or the green economy are countries that can see the value on doing this. And if we're lucky, they will put their money where they can.
So similar things. I mean, we have very limited time projects, but actually what we try to do in our project, and not only this one, is to actually use sites or collaborate on long-term sites that are actually monitored the long term. So like in Switzerland, we have networks of sites, for example, that are monitored, I think, since 30 years at least now. And that's what we try to. So it's nice for them because it's extra, it's other measurements, so it's other things, and then they can also know more about their sites. And for us, of course, we have all the background data, and so it's a win-win solution. But I wanted to say that these long-term sites, it costs a lot of money. So usually it's up to the government or the research institute of the government. And I think even well, I know that's from our institute, they are even talking about reducing this amount of sites. So we are not in the same situation in South Africa and Switzerland, but still, it's still in the under. So
I don't know if we didn't sell ourselves right, because that's what's happening across multiple countries, right? You making it smaller. So I don't know if it was a matter that we didn't showcase that it is very important and this needs to be maintained, or if it's just a consequence of where we are at the moment.
I can just add to these long-term studies we have, for example, at WSL, we're really looking for changes in biodiversity or changes in the health of forests and all that over long terms. But this is really a specific need the government has. So they want to have somebody monitoring the health of the forests, which came out of the 80s when we had all these acid rain and all that, and we were thinking our forests collapse sooner or later. And now, like, getting a research project like ours into the long run, there's specific components probably which we can pick out where we can say, well, for all our models here, if we really want to integrate biodiversity into climate models to give a prediction about the future, then we need long-term data because we need dynamic changes in biodiversity. We need to push for initiatives like that. In this case, we have to make them with the government or anyone who funds things which are longer than 3 years. And within a normal 3-year research project, this is not possible, but it lays the foundation for something which we then probably can argue for, which runs longer. but there needs to be a real interest for that.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think that's all about the long-term perspective of this. And then there's the overall framing of this kind of research going on. If you think about the nature restoration law, this gives the framing, at least at a high level, across Europe, for how to deal and how to deal with biodiversity loss and what to do to counteract. And science has a role in this. So same as for the climate law that we have. So there's science is specifically mentioned. I think it is important that the role of science has to be recognized to address these key challenges. And this will then break down into funding against all the other challenges and other multiple crises that we are having. But I think your work is super important, and your voice is important to lobby for more data, for more precise data, and for continued investigation in these areas. I don't see any. Oh yes, I come over. What time is it? Maybe we give the. If it's a short question, I think we can do that. Would you be able to stay 5 more minutes? Okay. Sorry.
Short. You meet an astronaut at a bar, and you ask them what they do. You don't really want them to tell you how the spacecraft works. You want them to talk about what it feels like to be weightless, or what the Earth looks like from the moon. I'm so curious about the framing of the last question. How do we better communicate the complexity of our work? Why do we have to communicate the complexity of it rather than the beauty or the importance? Why are we obsessed with complexity when we're talking to people who aren't part of our world?
I think that's a really nice question. Can you just say whom you didn't introduce yourself?
Oh, David Maddox, The Nature of Cities.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, complex. Do we have to just live with complexity and communicate on something else?
I think I understood the entire thing a little bit different. I mean, how do we communicate something complex and not complexity itself? So then you usually take something out of it, and you just like take one aspect which you communicate, which is the most important one. You know, it's linked to all things, but not necessarily it needs to be the entire story you're telling about all the things which could influence it and all that, but just like boil it down to a specific thing.
Yeah, thanks, Dirk. Actually, this reminds me of a conversation I had with the former IPCC chair of Working Group 2 on impacts. This is also dealing with biodiversity. And we were talking about complexity, and he says, complexity is a fact. We have to embrace it. And it's not only for the climate system, for biodiversity, also our system is extremely complex. We just have to take it as a fact. It is complex, and does not prevent us from communicating the right thing. So maybe that's also a possibility. Yeah, I think that was a wonderful conversation. I think a big round of applause to our speakers.
Back from coffee. So welcome everyone to this afternoon session. I'm Jasmine Godbold. I'm a professor in marine ecology at the University of Southampton. And my background is really looking at the effects of climate change and human activities on biodiversity of the sea floor, and how any changes there in trace expression or the number of species affects nutrient cycling and carbon storage over the short and over the long term. So for this afternoon's sessions, we're going to be looking at the projects that focused on the consequences of climate change on biodiversity and nature contributions to people. And there were 6 projects in total. I think everyone bar one project is here. So we'll have a presentation online later on. So the first project to kick off is ACORN, and Simon.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Simon. I'm representing today the ACORN project. The main coordinator was here, Karambos Neophytou, but he is not able to attend. So you have to take care of me. So in total, we have 6 research institutions who were included, and the main region of Central Europe and Southeastern Mediterranean. The title of our project, and also you can see by the logo, the ACORN, so we were dealing with identifying seed sources for highly adapted forest in a changing climate. So I was not aware about the audience that I met today, so it's also a little bit broader, but anyway, so climate change is also facing forest. So we have a lot of problems, climate-induced problems with forestry. A lot of tree species cannot cope with this. And when we think about forests and the key species, like tree species, we have the problem that they are sessile with long generation times, and then they have actually to tolerate climate change. So if the climate is shifting, actually they have to whether tolerate it or migrate, which is not so easy for tree species. Yeah, the species we are working with, what can you do in forestry? You can first of all think which tree species can work also in the future. So one of them are oaks, white oaks in our case, which currently assumed as winner in climate change. So we think that with climate changes, their distribution ranges will increase, so that it will play a more important role. Our 3 species were Quercus robur, Quercus pepraea, Quercus pubescens, and as you see, they have quite a broad distribution range, which means they also occur in many different environments and under conditions. So what we are really interested in is now how is local adaptation for these tree species working? On the one hand, with a genetic and genomic approach, so to see, can we understand where genomic regions or genes are associated with specific environment, in our case, mostly with drought. But also, can we translate actually these informations on a geographical scale so that we can say, where do we find local adaptation? The aim of this is actually, in the end, to inform seed transfer guidelines. So the idea actually behind it, we have also another project later on, I think, talking about assisted migration, assisted gene flow. The idea is actually to take propagation material from a region where currently we have the climate conditions that we expect in the future, and use them to actually re-adapt our forest. So our methodological approach was the big picture. So we sampled a lot of oak populations. So here you see all the 3 species where we have been and sampled data. And actually it was also important, so because what can actually influence the genetics or the genetic patterns that we have. On the one hand, of course, you see also here the Alps, so you see it also on the map on the left side, which can also have an impact actually, how is genetic diversity distributed, and potentially there also might be a limited gene flow between different parts of populations, which also might include a different genetic architecture, which is meant by they might evolve to drought, but in a different way. So it's also important to see perhaps if we have a population here or we have a population here which are not in gene flow, if they adapted in a different way. So this is the big picture that we have, but we also wanted to see it more on a smaller level. So here you see again this map, this time just for Quercus petraea, where you see the big picture. So we have populations here in Greece and in Turkey, but we also have populations in Central Europe. And what you also see is that we have these white and black dots and rectangles, which actually are just pairs that we sampled within a specific region. So for instance, when we just have one of these pair, we can transfer it to these pictures, which is just one population in southern Germany, where A, you see is really a dry stand with really on rocky area, and the stand B is just 5 minutes by walking, so it's really the neighboring stand. So what we wanted to see in ACORN is on which scale is adaptation happening. So on the one hand, on the continental scale, regional, so perhaps there might also be a different adaptative pattern in the southeastern Mediterranean or in Central Europe, but also perhaps there might even be an adaptation between A and B on the local level. So how local is local adaptation? What we did, on the one hand, of course, marker-based, just to detect the different species. Oaks are quite, they hybridize a lot, they have a high genetic diversity, so this was just to see these neutral genetic population structure. Then we also used a genomic approach. We also sampled or harvested for some subpopulation. We established a common garden. So we took acorns that we also have the seedlings and propagate them. And we also used whole genome sequencing to detect. We already saw this today with fish examples where we want to identify outliers with specific environments and also to bring them together. So some first results, a lot of papers are currently written. Of course, we see definitely a genetic differentiation between the species and also regional genetic differentiation within species. I said before, so for instance, this is one of our first paper where you see for pubescence that you really see just the blue and the orange, where you see a population structure which are not dealing together. And then for the genomic analysis, so we can just give some first rough hints that we found that certain alleles correlate with, for instance, precipitation on a larger scale between Central Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean region, but we also see small scale differences in water use efficiency, where you also can see here by the provenance trials where we see some kind of trend. So at least on this level, we can say that adaptation takes place across all these three different geographical scales, and this also needs to be implemented. So we said, so we think genetic information should be used in evaluating adequate seed sources. And we also think that assisted gene flow is a promising tool to maintain sustainable forest management and climate change. And also that we have, when we look about seed sourcing, that normally seed stands are currently growing under optimal conditions. They are selected phenotypically. But anyway, that even these remote sites or marginal sites, which don't show the best phenotypes at the moment, might also serve for drought adaptive seed sources. Anyway, forest reproductive material regulation are mostly focused today at local seed sources. And there are definitely a knowledge gap, whether on a policy or a science and practice level. We also discussed this a lot with stakeholders. So at the moment, we have also within Europe a big transformation in the policy. So we have currently a directive for forest reproductive material, which is turned to a regulation in the future. And there are also discussions going on. So what we did here is also to implement a big stakeholder meeting, international one, with colleagues from Turkey, Greece, and Central Europe, and discuss this thing. How is climate change used, and what can we do for mitigate these negative climate change effects? There's also a paper currently, which will be published soon, hopefully, where how these assisted gene flow management is included in current forest management at the moment. Yeah, so far, thank you. I mean, of course, thanks to all in the project, and of course to our funding bodies who make this great project possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do questions at the end, right? Okay. Right. Okay. Then thank you very much, Simon. Then we'll move on to our next presentation from BioVersa, Pierre de la Place. There we go.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor to present in 7 minutes 3 years of research. So it's not an easy exercise. Anyway. Here, our project BioVersa is actually focused on wheat agrosystems, and we wanted to make it more resilient using innovative farming practices. It was a consortium effort, of course, all across a nice pedoclimatic gradient from Germany or even Belgium towards the south of Spain. I actually summarize, let's say, the goals of our project in 3 short sentences. The first one looked at the impact of climate change on wheat agrosystem and the wheat performance and resilience. The second part, actually, of our goals looked at the soil functioning. So we had a very strong focus on the soil health parameters. And finally, the idea was also to link plant productivity, performance with those soil health indicators. To achieve those goals, we use different facilities. I just illustrated here 2 facilities. The first one here is a phase facility where we have nozzles introducing additional CO2 at the field level and also rainout shelters that could mimic drought events. So the idea was to combine 2 abiotic stress factors and see how they behave together and interact. We also had climate simulators here where we are able to select, based on the IPCC scenario, different projected climate scenario to actually implement them in a kind of time traveling machine, actually what we call an ecotron facility, where we can actually, let's say, model, but also simulate climate in a very realistic way. It means actually using artificial sunlight, realistic soil compartments, and also plant populations. And you can play with CO2 level, temperature, rainfall pattern, etc. Everything can be actually managed in a very controlled way. What about our results? First part, the impact of climate change on wheat. Actually, we did a first experiment where we compared future meteorological condition of 94 with historical data we had from 15. And what we observed is actually that if you travel to the future, actually the milder winter condition will help plant to build up more biomass earlier in the growth season, leading to an impairment of the tillering process. And at the end, actually, a dwarfing of the root system, leading to some sensitivity to drought event, especially during the grain filling stage. Regarding our phase experiments, where we crossed, let's say, the CO2 factor with the drought event factor, the results indicated that actually the compensation effect that we could have expected from the enhanced CO2 against the drought factor was only partial, actually, which means that you cannot compensate for drought by increasing the water use efficiency due to the enhanced CO2 level. It's not that simple, actually. We also address some key parameters leading to conclusion about protein quality, drought strength, so technological parameters and nutritional parameters of wheat were also addressed. And as a recommendation, we should aim actually for short-term climate scenario, not looking too far in the future actually, because the breeders cannot actually adapt varieties for something which will happen within 50 years. And root rates remain pivotal in the discussion. Regarding the impact of farming practices on soil biodiversity and wheat, so we typically looked at tillage intensity, where we have no-till versus medium tillage versus standard tillage practices. And we observed shaping of the micro and mesofauna communities with increased activity and soil functionality with reduced tillage, so improved soil health, but still we cannot leverage on this soil health improvement regarding, for example, the technological grain properties, or as it is mentioned here, the nutritional quality. So there's still a lack of correlation between soil health and plant performance and production quality. And finally, here we took two soils, different differing in management practices and history. One actually was provided with more organic matter than the other over the years. And we placed them in our Ecotron facility, looking at 3 simulated years, 13, 68, and 85, looking, of course, at soil health parameters. And definitely, the organic-rich soil actually had a higher buffering capacity. So it was more stable, more resilient. But on the other hand, if you look at the yield, it wasn't improved in a correlated way with those soil health parameters. And actually both soils, the organic rich one and the more conventional one, actually suffered from nutritional depletion in the future. So still some place for research and improvement regarding biofortification, good focused breeding and integrated strategies, because on organic matter management is a complex question which is connected to other factors regarding management. Regarding the policy and societal impacts, for climate adaptation, definitely we should aim for breeding strategies at short-term climate projection. This includes extreme weather events if you want to make the yield more stable. And of course, regarding the future conditions, if we get milder wintering, we should aim for vernalization and sowing properties that are well adapted to these new conditions. The reduced tillage that we studied in Spain, but also in other contexts, supports soil health and the ability to buffer climate change. But it also has impacts on greenhouse gas emissions and carbon balance. So definitely it's a complex question. So more activity means also more respiration and more CO2 emission. So we have to take it into, let's say, a broader picture while you look at the carbon pools and the carbon balance of the ecosystem. Regarding nutritional quality, definitely a reduction in grain yield concentration. And we should definitely focus on this point to include grain quality and public health as priorities for this specific crop. As research recommendations, speed breeding and integrated modeling can be, let's say, useful tools to address the problems we identified. And it's an ongoing question, actually. We try to link biodiversity, I mean taxonomic one, with the functional biodiversity, with a who does what and when approach, but it's still in its infancy, and we cannot actually do it in a proper way. And yeah, the idea is to promote systemic approaches where we consider crop performance as a key ecosystem services, because food provisioning is one of the key ones. And of course, the other ecosystem services that should be quantified and also lead to incentives, for example, for the farmers. And with that, I'm done. And I thank you all for your attention and, of course, our funding agencies to make it possible.
Thank you very much. So now that I fully understand what I need to do, I will press this button for the next presentation. And the next presentation is Calambio assessing the effects of past and future climate change on Amazonian biodiversity. And I hand over to Hanna.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm Hanna Tuomisto from Finland, University of Turku, and I've been leading this project. And I'm not going to show you any details about our aims because they are mainly said already in the title. We've had 5 members in this consortium. So there's the Turku one was mostly on remote sensing and botany of our floristic inventories in Amazonia. Then we had a German institute focusing on floodplains, 2 Brazilian institutes, one focusing on mostly birds and the other one on climatology. And then a self-funded partner from the UK focusing on animals and tree inventories. Now let's see, which button do I press? Okay, so I'm going to show you a couple of pictures from some of the papers that we produced during this project because they kind of summarize what we have been aiming to achieve. And I'm starting with a climatological one. So this is from a paper that was published on the potential impacts of some effects of the climate change on Amazonian rainforests. And what it is showing is the effects of AMOC, or the Atlantic circulation, also known as the Gulf Stream in northern parts of Europe. If that gets reduced, what effects does it have on Amazonia? At least in Northern Europe, we talk a lot about what happens to Northern Europe if that is reduced, but here is potential effects on Amazonia. And what that figure shows is at a certain degree of reduction in that circulation, what would be the future suitability of Amazonia for tropical moist forest? So what is the suitability for rainforest? And the red areas are the areas where the suitability for rainforest would decrease, meaning basically that it becomes drier. And the blue areas are the areas where the suitability would increase, probably meaning that it would become moister. So we can see that there is quite a lot of spatial heterogeneity there, and the areas that are kind of threatened would be in the northern part of the Amazon basin. And then there are some repercussions to the animal life. So this is from another study based on the birds, especially focusing on floodplain birds, because the floodplains in Amazonia, they are very dynamic. So there is this map here shows the Amazon main trunk basin. And here you can see a part of a landscape. So we have the current river level here, that's the low water season. And then as the seasonality in rainfall affects the water level in the rivers, we can have up to 10 meters difference between the low water and the high water level. And of course, the floodplain biota has to adapt to that. And here is a study looking into the availability of the floodplain habitat, which is partly dependent on how much rainfall there is. So how widely do the rivers fill the valleys where they flow? Another thing is how much sediment do they transport and deposit in there? So how many islands are there in those rivers? And then the third one is what is the sea level? Because that blocks the flow of the river. So the higher the sea level, the more floodplain there will be because the water doesn't flow so low. And here is a time frame. So we have the present is here, and we have 300,000 years over here. And then there's a model of how much of those higher level areas there is in the floodplains and how much of recent or the islands and lower levels in the floodplains. And then there is a population size estimate for the floodplain birds, showing that when we get more of these low-lying islands, so there's more habitat in the floodplains, then we also get an increase in, there's now separated into ecologically a bit different kinds of birds, but then we also get an increase in the species that are adapted to those habitats. Then another study related to the floodplains is how big is the contrast between the flooded areas and the non-flooded areas? Most of Amazonia is, of course, not flooded by the rivers. And this is now based on trees. So we're looking into the contrast in the tree species composition within the floodplain forest and outside of the floodplain forest. And the red ones are the ones where the contrast is big. So we have a different species composition in the floodplain. And then the blue ones are where the contrast is smaller, so that there are lots of shared species between the flooded and non-flooded areas. And this is quite clearly related to where is the flood pulse biggest. So these are the areas where the difference between low and high water can really be 10 meters. And in the headwaters, you generally get a lower contrast. So the flood is lower and it doesn't last for half a year. It only lasts maybe 3 months. So we get the difference in that spatial heterogeneity of the ecosystem. And then this is coming back to birds again, still on the floodplains, looking into the regional differentiation within Amazonia. So this is a study on the bird species composition in those floodplains, and then looking into how different are the different parts of the river system. And each color here indicates a region that has some unique or endemic species in it. And of course, if we think back to the first one where we said the future prospects or where is it probably going to be less or more suitable for rainforest conditions, and then look at this one, then we see that there are going to be regional differences in how threatened the biota is in different parts of Amazonia if we get these changes, major changes in the biota. And then we move into the non-flooded parts. That's the majority of Amazonia. And this is now on plants, understory plants, more specifically ferns, looking into their distribution along a soil nutrient concentration gradient. So within the rainforest, we get quite a lot of differences between nutrient poor soils and nutrient richer soils. And this is from a paper that we did with 2 fern genera, looking into the distribution or the kind of responses of the species, their abundances along that soil gradient. And we found that pretty much all the species with enough data were restricted to just a part of that gradient, which basically means that wherever you go in the forest, you will find a species composition that is adapted to that particular kind of soils in that place. And as far as ferns go, they are pretty abundant in the forest. So almost always when you go to a rainforest anywhere in Amazonia, you will find some ferns. And when we have this kind of information, then we can use the fern information together with soil information to actually predict soil conditions across Amazonia. So this is another study that we did where we combined actual soil data, which are relatively rare, so you don't have them all over the place, but you do have them from some places. So we used actual soil data and the information from fern specificity to different kinds of soils and remote sensing data, satellite images and other sources in order to model that soil gradient there. So we have the yellow areas are the ones where we have a high concentration of those soil cations, and the dark areas are the ones where we have low concentrations of those gradients. So that gives us some idea of the environmental heterogeneity within the rainforest area, which is now being used to model other species and also into in models that look into the potential species distributions in future climates, where we also then can constrain the models using these more permanent soil differences. And then an example of these societal impacts. One of the study areas where we did the field work is in eastern Amazonia along a river called Xingu, where there was about 10 years ago, they built a hydroelectric dam, which is of course direct human impact, but it's kind of related to climate change because we thought that hydroelectric power is an environment-friendly, climate-friendly energy source. But here it has lots of other problems. And in this case, what happened is that we have the river here and there is a dam which blocks basically the flow. It used to go over here, but after the dam was built, it actually goes here. And then there's another dam, and this is the one that has the hydroelectric plant in it. But as it happens, there's a lot of communities of people living along that river, which now lost their transport or their highway. They lost their main food source because they have been getting their protein from fish for quite a lot of time. There are indigenous areas in here on both sides of the river. So there have been a lot of societal problems from this dam. And of course, the environmental impact for those communities is that now that we don't have the flood pulse anymore, so this is the before system, we have the year here, and there used to be this flood pulse, which all the ecosystem is adapted to. So we have trees that fruit so that their fruit fall into the river, the fish come and eat the fruit, they disperse them, and then of course they get fattened on the nutrients in those fruit. And now with the dam, we only get a very, very small flood pulse or nothing at all, which means that the trees don't get dispersed, the fruit gets rotten, the fish don't have access to the area anymore, or they starve. So that has had a very big societal impact in the area. And one of the things that we have been doing in that area is to work together with the local communities to they have been monitoring the changes that are there, because the hydroelectric company, they have been monitoring the impact, and they have been claiming that there is almost nothing. But now the local communities have actually monitored themselves and shown that there is quite a lot. And now in collaboration, especially with our Brazilian partners in the consortium, there has been quite a lot of impact on this, that there has been, the problems have been highlighted, and there is a lot of discussion about allowing more water to pass in there to mitigate these effects. So that was a very fast glimpse to this, and thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 7 minutes really isn't enough time, is it, to go through? There we go. Through all of these projects. Right, so our next project is microservices, predicting climate change impacts on the crop microbiome and cascading effects on ecosystem services delivery in agro-ecosystems. And I pass over to Salvador.
Long title.
No, you're very welcome.
And we are very good doing ACORN's microbiology services, ecosystem services. You see the connection there. So I'm Salvador Lledó. I come from the University of Barcelona, but I am representing the coordinator of the project, Martin Harman, from the ETH. He says hi to you, but he's not here. I am the one in here. So let's just start. Our thing, predicting. We want to use data that we already have and try to predict the future, improve our capacity. Is this possible or not? Well, we think yes, it is necessary. Probably yes, because why? We need to understand what's going to happen so we can conserve, for example, soil biodiversity. If we know that the role of those guys in the soil is going to be important in the future, for example, to buffer some of the impacts of climate change, this can be useful information for policymakers to protect it. It's complicated, yes. We know everything about soil biodiversity. No. We know how it relates to ecosystem services. Complicated, but we tried. Objectives. The first thing that we try to do is to define and predict the shifts in agroclimatic zones. And I'm going to explain later what an agroclimatic zone is. But it's not just predicting, it's also defining the present to understand the future, okay? Second thing, in these present conditions, on those agroclimatic zones, what is the soil biodiversity that we can find in there at the continental level? We need a lot of samples. That's why we use the Lucas data set from the Commission. Third, can we use the information from point 1 and point 2 to develop predictive models that can make us understand or to forecast soil biodiversity and soil ecosystem services in the future in Europe? We tried. And finally, the last objective is there something out there? And this is probably in common with the colleague from Biofair. Is this a sustainable system, sustainable management practice that can buffer these potential negative impacts of climate change on biodiversity and ecosystem services? Let's see. But these are the 4 things that we wanted to study in the project. Starting from the beginning, agroclimatic zones. Regions characterized by a specific climate conditions relevant to agriculture, mainly variables related to temperature and precipitation. The present, the future, okay? Migration, we all know that this is going to migrate, and if we change color, we have another climatic zone. So this is a potential future. We created some of them. We are creating a lot of maps in this Biodiversa call. We are creating a lot of maps, but this is one of them. In this case, this is some conditions depending on the IPCC conditions, okay? If we have samples in here, soil samples in here, we can understand that we can use these as samples representing the future for an agroclimatic zone that is going to change in the from the present to the future. This is the Marty McFly or the Terminator experimental design, that it's sometimes complicated to understand even to myself. But we are using present samples to understand the future just because the samples are located in a place that is going to change climate in the future, okay? And now, trying to understand the present, as I told you, we use Lucas, non-permanent croplands, because our project was related to cereals, okay? Not just wheat, but cereals in general. Is soil biodiversity defined by those agroclimatic zones that we defined in the first point? We didn't know, but the answer is yes. We see this beautiful progression in soil communities. This is beta diversity, so communities from boreal to Mediterranean. So this is related. We can relate, or we can see difference in composition of communities in relation to agroclimatic zones. As I told you before, is this going to happen to everything in soil biodiversity? Probably not at all. This is microbes, this is bacteria. Is this going to happen with fungi? Is this going to happen with microarthropods, nematodes, earthworms? Who knows? How to explain complexity? Well, this is the question that we were making before, right? How to explain complexity? Difficult. Prokaryotes. This is prokaryote, and this is very nice. And we can see it not just at the level of communities, but at the level of some genus. You can see this genus where that it's more important in the Mediterranean region than in other places, okay? Can we use all this information to understand the future? That was our intention. A strategy to predict soil biodiversity and multifunctionality. What are we using? Present data. Biodiversity, soil functionality, climate data, soil parameters, current agroclimatic zone, all these things, and future data. What do we understand by future data? Bioclimatic data and the projections that we produced in Objective 1. So the present and the future of agroclimatic zones. We understand the statistical relationships between everything, and then we go to machine learning, artificial intelligence. Please don't ask me anything about artificial intelligence. I know nothing, I was not involved in that, but the guys working in that told me that they did this and they tried to predict biodiversity and functionality in soils. And interestingly, they tell me, and I believe them firmly, that we are able to predict, using all this data, the future of, for example, some soil biodiversity taxa. Relative abundance of microbial taxa across different climate scenarios were predicted in some cases in less than a 1% error rate. So this is a very good projection, understanding that we are using this past, present, future experimental design. Can we use that information, soil biodiversity, and the other information that we have to predict multifunctionality, understanding the multifunctionality as a compendium of different soil functions, that you can make it more or less complex? And we see in here, for different scenarios of emissions, that it looks like, or it seems in our projections, that the low emission scenario consistently showed higher soil multifunctionality compared to the high emissions scenario. These trends suggest that adopting sustainable low emissions can pay off, could be better preserved, or could better preserve critical soil functions. This is important information for society, for policymakers, for researchers to continue investigating in or researching in this direction. And finally, as I told you, our last objective, very similar to the colleagues of Biofair did with the rain shelters, is sustainable soil management able to cope, to buffer some of the impacts of climate change? Very briefly, we are working in a long-term experiment in Switzerland with different types of soil management, going from conventional to organic. What do we see? Obviously, biodiversity is different. After some years of working the land differently, soil biodiversity has changed. Again, I say soil biodiversity, this is prokaryotes. So I am simplifying the speech, right? But the impact of drought is seen in all of the different cases. It changes biodiversity. What is difficult to see in some of the cases is this, if this can really buffer climate change. Sometimes yes, sometimes not. Complicated to say. Again, complexity, sometimes controversial with results from the same colleagues from the same call. So it's not easy to say because experimental designs were different, but it's interesting that we are here to discuss all these things. And finally, the most important messages as an impact or for policymakers, we did a nice event 1 month ago in the Forum for the Future of Agriculture with policymakers at the European level, farmers, etc. And we were discussing all these things in collaboration with another Horizon project. We were discussing that, for example, we have new tools that we can use to predict what's going on, to understand what we need to protect and how. But then we understand also in the second thing that we need region-specific soil conservation policies and actions, because when we speak about climate change, when we speak about biodiversity, everything, it's global, but everything is very regional, very local. And the same policy, maybe it's not useful for the north of Europe or compared with the Mediterranean, for example, okay? And then we understand that low emission scenarios consistently preserve ecosystem functions coming from biodiversity. So investments in soil health today can build resilience for tomorrow. And this is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Salvador. Right. And next we've got BiodivClim, adapting plant genetic diversity to climate change along a continental latitudinal gradient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're not sleepy, are you? I did see some yawns. If you want to become a little bit alert, feel free to stretch a little bit like this. Very good. Okay, so I will present some selected results from the BiodivClim project, which is a project that involves 4 different partners: the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences in Sweden, obviously led by me, Ghent University, a team there led by Dries Bonte, a professor in ecology, Professor Timo Hyttinen at the University of Helsinki. He's a plant geneticist. And finally, a team in Malaga led by Professor Sonja Osorio, and she is a specialist in plant metabolites. And so let's see if I can use this one, the green one, the big one. Perfect. Thank you very much. So the aim of this project was to investigate how climate change affects the evolution of plants, more specifically wild strawberry across Europe, which is a crop wild relatives. It's possible to use genes and traits from the wild strawberry to breed the domesticated garden strawberry as well. So I think plant breeding is probably the most obvious, wild genes for breeding is probably the most obvious nature-based solution that we have been able to deliver. Knowledge gap: how will climate change affect expression and evolution of traits? Is it, are the plants locally adapted, or are traits plastic? And we have, similar to the ACORN project presented by Simon recently, we collected strawberry plants, wild strawberry plants from wild populations across Europe. About 200 plant genotypes were collected. These plants were sequenced, and they were also screened for plant traits that are useful from a production perspective. For example, resistance to insects, for example, flower phenology, metabolites, and so on. And then we moved these plants around again, similar to ACORN project, so that we had 5 common gardens across a latitudinal gradient across Europe. So we had one common garden in the north, in northern Finland, one in southern Sweden, one in Belgium, and then in Spain as well, to see if the plants that we had collected from across Europe are locally adapted or not, and if they would be pre-adapted in some cases to future climate as well. And this is how the common gardens looked like. We had here all the genotypes in 2 different treatments, either ambient rainfall, or in one treatment in each place you also filtered away 50% of the rain to simulate decreased precipitation in the future. And these are just some of the results on variation in plant traits that we looked at. So for example, here we have a couple of metabolites that are important for plant resistance to insects. We see that the expression of these traits increased with the latitude of origin, so that plants growing at higher latitudes, they produce more succinic acid, while the opposite is true for citric acid. Also, the plant size showed the latitudinal gradient. The other plant traits that we studied also showed different geographic patterns, not always following a latitudinal gradient. We could see when we move these plants around that clear signs of local adaptation, especially so for plant genotypes growing in the north and south. So plants that were originally collected from the north, they had higher fitness than the other plant genotypes when they were also growing in the north, while southern genotypes, they thrived more in the south, of course. While plants collected from more central locations, they did not really show any signs of local adaptation, not as strong anyway. Plant phenology, a very important trait. When moving these plants around, we could clearly see that northern plant genotypes had a quite plastic flower phenology, so they were able to also adjust their flowering time when we moved them to the south, while the opposite was not true. When we moved southern plant genotypes to the north, then these southern plant genotypes were not able to adjust their flowering phenology, and thus they could not complete successful flowering and reproduction up there in the north. And we were also able to identify QTLs and candidate genes for flowering phenology, as well as for some of these other traits that we looked at. So just a very short scientific conclusions. The plants show great trait diversity across Europe, in some cases due to local adaptation. This is a fantastic resource actually for plant breeders to utilize wild traits that have already been selected, undergone natural selection to specific habitats and specific climates. So utilizing this and having knowledge about this genetic variation in valuable traits is very important. Because some of these traits can help domesticated crops to cope with environmental change. Policy and societal impacts, well, I'll skip the first one. I just think I said the second one. Wild strawberry populations are gold mines for crop breeders to improve crop resilience to climate change. And I think one thing that is very important when it comes to conservation, it is important to conserve valuable genetic material in very common plant species. Wild strawberry is a super common plant all across Europe. If you take a walk around Brussels, you will probably find many strawberries. But not all strawberry populations have valuable genetic material. So it's important to find conservation policies also for genetic variants with useful traits. I'll stop it here, I think, and then just thank the funders as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And so then last and but not least, we've got the video recording of Range X, mechanisms underlying the success and impacts on biodiversity and ecosystem functioning of range expanding species under climate change. And that will hopefully be presented by Paul.
In Range X, we focused on why and how plant species expand their ranges in mountains and what these shifts mean for biodiversity, ecosystem functioning, and policy. Climate change is causing species to expand their ranges to higher elevation, which is having impacts on biodiversity and ecosystem functioning that are not well understood. This includes both native and non-native species that are becoming increasingly common in mountains. But we also see huge variation as well as lags in the rate of range expansion. And this means that plant communities aren't changing as fast as we would expect, with implications for the services provided in mountain ecosystems and for biodiversity, with many species being potential losers if they can't track climate fast enough, and some potential winners of climate change. Therefore, to understand and predict the rates and impacts of range expansion, we need to better understand the mechanisms underlying variation in range shifts. In Range X, we thought to unravel these processes underlying range shifts, gain insights in the impacts of range shifting species on biodiversity and ecosystem functioning, and make advances in predicting the winners and losers. And we hope to share knowledge and experience across regions from a range of stakeholders to confront the challenges and opportunities of range expansions. To understand processes underlying variation and lag in range shifts, we set up replicated experiments in 4 countries. Here, lowland focal plants were transplanted into higher elevation sites that are above their current elevation limit, allowing us to study the mechanisms that explain why these species are not already present at high elevation today. We planted them into native vegetation to test for dispersal limitation and into bare soil to test for establishment limitation due to competition. We also control for possible climate limitation by passively warming plots with open-top chambers, and then we measured growth, survival, and reproduction of these plants over multiple years. For this talk, I will focus on the results from Switzerland. All focal lowland species could establish under current high elevation climate. Half of focal species could establish with current vegetation, indicating that they are absent from these sites due to dispersal limitation. The other half could not establish, indicating resistance from the resident competitors. This indicates that even in mountains where dispersal distances are very small, many species are dispersal limited. It also indicates that even if climate is suitable and dispersal isn't limited, alpine communities can be quite resistant to novel species establishment. We use these experiments also to study more detailed interactions between range expanding species and the ecosystems at higher elevation. For example, we used camera traps to monitor plant-animal interactions, which uncovered previously unobserved interactions between plants and certain pollinators. And we also developed new illuminated chambers to measure greenhouse gas fluxes under challenging mountain field conditions. In addition to the experiments, we work with large biodiversity data sets to study changes that are happening over time. The MERAN survey is a globally replicated and standardized survey of vegetation along road corridors in mountain regions. And here we showed significant and very rapid upward shift in species elevational limits across mountain regions worldwide, including both native and non-native species. And further analysis showed this trend contributes to biotic homogenization, particularly along road corridors, undermining the uniqueness of alpine plant communities. We still know little what impacts range expanding species are having or are perceived to be having on mountain ecosystems. And to address this, we conducted a global stakeholder survey of range expanding species on biodiversity and a range of ecosystem functions and services to people. While impacts were generally and strongly perceived as being negative, this was not always the case. We also organized stakeholder workshops in South Africa and Switzerland, and key messages were that policies and strategies are needed for transboundary protection and sustainable development of mountains in general, and for woody range-expanding species, specifically in countries like South Africa, where woody range-expanding species can severely impact water resources. And a need for research on impact was identified, moving towards risk assessment focusing on impact rather than the origin of species. RangeX's work in South Africa directly influenced national policy, including briefs to ministries and advocacy for a Southern African Mountie Treaty. The project also contributed to IPBES assessments on invasive alien species, and impact also extended to our teaching with the International Plant Functional Trade course taking place in South Africa in 2023. Finally, through the establishment of South Africa's first alpine research station, RangeX built lasting capacity for global change research. This one-time border post dating to 1917 is now Africa's highest research facility. I'd like to thank the whole RangeX team and our local partners, stakeholders and communities who provided access to the field site and shared their knowledge. And I will leave you here with these take-home messages. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to all the speakers for these fascinating presentations on your projects. So we go straight into the panel discussion. So if I could get all the speakers to come up and join me here. And you can decide whether you'd like to sit down or stand up like the previous group. So while you sort yourselves out, we saw a range of results this afternoon showing how climate change might affect biodiversity, and at the genetic and at the species level, and what the knock-on effects are for ecosystem functioning and service provision. And I guess a common theme throughout these presentations and these projects really has been that the species and the functional consequences very much depend on actually the local history, the local environmental history that the organisms have experienced. So going to our first question, I guess, in a multifunctional system and under climate change forcing, how do we manage resource use and nature contributions to people whilst maintaining biodiversity and our carbon commitments? So Pierre, would you like to kick off on that one? Thank you.
Works nice. Yeah, maybe I will reflect on a talk I gave last week for the Sustainable Wheat Initiative Europe. actually they face some instability in yield over the years. So climate change is happening now. And they wrote a manifesto with some claims, some goals to achieve for the farmers, which actually provide the European millers and bakers with grain, because 80% of their carbon footprint remains at the farm level. And yeah, the idea was actually to make it more sustainable, focusing on agroecological transition. And so they propose incentives actually for the farmers, and they try to quantify actually the ecosystem services that are provided by innovative farming practices. So there's a kind of, let's say, it's very practical. It's agro-system based, of course, my answer, but they try to rely on sustainable practices like reduction in tillage, like different ways of managing the carbon stocks in the soil, which means also during the transition phase a penalty in yields, but they try to compensate for it using incentives. Of course, for those industries like the bakery industry, more than 95% of the wheat is European sourced, which means that you can actually apply some rules for production that won't compete with, let's say, wheat grains coming from the USA or somewhere else. So yeah, typically we can actually try to go for more sustainability, and it's even driven by the banks actually, because you know, they provide money for the farmers, but if they are not refunded because the yield dropped, they also face problem. So it's a kind of co-construction with farmers, banks, and also the industry at the end using the agronomical outcomes.
Okay, thank you. Salvatore, do you want to build on that through your project?
No, I think the period is very positive, and I like that attitude. My answer to the question is I have absolutely no clue. Why? And I'm going to justify myself. I mean, multifunctional systems under climate change and the nature contributions to people and maintaining biodiversity and carbon commitments. It's going to work very differently from one side to another in Europe. It's not the same, the north of Spain than the south of Spain, than Poland and Belgium. The sustainable management practices that you can use to support all these are going to be different. The type of crop is going to include also there some complexity. So we can make some agreements and say that some of the practices can be used in some of the regions to protect some of the nature contributions to people that we consider that are very important. But the farmers also will take the risk, because maybe some of them will not work for their particular context. So yes and no at the same time. Can we do it? Yes. It's very obvious not. So we need more information. We need to play a little bit more and try and error. But with someone who the trial error means their economy, their familiar economy, well, we need to be careful with these things, right?
Okay, yeah. If we just go in a row, then yeah, I don't know. Like you say, I would also say it also depends on a local level to not make it too strict what we can do, but also for forests. So to maintain sustainable forest management, I would say, okay, we have different options that we can choose, like choosing tree species that can adapt, but also different silviculture management, and like what we presented with ACORN, just to increase the resilience based on the adaptation of the tree species. Because when we look future scenarios, so the worst thing that can happen is that forest ecosystem collapse. So that we more or less moving these, for instance, carbon commitments and so on, that we can keep a forest still a forest and the ecosystem. But I think we have to combine different ways and different management strategies. So.
Yeah, okay. Anna?
Yeah, if I think about the question from an Amazonian point of view, then the main problem there is that the forest management is not sustainable by any standards, because very much of the situations where people extract resources from the forest basically means converting the forest to something else. So a lot of it is converting forest to agriculture, and much of that agriculture is basically beef production. So I guess what we can do as kind of outsiders is basically to reduce beef consumption and try to find out some other ways for the people to earn a living instead. And the deforestation itself, when forests get converted to pasture or something, also soy production to feed the cows that actually are elsewhere in the world, the deforestation itself is already having an impact on the rainfall patterns. So it's quite clear that those areas that have been most deforested, they are getting drier. So we are already seeing kind of climate forcing that is not necessarily a result of the global climate change, but it's a result of the local conversion of forest to a non-forest environment, which means local drying. And that is already causing problems locally in that the rain is becoming more irregular, the floods are getting more severe, the droughts are getting more severe. And the last time when I was in the field, in this area where that hydroelectric dam was, there were several people, local farmers, who were saying that they were ready to start the next cultivating season. They do still slash and burn. That's basically the way how you kind of, you open the fields and burn it, and then you cultivate, and then you let it regenerate. So they had fields already ready to be cultivated, but they did not dare to set light to them because it was so dry. They were afraid that the fire would escape into the forest that normally don't burn, but when it's already dry, they do. So it's a very, very tricky problem, and honestly, I don't really know what we can do except try to reduce demand for those products that are causing most of the deforestation.
Goes back to it being a very complex problem as you're working across different systems as well. Johan, have you got anything to add to that?
Right, so I can try to answer this shortly from the perspective of crop wild relatives. So because these crop wild relatives, including wild strawberries, they often grow in forests. The forests are managed, but the crop wild relatives contain this very useful genetic biodiversity. Not all forests, not all plant populations contain this, but it's very important that the forest managers have information about whether a common crop wild relative growing in the forest contains a trait that is very, very useful for climate adaptation, for crop breeding. So that's a challenge, I think, that we are about to solve it, but it's not solved yet. We need to get this knowledge about this biodiversity to the forest managers so that they can manage something that doesn't seem very useful to them.
Yeah, okay. And so when we're talking about management, and we're all trying our best to manage the systems, how do we balance what, in terms of the impacts that climate change is having, with the more direct human impacts? So with direct human impacts, I mean things like habitat destruction. As Hannah was just pointing out, that there is that balance to be struck. How do we go about that? Hannah, do you want to start on that?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the balancing is quite a tricky thing. But the way, kind of, if we look at the actual impacts at the moment, the most severe impact is direct. So at least as far as we can see in Amazonia, the deforestation is the big problem. The mining is a big problem. And then the climate change impacts are coming on top of that. So both need to be somehow handled. And the climate change thing is, of course, something that is probably getting worse and worse and worse. but also the human direct impact is getting worse and worse and worse because there are more people, their standard of living is increasing. So we can't really kind of put those two as separate things because we really need to handle both because they are so much linked together.
Although I guess at a management level, and if you think about stakeholders, then things like directly affecting the system is going to be much easier, I guess, for them to understand and maybe actively do something about than climate change, which is something that basically we're all involved with globally. So I guess you're right. I guess the key is how do we get these two things across to the managers that we need to look locally, but also when we're thinking about management decisions, that we need to think about the future, because what works now might not work in 50 years' time because species have changed their trait expression and don't produce as much as they used to. Pierre?
Yeah, I will just relate about this question. Actually, in the project consortium, we experienced a kind of House of Commons situation for data set, actually, where we compare the organic rich field management with more conventional approaches. And when looking at the data, during the discussion of the data, we had to highlight, let's say, the key points of our findings. And actually, the main keyword that comes in mind is trade-off. Actually, we have to think globally, as you said, and it means that if you consider, for example, organic matter management, of course, if you have an improved soil health with more buffering capacity, you will also have more microbial biomass. You will also experience more respiration, more CO2 emission. And so it means that even if your soil health is improved, you can also experience some greenhouse gas impacts, emissions. So there's a kind of feedback loop, which is not always positive. And we have to think about the pros and cons of each practice and how it impacts human beings. Actually, when we submitted our project, we had a two-step, let's say, submission. We applied in 18 and in 19, and we were successful in 19. And the initial project was really focused on human health impact of biodiversity. We still kept those work packages for nutritional quality, for example. And definitely, even if we improve soil health, we can also show that there are still remaining impacts on the nutritional quality of the grain. So there's still not a good correlation between both. And it was already stated in meta-analysis in 21.
Yeah, following with what Pierre was saying and focusing again in agriculture, if we try to balance the impacts of climate change and direct human impacts, I think that the most easy example for everyone to understand is chemical fertilizers, chemical inputs, pesticides, because you have for example, in the Mediterranean, you see the impact of climate change on agriculture every year: drought, heat wave, less production, problems in there. But if you try to say we need to run away from chemical fertilizers and pesticides when we are struggling to produce, but we know that we need to run away from it because they are very intensive in the production of these chemical fertilizers produce a lot of emissions, and pesticides will produce pollution. So we understand that we need to run away from there. But if I link this with the third one, is how I connect this with the stakeholders and policymakers. It's complicated because the stakeholder, the farmer in this case, will receive the news as, I need to give away these things when I am really struggling to produce. And then you will have protests in Brussels with a lot of tractors coming here, right? We have seen this, all of us. So how to sell this message is difficult. With policymakers, it's a little bit different because they are being pressured by some of the farmers. They receive our information, they receive the information from society. And for example, with the pesticides, we have seen in the Green Deal that they said, okay, moratorium, 5 years, that what I promised in the Green Deal, we are not doing because I'm having this protesting here. It's not easy. It's not easy to combine all this. But I think that we are trying to cope with all of the impacts at the same time, but at the socioeconomical level, it's not always easy to relate it to the environmental case, right? You see the environmental case very easily, but then what the socioeconomics is telling you, it's another story.
Yeah, okay. Simon, Johan, does one of you want to add to that previous question or?
I can move on to the next one. Yeah.
Okay, go.
If you're fine with that.
Yes,
yeah.
That's absolutely fine. Yes, go for it. So, so I guess moving on then, what do your results mean for policymakers and stakeholders? I mean, the results were very different between all the different projects, and so when you did speak about your results and what you found and what maybe some of the next steps would be, how did you do that and what does it mean?
Right, so I can start. Well, when it comes to conservation policies, almost all conservation policies and conservation strategies are based on conserving valuable habitats and valuable species that are threatened in some way. I think what our project is highlighting is that that's not the only important level of biodiversity, but policymakers really need to take trait diversity and genetic diversity into consideration as well, in order to be able to protect valuable traits, which may only be found in a certain spot, although the species is widely distributed. So that's something that I think can be important.
It's the outliers that are going to be important in the future, basically. Yeah, Hannah.
Yeah, well, I guess from our side, the most important thing is the one that I already mentioned about these fluvial impacts. So if you build dams or do anything else that changes the flood cycle in the rivers, it will have very big impacts on the local inhabitants and also the livelihoods. Because in our case, for example, the fish catch just collapsed in that area. It used to be a very, very important income, but it's not anymore. And the other thing would be the regional differences. Across Amazonia, that the impacts are different in different places. So you need to know the local conditions and pay attention to if the intention is to protect the diversity that exists, then that has to be done region by region.
So you need a really good local understanding, local monitoring.
Yes, you need understanding of how the biodiversity is distributed and the distribution patterns of species and so on in order to know what is a representative set of ecosystems and habitats to protect.
Okay. Simon?
Yeah, for us in the project, it was a little bit by thinking about seed sourcing, which seed sources might be the most adequate for future prediction. So we also looked specifically at the policymaker level, where we saw how do these current regulations that we have cope with these ideas that we have in science. So when we, for instance, want to move seed lots over borders, is this actually working on a legal level, which is sometimes not the case. And then you have also these different levels where you have, in some countries, you have recommendation which plants you can use or should use. In others, you don't have these. And also these systems are not aligned together. So this is something what we thought that this is actually not there at the moment. And we also don't know how this is going in the future. So to link it also with the last thing, what is the research gap also, because it was also, we always had this in mind, this gap. So, okay, we produce all these papers and our results, but sometimes it's even the recommendation that we give, it's actually not working. And we have to stimulate, I think, this process and really put people together and discuss this, whether with the policymaker, but also with the people who own the forest, which is also a big thing. So, which is also the second question. So how do we balance impacts of climate change and direct human impact? So it's all the forests in Europe so have a high tradition by human impact, so it's really hard to exclude them from each other. So, and also the owner structure, so they have to be involved and informed and to discuss what we can do, and even on a small scale sometimes.
Okay. Would either of you like to?
Oh, yeah.
Pierre? Yeah.
Yeah, for that, maybe I will recall one of my French colleagues' publication from 2020 when they plotted actually the yield, the wheat yield over the years, over the last 100 years, and we reached a plateau in the mid-90s. And the explanation they provided at that time was that actually the positive trend induced by breeding was compensated by both climate change, but also the shift of practices towards more sustainable ones, which also means that actually, at least during the transition phase, we will experience yield penalty, and this should be compensated in one way or another. Of course, we can shift from looking at the agronomical yield towards the economical yield, because if you use cheaper fertilizers, for example, or cheaper practices, your income will increase. But still, it's an integrated approach, which means also that just providing advice, okay, you change one factor towards a more sustainable one without looking at the other factors like the variety, for example, is a nonsense, a complete nonsense. You will always observe penalties in that situation if you do not aim for integrated approaches. So complexity is there too, of course, which makes the decision-making process complicated. But on the other hand, understanding this key point will also help change mind and also move towards more sustainability. But of course, we have to quantify the ecosystem services that are provisioned by those changes, and maybe also pay for it, actually.
Salvatore, have you got any?
Yeah, I totally agree with Pierre, and building on a little bit on what he was saying. I mean, in terms of research gap, I think that we need to, or we should, or we can increase our knowledge in the way that we can tell stakeholders and policymakers what works where.
Yeah.
If I want to increase sustainability in this region, what practices, as Pierre was saying, which ones work? And if I include another one, because when you are using no-tilling, this means that you are going to use another farming practice for another thing. So it's very difficult to disentangle the impacts of just one farming practices, because the farmer is going to use an integrated strategy. So we need to understand what's going on in there, so we can understand which of all these complexity of farming practice work better to maintain sustainability, to maintain income. And I think that the research in the coming years can go in this direction. Also to be useful for the policymakers in terms of, for example, they were with the soil monitoring law, right? We were, this last year, soil scientists were all very worried about the soil monitoring law and trying to give and receive feedback from the Commission on what's going on. So they were very worried about the indicators, for example. Which indicators can I use to say that this soil is healthy, or that this soil biodiversity is well conserved? Well, as the colleagues were saying in the first discussion, in the first panel, this created chaos in our community, because it's how can you explain all this complexity with 3 indicators? It is not possible. So we try to reach this compromise about, well, finding some indicators that can be useful for the policymakers, understanding that these indicators never will explain the whole complexity of the ecosystem, right? But, well,
but it's a start.
It's a start.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to add something we discussed before in the group before about which language we are talking, or stakeholder communication. And it was just one side from our workshop. So we also did a survey, of course, and we asked forest managers and also different stakeholders what they think might be the best solution or strategy for future adaptive forest management. And it was that 80 or 90% said using adaptive provenances is a good chance. So, and provenance research has a long tradition in forestry, so all the stakeholders actually know this principle. But when we ask them, what do you think about assisted gene flow, which is actually somehow a related concept, it was only 20% who said that is a good idea. So this was also something to link with the clear communication and what do we mean by that. So
Interesting. I actually have loads of questions, but Lisa, can we go to the last one really, really quickly? Yeah, there is a question there. If you can just say who you are and then, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, my name is Oliver Dilly. I come from the DLR funding agency in Germany. I have actually have two questions. One's to the proveniences, what you just mentioned. So did you find some, let's say, good examples which would help to transfer from one spot to the other? Did you go to this step? Actually, you identified now the proveniences, but you did not make particular, let's say, recommendation how far you would go to bring, let's say, seeds from pubescens from Turkey to Germany, or from south of Germany to Sweden. So this type of ideas, because that's a thing what is discussed quite regularly in Germany. And the second question was for the first talk on the, no, this was the first talk from the Lucas Salvador. This was, he says that you also have, let's say, the more general aspects on how far the agroclimatic zones move further north or whatever, or did you link this to the Köppen climate? So how many kilometers do you refer to in this case? In more, very, very rough, of course, I know.
Yeah, first to me. So this work is ongoing, and like I said in the beginning, so it's to more or less inform guidelines. So of course it's not that easy. The idea behind ACORN is also to actually not only have these large-scale transfers, like said, okay, we just go far to the south and then over many kilometers, but also to see if we have local adaptive pattern, because this would mean actually that we can also stay somehow in the region and we don't have a mixture of the normal distributed genetic diversity there. But we are not there yet, so hopefully this year. So we are highly working on it. There are also a study by, for instance, Sally Aiken, who published many papers on that, to actually see that actually when you stay in a species or in genetic clusters, that you can detect actually there is no negative impact on this. So, but yeah, it's also part of the ACORN to go more local to see that.
About the Lucas data set, we were using the Lucas for soil biodiversity, not for the climate projections. These are two separate things. And yeah, exactly. It depends on the size of the pixel, but in the projections it was kind of small. We are speaking about kilometers. Where less. I mean, what do you mean? The specificity or the? Oof, I would need to check the maps, but you mean how far north we are moving? It depends on the year that you are projecting. It depends on the scenario, but I mean, it will depend a little bit. It depends on how you are projecting the data. Yeah. And then no, but it's nice because the comparative is difficult because we are using this climatic projection, and then we only have some points of biodiversity, and this is one of the things that we can solve also in the future. We need more information because, well, the climate in Europe is very big, and then you have 200 samples, so we need more sampling.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes, hello, this is Estrella Fernández from AI. From the funder's perspective, I'd like to ask you, I foresee that you're going to say yes, But still, because this is all very scientific science around, and nothing has been said about the implementation of the projects. If you experience some problems because of more than from the COVID, but because it is not easy to work with partners from many other countries. And my question is, are you satisfied with the with these kinds of projects, coordinated projects between different countries, very different countries? If your results would have been achieved at the only working at the national level? That's my question.
Okay, maybe I will give a short answer. First of all, I think it's a right balance between administration task and efficiency. So it's the right calibration, I think, compared to Horizon projects regarding coordination. I think that the COVID clearly impaired our ability to synchronize with other projects, like the microservices project for dissemination events, because we were shifted a little bit depending on how when you hired people, if you asked for extensions, which were also different in length. So we planned to add a shared stakeholder event, but we failed to do so due to those shifts in timing, definitely. So it wasn't a lack of collaboration, definitely. We invited a microservices representative and actually Mr. Fox come from your consortium. So definitely this was the major drawback, but for the rest it was quite okay. Regarding co-construction, maybe it's also important to state that working with stakeholder was quite new to us, but at the end it's revealed to be really, really relevant to co-construct. Actually, the Ecotron experiment design we presented was actually co-constructed regarding the key practices to implement in the Ecotron with our stakeholders. We connected to farmer networks actually to identify the plots where they had the same soil but with different management practices. We sampled together with them. So definitely there was this connection and it increased over time. But also over 3 years, I think that the maturity of the question increased also. We are definitely in a transition phase, and that's also why we have some conflicts, let's say, of opinion, because people are from one team or another, and we try to converge towards a solution. It's not that easy, but it's really a passionate debate.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I thought that this was well, there's good sides and bad sides. Maybe the kind of complicated side was that since every partner had to apply for their own funding, we had to actually apply for the same money for 3 times, because there was the pre-proposal and then the actual proposal, and then everybody still had to submit the proposal to their national agencies. So that was a bit of a complication, especially since the national agencies had very different speeds. So we had a half a year difference between the first decision and the last decision from the first one. So in the first half year of the project, it was kind of, okay, we hope the last partner is also getting their funding. But then what I thought was a really, really big benefit is that we could have a consortium with Brazilian collaborators and they could get their own money, because it's really hard to get that kind of funding in Europe, where you could actually, I mean, it would have been a project where we would be the coordinators and then we would manage all the money and we would need to distribute it and make sure that the other counterparts do their part. And that's a lot of bureaucratic work. But when you have a consortium where every partner is kind of responsible to their own funding agency on their own money, that makes the overall bureaucracy a lot less. So that's something that I really liked about this format.
I can just underline what Pierre already said, that the size of these Biodiversa projects are perfect, I think. It makes perfect sense from a European perspective as well. It's much more efficient, much more cost efficient than these big Horizon projects, which I think if you look at it, you can probably do some calculations, but I would really guess that you get many more papers out per euro in these Biodiversa projects than in Horizon. That said, you also asked about challenges, and of course, COVID was a huge challenge. Our project was indeed quite delayed because it was difficult to travel around in Europe with plants and experimental building up experiments all across Europe. So it's been very challenging, very rewarding. Yeah, I really like Biodiversa.
Fantastic.
Yeah, for me, positive things. Definitely, we're looking on extras, not the typical sites for each tree species. So it was really good to have stakeholders in each country, like forest authorities who really know these spots, because this would only be possible for Germany or Austria for me to identify them, and then also to get there and sample. And then also what's discussed later on. So on the one hand, this international approach wouldn't have been possible on a national project. And also then later on, now with discussing and communicating the results, is also these trusts, what we discussed before, that when you have local groups in the country, so they know the people and they know the right stakeholders and they already have these trusted relationship with these people. And it's not me coming to a different country, nobody saws me and I'm the crazy scientist who tells them now how to transfer their seeds, for instance. So.
Yeah, well, I agree almost with everything the colleagues have said. Is if I have to choose something positive from the Biodiversa funding scheme, is like compared to Horizon, for example, it's the big one that we all know from the European Commission, is that I feel that you have more freedom of creativity when you are writing the proposal. So the topic is not that narrow. And you have like and you compete with projects that are not answering the same topic in the same way. There is people studying marine environments. We are doing soil biodiversity. People studying birds in forest or not. So the scope is different, and I think it's cool. This mixture is cool. I like both, but I like to well, combine it a little bit in my research, if I can, and I am lucky enough to get the funding, right? But I think that the two schemes are very complementary, and I like that.
Okay, fantastic. Does that answer your question quite comprehensively? Fantastic. Right. So because we're running over time, we'll leave it there. But 6 fantastic projects, read some fantastic ideas, fantastic outcomes. So if we can just give a round of applause to these 6 projects. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're well awake. My name is Paula Lepori. I'm a senior expert for biodiversity and nature-based solutions at ICLE Europe. I used to work for the European Commission up until last December, and my former boss is sitting there. No pressure. Hi, Gilles. And yes, today we're going to hear from some projects that have used nature-based solutions during their life cycle. But I'm going to start with presenting JUSTNature, which we mentioned yesterday. JUSTNature is a Horizon Europe coordination and support action. So it's an EU-funded project, and its main goal is to bridge science, policy, and practice. And in order to do that and to accelerate the upscaling of nature-based solutions, JUSTNature does a bunch of things. It supports policy making through integration and mobilization of NBS knowledge, broadens, guides, and engages the NBS community, builds capacities and skills of public authorities, NBS investors, and society. And it has several target audiences. It's actually very ambitious in terms of how many target audiences we look at. We have local and subnational governments and their public authorities. We have NBS investors and entrepreneurs. We have subnational, national, and EU policymakers, and also educators, education institutions, and students. Now, we work around 6 policy themes: biodiversity enhancement and ecosystem restoration, climate change adaptation and mitigation, zero pollution, sustainable food systems, sustainable urban and regional transformation, and sustainable finance. I'm going through the slides very quickly because I only have 5 minutes to present NaturNature. Now, one of our main goals is to support and expand the NBS community. This is the latest version of the so-called NBS fact sheet, where we list all the projects funded by the EU and focusing on nature-based solutions, but it was basically outdated the moment it came out because we keep adding projects to the list. And right now we have, I think, 90 plus projects, a huge investment. I think we're talking about at least 800 million. And it involves a lot of partners. As you can see, 1,500 partners in about 80 countries. And we support this community also through the NBS hubs that we also mentioned yesterday. We have a few across Europe. I must say, not without pride, because I'm Italian, that one of the most active is the NBS Italy hub. But as you can see, we span really across Europe. And actually, France is great there, but we are in the process of setting up one there as well. And then we have the NBS task forces, and some of you, I believe, are also part of those task forces or have been in the past. And they are the way in which we offer these projects that I've mentioned the opportunity to collaborate across themes of common interest. So we have, for example, a task force on data and knowledge, one on integrated assessment frameworks, on finance and business, which is extremely important, on communication, on education, and also on co-governance. Now, this is actually the product of Biodiversa Plus, because Biodiversa Plus is part of NaturNature, and this is the European roadmap for R&I on NBS. I will not dwell on it. My last slide presenting NaturNature is actually an invitation to participate to the annual event, which is on September 16th. The title of this year's event is Choose Nature, and we're looking at unlocking pathways to a resilient economy for people and the planet. Why? Because we know that the new top priority at EU level is competitiveness, so we want to show that investing in nature, working with nature, protecting nature actually is fundamental to foster competitiveness. And now we have the project presentations, and the first one is Mix for Change. Johannes is presenting this one. Welcome.
So I'm Johannes Guillemot. I work at CIRAD in France, and I acted as the coordinator of the Mix for Change project. It gathered 14 universities and research institutes from 8 countries, 6 European countries, Brazil, and Canada, which was self-funded in this call. And our topic was to study mixed forest plantation, so plantations where tree species are mixed, as nature-based solution for climate change mitigation and adaptation. So the project, there is a small, there is something lacking here, but it's okay. The project has been developed by the Tree DiveNet network. It is a global network of tree diversity experiments. So those are experimental planted forests where tree diversity can be actually tested. So this is an example of the Orphée experiment in Bordeaux, France, where you can see that we have several blocks and plots with monocultures and different mixtures with 2, 3, 4, 5 species mixtures. And by comparing mixture and monoculture, we're able to test the effect of diversity on forest functioning and evaluate why and how it is important for resilience and carbon sequestration. So we based our analysis on this network, and we evaluated the effect of species richness, so the number of species, but also the role of the species in the ecosystem, so the functional diversity, which we measure with functional traits. And last, we also evaluated the effect of composition on forest functioning. So composition is the identity of the species in the mixture. This is because managers, they usually do not manage functional traits. They manage species. So we also wanted to know exactly what composition perform best in the different contexts to be able to transfer this knowledge easily to society. So our main hypothesis, the main motivation for the project was that what we already knew at the beginning of the project is that tree diversity can be beneficial for resilience and productivity in forest. And yet, almost 90% of all planted forests in the world are monoculture. So this is a challenge for us. And our main hypothesis regarding this was that one, there may be a lack of empirical knowledge on what composition to use in the different contexts, so a lack of data, of knowledge. And the second hypothesis was that maybe we are not aware of the technical barriers that stakeholders face when they want to adopt mixed plantation. So we used the tree dynamic network to conduct synthesis on whether and how tree diversity can be a relevant nature-based solution to fight the cause of climate change through carbon sequestration in trees and soil, but also the consequences of climate change via increased resilience of climate change. And today I will present resilience to drought, specifically water stress. So our main results are that diversity in resource use strategy, so functional diversity, promotes productivity in young planted tree species mixture almost everywhere. This effect on average is beneficial in most cases. And this is because acquisitive species in the mixture have greater productivity, whereas conservative species exhibit neutral to slightly negative response to species mixing, but still the outcome at the stand level is positive. An important result was that this diversity effect is mediated by changes in functional traits and LAI. LAI is the amount of leaf in the forest. So it means that functional trait from global database, for example, may be not enough to understand or predict the outcome of mixture, because those functional traits are actually affected themselves by tree diversity. So this wasn't so, it's not a very good news in terms of the practical application we can conduct with this database, but it was an important result. And also what I wanted to emphasize is that it's not only about trees, as of course trees store carbon in their biomass, but we also saw that tree species diversity increases the carbon storage in the topsoil across Europe, influenced both directly and indirectly by fungal diversity and environmental factors. Regarding resilience to drought, and we've been lucky in brackets, to conduct field work during the extreme drought of 2022 in Western Europe. And what we saw is that during this extreme drought, sentinel drought, what is primarily important is the identity of the species, not so much the mixture. The trait of the species themselves remain the most important factor. So choice of the species you plant or you favor in a forest remain very important. And forest diversification should be considered jointly with management strategists focused on favoring drought-tolerant species. And yet, we find that at all the sites we studied, at least one composition showed a very important and substantial diversity effect, which could be negative or positive. And this resulted from complementarity effects that depended on the functional identity of the species mixed, where drought-sensitive species tend to experience less drought stress when mixed with drought-tolerant ones. And another important result is that it's not only about functional traits, because the structure of the stand, the size distribution of the trees within the stand, is a very important driver of the drought resilience of a forest. The microclimate effect, where a species is beneath another one during stand development, is crucial for its drought resistance. And this is not something we predict with functional traits. Regarding the barriers and motivation of stakeholders, we conducted surveys, like semi-structured interviews in 4 countries where forest sector is very strong, but very contrasting, Brazil, Sweden, France, and Portugal. And we found that resilience too, so here on your left, you have the motivation, and on the right, the barriers that stakeholders reported. Resilience to climate change is one major motivation for the adoption of mixed plantation in all studied countries. So the key here is adaptation. It's not so much mitigation. People want to adapt and diversify their stance because they know that they may be more resilient to the disturbance associated with climate change. Another very important motivation was biodiversity conservation. And the main barriers were the complexity of the management. One very important factor is the complexity brought by the different growth rates of the different species within the stand. So different rotation cycle length, different harvest treatment, etc., and so on. The more expensive implementation and the ungulated herbivory in the case when the diversification implied the introduction of broadleaf species within conifer stands. Then the ungulated herbivory can be a problem. And we then identified, based on those interviews, some pathway toward the adoption of mixed plantation adapted to the different stakeholders, from planting in patches to enrichment planting, and also economic incentive through carbon credits or payment for environmental services, depending on the size and the type of the stakeholder structure. We communicated these results, of course, via workshop, but also via manuals, technical manuals, or manuals directed towards decision makers. And one important milestone we had was the organization at the FAO, and together with the FAO in Roma, the organization of a workshop on management of mixed plantation, which resulted in a technical manual here in the Una Silva FAO publication on good example and technical guidelines for the conduction of mixed plantation worldwide. And with this, I want to thank you for your attention and also thank the national agencies, of course, for having funded our projects, but also because at the beginning of the project, we had some technical problem. We wanted to save money collectively to FAO and transfer money, but it was complicated. You see what I mean? And then we always found open doors and constructive discussion to solve this problem. So thanks also for that.
Thank you very much. So we have Restore with Ali.
Hello, good morning. I am Ale Caixeta de Oliveira from the State University of Londrina in Brazil, and I will show you a brief summary of the results of the Restore project, nature-based solutions for improved reforestation that join different partners in Brazil, also in Germany and in France. So in this project, we focus on 3 different forest types in the Brazil Atlantic forest, in Germany in the Mexican temperate forest, and in the France in the Mediterranean oak forest. And we aim to evaluate the effects of drought stress on the plants and also on the microbiome, on the soil microbiota. For this, one of the first focus of the project was to evaluate the microbiome of the root-associated microbiome in these 3 different ecosystems. Okay, so we evaluate the roots, the root adhering soil, the soil, and the microaggregates. In France and in Germany, there were specific facilities that simulated drought conditions. In Brazil, it was not possible, so we could not have a specific experimental design for evaluating drought, but we also had some interesting results there. So just to simplify, we use microbiome. We integrated the data from microbiome structure and function, evaluating not only the resident communities. In France, we also evaluate the activity communities RNA, and we evaluate the microbial diversity and composition in the different scenarios. And we could observe, for example, in Brazil, that the microbiome diversity was driving mainly by the 3 species diversity. So there was the 3 species diversity that are influenced in the soil microbial diversity. In Germany, we could observe a high microbial diversity in the rhizosphere and a lot of plant growth promoting and stress tolerance traits. And in France, it was interesting to observe that roots buffered the drought, so that the root microbiome was less affected by drought stress compared to the rhizosphere microbiome. So the rhizosphere microbiome showed more dynamic response to drought, so suggesting that the roots are reservoirs, and the rhizosphere are more adaptive roots to drought resilience. And all these microbiome data were important for the other objective of the project, that was the prospection. So the idea was to explore this plant and this root and microbial interactions to prospect promising inoculants, microbes for the seedling production. So we also did all this prospection of microorganisms, both fungi and bacteria, in this different forest type, and we could obtain almost 3,000 different bacteria, and we used the microbiome data to guide the selection of the strains. And also we did a functional analysis of these strains prospected regarding tolerance to abiotic stresses, nutrient solubilization, plant growth promoting, exopolysaccharide production, biofilm, and so on. And then we did out some in vitro assays to try to narrow these strains and select the most promising ones for the pots, greenhouse, and field studies. In parallel, in addition to this work more focused on the microorganisms, we also did some experiments screening the responses of 3 seedlings from almost 43 species to drought. So we use different drought imposing protocols, since like some in vitro, other in vivo protocols, or in the greenhouse protocols, and evaluating different morphophysiological traits to understand the variety of the response of different species to drought. And also we test different nature-based solutions to improve the drought resistance of the 3 seedlings. So we use the inoculation of the different strains of bacteria and fungi. For example, so we have associative bacteria, so the bacillus, or we obtain different bacillus strains that improve the tree growth, the seedling growth. Also Parabucoderia here in Germany. Also some fungi like the trichoderma, some trichoderma strains that could improve the drought resistance of 3 seedlings. Another strategy also was the use of nature-based materials to improve the drought response. We use different types of polymeric nanoparticles, for example, the alginate and chitosan nanoparticles loaded with gibberellic acid that was applied through seed priming and could improve the germination of the seeds and also the drought response of the seedlings in the long term. We also use ABA, abscisic acid-loaded zein and lignin nanoparticles, also to induce drought resistance. And we also focus on nitroxide releasing chitosan nanoparticles. In this case, so the nitroxide, the NO, is an important signaling molecule in plants in the response to abiotic stress. And we observe that the treatment with NO improved many root traits, so like the formation of root hairs, the formation of lateral roots that could improve the interaction between the roots and the microorganisms, and thus improve the drought resistance, also the root water absorption, and so on. So the application of this no-release chitosan nanoparticle could improve the drought resistance in different tree species. And we also use other types of materials, in this case, composite materials that were, this is an example of composite foams that were produced from agricultural wastes. For example, oak from like sugarcane bagasse, orange peels, and so on. So from agricultural wastes, we could make these composite foams that, in addition to to provide nutrients to the plants, we could use it as a carrier systems for the bacteria. So you can observe here that in this case, a non-inoculated control and the foam carrying the bacillus, we could improve the growth of the seedling. Also, we did some with the NO releasing chitosan nanoparticles. We did some field trials that we could observe in the field the effectiveness of this technology improve the CO2 assimilation by the seedlings in a cost-effective way. So we did also a cost analysis. Regarding the policy and social impacts, we involved different stakeholders, mainly restoration practitioners in the different countries. Specifically in Brazil, we did a mapping of the priority stakeholders in the Paraná state. We also did a survey there to evaluate the acceptance of the stakeholders about the nature-based solutions and the needs and challenges faced by them. And also we did some workshops and experiments with stakeholders. Now in the end of June, we have in Brazil a stakeholder workshop to show them the different nature-based solutions that were evaluated, that were developed in the project. Also, we did different dissemination activities in scientific events, with schools, in different scenarios, also the website and social media and so on. And also, especially in the Paraná state, in Brazil, it was possible this Restore project was created, from the Restore project, it was created a research network called NAPI, New Arrangements in Research and Innovation, where we could create a research network focused not only restoration, but in other themes related to biodiversity. Okay, so the acknowledgements for all the funding organizations, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So I guess we have A6 now with Ian.
I will thank you for invitation, and I will present the brief results from the project A6, which was led by David Renault from University of Rennes, and we were about 12 institutions. Yeah, and this project was focused on areas in mountains, in poles, in very cold environments, because these environments are threatened by the climate change and by the invasive species. So we studied the altitudinal shifts within mountain and alpine ecosystems, especially in the cold environments. And we focused on plants and invertebrates. Yeah. And we studied the effects of changing temperature. Oops, it's, yeah, no, oops, temperature, some extreme thermal events on the phenology, physiology, morphometry, and reproductive success of the studied individuals. And we focused, as I said, on species physiology, species redistribution, and species interactions with the environment and within each of the studied groups, and also on the ecosystem functioning. And we provide a lot of tools for the nature conservation and applied side of the nature conservation. Yeah. We used different methods within the project. We had quite wide expertise in studying these topics. We combined the field research. We did species inventory, soil analysis, microclimate measurements. We involved the laboratory measurements in climate chambers where we use different temperatures, growth germination experiments, feeding experiments, and so on and so on. And we had also the data for the traffic or the change of the goods, because for invasive species, it's important pathway. Yeah. Here are some results. We focused, for example, on Kerguelen Island, Crozet Island in the south, and just we modeled, or we know that some species, some groups of species, for example, dipteras, are less tolerant to climatic changes, even they are quite well distributed in these islands and so on. We also built a quite wide network across the globe, which we call seed ASICs, and the people there collected data on plants, soil, and so on. And this network will continue we hope it will continue, and they will help us to collect some more data. Yeah. For example, here in Prince Edward Island, we collected species inventory on focused on alien species, and we were able to produce some framework synthesizing the invasion timeline with focus on species traits, the pathways of interaction, and so on. Yeah. I was not personally involved in this study, but again, we were able to do some inventories, some climate scenarios, how the species will spread, and so and establish in different islands. Here we did some invertebrate sampling in islands, and we cooperate with other projects like Cartoverge project. We mapped vegetation and we were able to give the results to the Nature Reserve Administration and to build some guidelines. Yeah. We were also able to provide some guidelines for the nature or for national park or nature reserve administrations. This is example from Czech Republic. We developed strategy for invasive species in a national park, and also we provided support and legislation for management of Lupinus polyphyllus in Šumava. Yeah. We developed a guide pratique, which was made for which was made from the species inventories in the islands. Yeah. And also these materials were used for designing some biodiversity monitoring programs, for example, here for Marion Island, and for the mouse eradication. Yeah. And I would like to thank all the partners and the grant agencies and also all the people who voluntarily helped to develop, for example, the previously mentioned the global network, which collected huge data set. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And now we have Matthias for Baltvib.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, okay, yeah. Our project, BaldWeb, focuses on just only one organism in the Baltic Sea. This is Vibrio vulnificus. And Vibrio vulnificus is a pathogenic bacterium which needs brackish conditions, and 2/3 of the Baltic Sea faces brackish conditions. So it's very prominent in estuaries and lagoons, and it needs higher temperatures, higher than 18 degrees in the water for a longer time to be able to grow. But when it grows, it can infect also humans by taking a bath, or also orally when you're eating oysters or something like that, which are not boiled. And it causes skin infections and sepsis. And it can lead to death within 1.5 days. So very, very fast. This is the most pathogenic bacterium we know, even more severe than the Black Death or cholera, the brother and well-known brother of Vibrio vulnificus. Oh, sorry, this was wrong. This bacterium and the infection rates of this bacterium in the Baltic Sea increase for several years already, because the water temperatures in the Baltic Sea increase also for a longer time, and it's one of the most or fastest warming sea in the world. And in 2018, for the first time ever, at least in our state, in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, our health ministry warned swimmers for the first time to take a bath as long as they are immune deficient. And this is a harm for our tourism area. Our state depends on tourism. And when Vibrio vulnificus infects somebody in the Baltic Sea, this is in the media right away as a shark attack. Everybody is getting aware that a bath in the Baltic Sea could be dangerous. So the idea of BaldWeb was to test and develop a nature-based solution approach to reduce the numbers of these pathogenic bacteria. Two possibilities we were aware of. The first one was a local one. So reducing nutrient inputs further. We are trying to do this. All the Baltic Sea states are trying to do this because vulnificus has an advantage when, for example, cyanobacterial dissolved organic matter is present, then it grows faster. And this was new. Some years ago, it was discovered that eelgrass meadows may reduce the number of pathogenic bacteria in the surrounding water. And this has been shown for the Western Baltic Sea too. 3 years ago, where within the seagrass fields, you can see this in greenish, the number of vulnificus was lower than outside. We tried to test these different approaches with a sampling campaign during Corona time. And please don't wonder here. So we took several samples from all of these different stations. You see there are no station, but this was the plan, because there the salinity and eutrophication status in the Baltic Sea is extremely similar. There was no need to take more samples there. So from Denmark to Estonia and Finland, we took samples, sediment and water samples inside and 15 and 100 meter outside of these eelgrass meadows, and tried to analyze everything we were able to do. We tried to determine the diversity of bacteria, archaea, higher organisms based on eDNA. Density of the eelgrass meadows was determined, sediment features, water features, DOC, and so on and so forth, and the numbers of these bacteria. This went into a machine learning approach to see what impacts the growth of Vulnificus. Two main results here. The first one is presented here. Here you can see the abundances of Vulnificus at station A, so inside the eelgrass meadow, 50 meters outside and 100 meters outside. Absolute and relative abundances, and you can see there's no difference at all. And this is also true for the bacteria in general. So eelgrass has no impact in the Baltic Sea on the bacterial community surrounding it. This is because eelgrass faces its physiological border in the Baltic Sea. It's brackish, and it's hard for eelgrass to grow there. But this was surprising. Here you can see in the x-axis the temperature and y-axis the number of Vulnificus, and the color codes indicates eutrophication state. And here it was not just an increase of the numbers with increasing temperatures, but here where it's getting red, the numbers were highest. So something impacted eutrophication, the numbers, eutrophication was important. And machine learning indicated that, ignore most of it, the most important factor determining Vulnificus was particulate organic nitrogen, particulate organic carbon, and two organisms, Cyanobium, which is a brackish cyanobacterium which needs eutrophic conditions, and a fungi degrading algae blooms. So Vulnificus obviously depended on algae blooms, which were decaying, not when they are active and growing. So they are involved in degrading algae blooms. And this means, in summary, that the reduction of eutrophication in the Baltic Sea is likely the best approach also to reduce the numbers of Vulnificus, because indirectly, by the reduction of algae blooms, also Vulnificus is reduced. The effectiveness of the local restoration or reach of seagrass was not shown, and this is a problem at the moment to convince stakeholders that in the Baltic Sea, eelgrass may not be so important for a lot of different things as they would expect it. It is important ecologically for sure, but under marine conditions, seagrass has a much more or higher impact than in the Baltic. So a regional reduction of eutrophication would have an effect. And this is something we are postulating at the moment, wherever we can do it. But we also developed a model. This was not a plan in this project, but based on the results we got, we did it. Models exist already to predict Vulnificus based on salinity and temperature. We integrated the algae blooms, so remote sensing is playing a role here for the Baltic Sea with our data, but also for all data we were able to get worldwide, also with regard to genetic data, the identification of Vulnificus based on DNA, improved our model and turned back to the Baltic Sea. And this is the new model we developed. And what you can see here for 2021 in August, here in red, there the environmental suitability for Vulnificus is good. And you can see the eastern part of the Baltic Sea is heavily impacted. This is in some way unknown because they never investigated it there. So our policy impact here The effectiveness of nature-based solutions is highly context-specific, and short-term solutions may be difficult to achieve. So we have to understand that long-term approaches should be created. And by this, I would like to thank our funding agencies. This project consisted of all Baltic Sea states, with the exception of Latvia and Russia, which was very helpful. And I really thank them because all of them opened their labs, even other labs in these different countries. And by this, despite of Corona, we were able to complete everything in time and got 6 publications out of it and follow-up projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now Benjamin.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Benjamin Dumont, professor in Jean Blou Agrobiotech, University of Liège here in Belgium. And I will present you today the NAPRDIV project, nature-based perennial grain cropping as a model to safeguard functional biodiversity towards future-proof agriculture. Long title, but short acronym. The coordination was ensured by Professor Frank Rasch, who unfortunately cannot attend today. This one. Here is an overview of the consortium with partners across almost all Europe: SLU, Belgium, France, Sweden, Belgium, France, Poland, Austria, Hungary, and Germany, of course. So, small picture is worth 1,000 words, apparently. I wanted to start with the logo of the project NAPRDIV to speak to you about perennial grain crop. Perennial grain crop are basically like annual crop. You will plant them in the field, you will allow them to grow, manage them, then you will harvest them. But contrarily to annual crop, it will regrow the next year. And then you will harvest it the second year, and guess what? The third year, it will regrow again and again. And you can cultivate it over multiple cropping seasons. And we believe that perennial crop has a great potential to diversify agroecosystem in Europe, because it's a way to bring back perenniality into cropland farms. Basically, when you have livestock farms, you already have perennial model with pasture, either permanent or temporary pasture. But when you are with a farm dedicated to pure crop, then this might be a good way to bring back perenniality. Because if you bring back perenniality, then you will allow your agroecosystem to progress in the climatic series, and this will enhance functionality, ecological function, and bring improve biodiversity. And this is what we wanted to focus about in the project. So we set up a multi-year pan-EU experimental network across Europe, mostly from north to south, with an important network coordinated by France. Few overview of the results. So this is a picture of intermediate wheat grass. Focus on the basis of the plant. So intermediate wheat grass is also known as Thinopyrum intermedium. And when you cultivate it under organic management practices, mostly in the US, then you also find it under the name of Kernza. What we observed from field experiment is that intermediate wheat growth is driven by a mostly resource conservative strategy. Of course, it will grow, it will produce grain, but there are trade-offs. We will produce much less yield than an annual crop because the plant invests in its perennial structure, mostly the stem basis, just a bit of the rhizome, but this is not even true for all perennial grain crop that we know. And it also invests a lot in root exudates to feed the microbiome within the soil. We made some attempt to extrapolate the result across all Europe based on process-based soil crop modeling. Unfortunately, formalization within soil crop model is not yet adapted to this plant because the sink forces are not well formalized. And so there is important progress to make to allow proper modeling of this crop. So still work in progress to do. Let's look now at some aspect of the biodiversity result. Some researcher in the consortium looked at the earthworm community. We found that under intermediate reed grass, there were much more rich and diversified earthworm community, and all ecological categories of earthworm were represented. We also look at nematodes, and so in the, here you have a picture showing you go from disturbed environment characterized under annual crop to perennial grain system, where you will find interesting food web structure that are indicated by the nematode analysis. And what is true for nematodes was also true for the root microbiome of intermediate reed grass. We found, when comparing again annual versus perennial crop, we found again a more stable and connected microbial structure, network structure, which was characterized by a higher diversity and a higher richness of the microbiome composition below perennial grain system. And there are emerging properties associated to this microbiome. With the microbiome you found under perennial grain crop, you will find microbiome associated to biological nitrification inhibitor. So you will have also a positive impact on lowering the emission of N2O emission, and you have a plant that will better use the resources that are in the system. And this is a plant that also needs less fertilization. So you are winning on both aspects at this point. An important aspect of the project was also to have stakeholders' involvement. So ISARA in France coordinated an important network of farmers. And yeah, they conducted survey, they work with them to help them manage properly the crop. And what we found was that farmers were really willing to make a change. They are done with conventional agriculture. They really want to play the part in finding solution, agronomic solution, but that will also be climatic solution for our future. Yet there are still ways to improve the management of the crop, and so we worked in synergies through co-creation aspect workshop with farmers to find new way to deal with the crop. Of course, as I say, it regrows, but you still need to manage them. You need to perform cut during the autumn, etc. There are ways to improve light penetration in the crop canopy, etc. So there were really interesting aspects into this workshop to make a collective intelligence and improve our knowledge, but also management of this crop. So far, the project has led to 20 published papers, 4 PhD theses successfully defended, 1 important consolidated database that we would like to publish as a data paper to allow further researches for the project. We have already been contacted by other partners that are really interested by the data to improve their crop model. Unfortunately, and I just got the sad news this morning, there was an application for Kernza to be recognized as novel food in Europe that was for now rejected from what I've heard, but this is really fresh news. Anyhow, this is not why we should not keep researching on perennial grain crop as a whole, because there are other perennial grain crop. There is perennial rye, perennial barley, etc., etc. And so there is also more scientific result to come. Few conclusions. So perennial grain crop was already known to improve ecosystem services. You lose on the provision services, but we know that you improve soil protection, reduce nutrient, you lower pest management, you lower nutrient application. It also helps to mitigate climate by storing carbon, but this was already known. So with NaPerDiv, we wanted to provide new metrics, and with NaPerDiv, we mostly verified the role that perennial grain crop is playing on supporting both the macro, meso, and micro scale biodiversity, which benefits to regulating and supporting ecosystem services. What we found was that, as I said, perennial grain crop provide a more diverse soil food web structure that allows this biodiversity to exist. We believe that perennial grain crop has great potential to meet consumer demand because it has an interesting nutritious aspect contained in the seed, but also because it's a plant, a model plant that can help to develop more environmental friendly cropping system and thus food system as well. There is still need to do with farmers because not all of them are already convinced, but we believe that we can build new cropping system really based on this perennial grain cropping system, as it will align with societal goals for more sustainable, resilient, and eco-friendly cropping system and food system in Europe. So we want to thank all our funding agency, of course, Biodiversa, but also all the national funding agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have a recorded presentation, I think. Shall I click here?
North-South is a project looking at climate impacts and biodiversity interactions in Nordic coastal marshes. And in fact, North-South was funded by the EU Biodiversa BiodivClim project about biodiversity and climate interactions. And one of the reasons we focused on this is that Nordic coastal marshes are very diverse, as you can see some pictures of here, and a little different than some of the classic coastal salt marshes that we know a lot about. So this is one of the reasons we wanted to look at this. And one of the things that's really important in these areas is that management practices are common, including grazing. So what I want to do now is go on and look at, yeah, please, next slide, Jake. So I want to try to present the overall goals of the project in sort of an overview. So next. And the main goal is to look at interactions between biodiversity and ecological functioning. But we approached this from a multidisciplinary way. One of the important tasks was to look at how stakeholders view these habitats. We also wanted to look at the, oh, sorry, it's going backwards, Jake, thanks. We also want to look at the distribution of these habitats. We also wanted to look at especially climate-related carbon cycling processes going on. So next, Jake. We also wanted to look at how these habitats are changing over time and what kind of local management or other pressures are involved. Next. Big part of the project was looking at carbon cycling processes that are related to climate interactions like carbon storage and greenhouse gases, and relate this to how the plant communities are structured. And finally, what ecosystem services, climate and otherwise, are being provided by these. And finally, to come with recommendations to what extent these could be used as nature-based solutions. How do we do this? Is sort of summarized in this graphic, and I won't go into detail here because we will meet it during the following presentations, but the overall approach, which is important, is we had some case study sites located in the different Nordic countries, and also including Germany. And at these case study sites, we did a lot of things at all case study sites, and at a few case study sites, we did even more. Coming back to these overall themes. So in regard to stakeholder engagement, we found out that knowledge was missing, information was missing, but they were very interested, and that in general, biodiversity was slightly more interesting than climate is possibly a trend. Next, please. We clearly have recommendations about trying to get a more coherent classification overview, including changing monitoring types. And among the things we meet in a little bit more categories to get more details, and we also at times are missing reed beds. We didn't characterize pressures per se, the third point, but we did a lot of focus on the role of management, especially grazing. But one of the topics that kept coming up also is the role of managing water is an important thing to look at as well. So how we manage these habitats is one of the things that will affect how they are distributed and how they perform. Next, please. We did do a lot of work on quantifying the carbon side of climate mitigation. and especially looked at stocks and sequestration rate and net greenhouse gases. And we heard from how we placed locally with relatively moderate levels of stocks, but low rates of sequestration, and that we clearly need to look at greenhouse gases as part of the story, and that livestock need to be included in that equation. Going on to the plant, oh, sorry, Jake's going back. Yeah, going back to the plant, we know that biomass and plant contribution is strongly influenced by grazing. We're trying to look at how this relates to specific ecosystem services, and Johan presented one nice example of looking at sediment stability as one proxy for ecosystem services. Moving on to ecosystem services in general, we know that these habitats provide important ecosystem services for coastal protection and to some extent climate regulation, habitat provision, biodiversity support, and recreation. But quantification is a difficult task, so we're continuing to work together with my postdoc Mariana Leonare on how to quantify those things. And finally, we're on the cusp to try to see how we might make recommendations to manipulate these habitats in a nature-based solution context. So far, this has been looking at natural or non-manipulated ecosystems from a perspective of whether we would change their practice from a climate or biodiversity perspective, but that's clearly the next step. Finally, okay, next slide, please, Jake. Thanks. So key outputs, we've already shown that we've produced some papers that are already coming out, so we're quite happy about that. More will be coming, clearly, but scientific papers have been coming out, as you've heard, about most of these topics, as well as we've managed to participate in some different conferences and workshops and produce some also recommendation papers, so take a look for some of those. On our homepage, you can follow some of the blogs which have shown daily activities or activities along the life of the consortium, which has been quite fun. So if you want to go back to a historical view of what we've been up to, you can go and look at some of our blogs. And I believe the last thing is, finally, we have made a policy brief as a recommendation to policymakers that's also available. So if you'd like to find any of our outputs, please come to our homepage where you can see our publications, and under the recommendations ones, you can see a link to the policy brief. So more is coming for sure. As you know, publications can be slower than doing the science, so we're still working on getting some of those out, but we're quite happy with what's already out. And of course, thank you very much to the funding agencies which made this project possible. First of all, to the EU Biodiversa program, and it's a co-fund project, so then it's also matched by national funding agencies that you can see here. This project would not, of course, been possible without these funding agencies, so we thank you very much for your support. Next, please. And so finally, this has been a great group to work with. We've had a lot of fun. We've also gotten tired and muddy and dirty together, but we would just like to say thank you very much for your time and your attention and for listening to us, and we've had a good time. So thank you for joining us today.
And that was scary for not sold. So now I'll call back the speakers as we go into our roundtable discussion, which will focus on planning under uncertainty and climate modeling, science communication, inclusive engagement, and social buy-in, strategies for navigating political expectations and evidence-based messaging, and cross-sectoral challenges and institutional silos. And this is my first question to the group. How do you make the right choices in the design of nature-based solutions, taking into account a variety of possible climate scenarios? Or in other words, how do you ensure that the design of nature-based solution is future-proof? Does anyone volunteer to start, or Hali?
Okay, so what we did in the Restore project, we tested different, for example, our main focus was the drought, so we simulated different drought scenarios, like a long-term moderate drought or a short-term severe drought. So we tested nature-based solutions in different drought scenarios to test the effectiveness of the for example, some microbial strain or fossil material improve the drought resistance. So we did that, but something that was not easy for us, that we observed that the effect was not only dependent on the drought scenario, but also on the plant species. So it's highly dependent on the plant species And this is something that's not easy to deal, especially in the case of Brazil, because we have in our restoration effort in Brazil, we have like a high number of species, like 50 or 100 species. So, and we checked that it is the effectiveness of the nature-based solution is really dependent on the species, and this is something that we're trying to understand. So, if it's related to the functional traits, as Johan said, or if it's related to the phylogeny. So, also the plant species is something really important to be taken into account.
Yes, so for agroecosystem, we have two aspects, but probably the most interesting would be to work with process-based crop modeling, where with daily climatic data, you can simulate the daily growth of the plant, its interaction with the environment. So far, I agree, we were not successful with Kernza because we need to redesign and reformalize the model to adapt to the plant, which is completely different from the annual. But this is a solution we have and we usually implement with other cropping system, is to model under historic and future climate scenarios. From there, we derive indicators related to resistance, resilience of the system, and it allows us to explicitly take into account sequences of droughts, of water lodging event, etc.
Yes, in the case of forests, mitigation and adaptation are tightly linked, because if you want to sequester long-term carbon in trees, you need them to survive and to grow. This is a commonplace, but at the same time, tree diversity in forests, they act on both axes, on mitigation and on adaptation, and often synergetically. So this is a major tool regarding the future proof of forests. But we need to know exactly what species to mix to obtain the outcome we want. So I would say this is the main focus we have now in research. And another one, which is much more difficult to tackle, is the temporality of the stand development. Because a forest rotation is about, I don't know, 100 years maybe in Europe. And for example, the tree live-net network, which we use in our project, is only 20, 30 years max. So if we want to make diverse forests future-proof, we need to make sure they respond to stakeholders' need and engagement across time. And this is also another dimension. This is also where working with major gradients in natural forests can really help, and bringing together data sets can help have an integrative vision on that.
Well, yes, it's getting redundant probably. So the best we can do is to investigate the state of the art at different conditions we are facing, and then take the results of the models existing, in this case for the Baltic Sea, for example, for the next 100 years, and try and simulate these conditions and perform experiments. How it develops under these and that conditions we expect in the next 50 or 100 years. This is not perfect because, well, it's just a short time an experiment takes, but it's the best we can do. You're getting outcomes, and you can, well, predict something which makes sense, at least. And so that's the way we are doing it, and we can do it.
I think I will be a little bit skeptic, because what we have seen last year, it was extremely different year considering the climate. And our models are not covering this extreme heat wave and warming of oceans and so on. So, yeah, we can do what has been said. We can do our best, the knowledge of the species and so on, but the predictions for 50 or 100 years, I think I don't trust these models. Yeah. And especially for invasive species, the movement of people, there are many other things that can affect. So I think these climate scenarios are not working so much, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Does anyone want to reply to that, or do we want to move on to the next question? Let's move on, no problem. My next question is, what are the most effective ways to communicate complex results to non-technical stakeholders like me? How do you build trust and participation among communities that may be hesitant or reluctant even? You want to start, Matthias?
Yeah, maybe with the second question. So my experience is that you need to be independent. So university, the institute you're working in the eyes of the public have to be independent. The research has to be independent. This is something which builds trust. That's my experience. And this is done by well, communicating all the time with funding or without funding, by giving interviews, invite schools, also though retired people are interested in visiting our institute, for example, because they have the feeling that in our case, the Baltic Sea Institute takes care of the Baltic Sea. And as long as we are performing independent research, it is the case. And this is very important. We made this experience when we were heavily involved in microplastic research, which was new, and nobody knew exactly what is the real impact of microplastic. Several accidents happened in Germany with regard to that. And there we saw that, well, they didn't trust anybody anymore, just us as researchers of this institute. So when we were going to investigate the impacts of microplastics on the environment. So this is very important. But this is, in my experience, project independent. You have to communicate all the time. And yeah, I can't say that much more.
I think maybe one of the benefits of making inter-site studies like synthesis at the European level, for example, is that, of course, it contributes to fundamental knowledge, but it also provides idea of big trends we have across ecological gradients. And this can help to give insight to high-level decision makers. It doesn't always provide local solution, but it gives average trends toward what we should do. So this is something that we saw in Mix for Change. It's important to provide local solution and local studies, but to also sometimes draw bigger picture, especially when we talk with high-level decision makers. And regarding the second question, what we also really felt in Mix for Change is that, and it was mentioned yesterday already, the problem is that when we engage with stakeholders, it is over the duration of the project, which is 3-4 years. And we all know that it's not the optimal duration if we want to build a true relationship with someone, because for 3 years, mixed change is everything. And after that, maybe it will be 4 mixed change, whatever. And then the people that stay there, they see the different projects coming and ending, and it may create some kind of fatigue. So I think, and we think, the approach of living labs, for example, or long-term observatories that stay in the field with permanent persons doing the mediating the projects, like at intermediate position between the projects and the stakeholders, are very important. And also because another bias we saw is that because there are many projects that engage with stakeholders nowadays, and this is a very good thing, of course, but at the same time, in the same small regions, you can have different projects engaging with the same stakeholders, which may create confusion. It's not very effective, and it may create a bias because only the big players, only the big stakeholders can send a colleague in all the events. And so even in our study, it may create maybe something we need to control because the small stakeholders, they may be quickly overwhelmed with requests and they cannot respond to all the projects. So a living lab, also coordinating the different projects may be a good thing.
What we observed in the Restore project, it was very important to have professionals who are specialized in communication, because in the beginning of the project, we, as researchers, I think I completely agree with you that we need to be independent and so on, so we need to do communication also, so it was not easy, but when we have specific professionals in communication that did the dissemination actions for us. It was really nice, a very nice experience. In the case of the University of Londrina, because we have undergraduate course in this area, so we we had some professors from this course that joined our project, and we had specific scholarships and fellowships for students of these courses that under the supervision of the professor did the communication and dissemination action of our project. It was a really nice experience. So at the same time we contributed to the formation of the students, at the same time we gained a professional communication under the supervision of a professional or a professor. It was a very nice experience. And also we had also a good experience in have professionals that acted as mediators between the project and the different type of media. It was very nice that they wrote, they did some like press releases of results of the project to different kind of media, for TV, for social media, and so on. And we have gained a lot of space, like with interviews of different. We could reach different public. So I would synthesize that it's very important to have a professional in communication and dissemination. I think it makes a lot of difference.
Yes, maybe would like to put a contribution to the second question. How do we build trust and participation? And I will only speak for the stakeholders we work with. It's with farmers. It's by staying humble and having always humility. We cannot come towards them as scientists saying we have the knowledge, we know better than you. They are every day in their field. They know every aspect, micro aspect of each plot, etc. So they're every day in contact. We are in our offices behind our computer analyzing data, etc. But they're every day in contact with nature. What we have as scientists is a rigorous method. So we are probably professional in analyzing, benchmarking data, etc. But we need to stay humble and to listen to them, to listen to what they have to tell us. And when you have established a trust, because we have also a lot of learned from them, when you have established the trust, then you can come back with some, okay, I've seen that comparing your result among a network, maybe this can be useful, this can be worth to try, etc.
Yeah, I agree with the last talk, and I think we as researchers should come down from the ivory tower to the people and listen to them and ask what they need, and then try to adapt our research methods or something, the results, to what they really need, and to find some balance between the science and also take care about their economic interests. because it's not always so easy. And it was quite interesting, the point about the long-term research at the site. When the research teams change there every year, it's not so trustworthy. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I personally find the element of meeting local needs and expectations extremely important. And from one ivory tower to the next, Jan has already touched on this aspect. How do you communicate to decision makers that the effectiveness of nature-based solution is highly context-specific? How do you convince them that even if they are not a blanket solution, they are still worth the investment? How do you balance scientific integrity with political and policy realities? This is a difficult one. Ian, do you want to start?
I can. It's quite linked with the previous question, and I think I said almost everything which is covered in this question, and it's important to involve the local people or politicians or policymakers in the project and in the questions they want to be answered by us. They can give us their data. They have no capacity to analyze the management they are doing for a long time, but they have feeling it's working. And we have some scientific methods or approaches which can help them to find the questions or to find the results or the best way how to manage some species or how to manage the landscape and so on. It's only about the cooperation.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm able to answer these questions, but my feeling is you need a kind of standing. Independent of a project or the outcome of a project, you need a standing, the ministries and so on, not necessarily personally, but the institute or the member of universities or parts of the university. So you need a kind of linkage already, which needs some years for sure. But when you do have this standing, you know people personally, politicians personally, stakeholders and so on, this makes everything much, much, much easier. And this, again, needs communication all of the time. And then you are realizing, well, they are asking you for support and so on. And so this kind of development is very important. And this is a good way, in my opinion, to have an impact. As I said, this will take years, but usually the institutes have a kind of standing and you can impact stuff here. Then practically some conferences are extremely important, where all of these different people are participating, not just scientists, but these different groups. And that's also a good way to provide more specific knowledge embedded into very general results.
Yeah. Maybe one interesting thing we can convey to decision maker is that, of course, nature-based solutions are highly context-specific, but agronomy is context-specific, and forestry is context-specific. And ever since we deal with natural environment, we know that it is context-specific. And nature-based solution is a relatively new concept, but we already know how to deal with the context dependency of environments. For example, in the forest sciences, we have silvicultural guidelines for 300 years. They tell you in a relatively homogeneous region of soil, of climate, how on average manage your forests. And nobody thinks it will replace the decision of the forester in a micro-local environment, and the art of the forester to put a given species in this very place or to cut this tree. No, it gives trends. And this is what we need for nature-based solution, probably. So this is, I mean, it shouldn't be any surprise, this context dependency, probably. And we need to document the best we can, the different attempts of nature-based solution everywhere, and make guides, probably. And also what we saw in Mix for Change is that the main relevant way to conduct that with decision makers was not mitigation. So it was not much about higher productivity in diverse forests, for example. They are much more concerned about the disturbances, maintaining the productivity, or they even talk about the predictability of yield. And this is related to adaptation. And we even worked a lot with eucalyptus planters in Brazil, so monoclonal plantation, industrial forest. Bon, of course they want production, but they are now really concerned about maintaining this production over the years. And so now diversification came suddenly as interesting even for them, because they want to, disturbances are increasing, and so this axis of adaptation is becoming more and more important.
It's not an easy question, because as we talked yesterday about complexity, so sometimes the subject is complex, but you need to communicate it in a simple way. If you try to generalize, you can lose some information. So I think it's really a complex question. But something that I would like to say, as Johannes mentioned, one challenge is that, okay, if you want to register, for example, a biostimulant, okay, you need to follow the guidelines and so on for register it. And sometimes we have many cases that the effectiveness of this nature-based solution depends on the soil microbiota, for example. So, and if you need to do the in vitro assay, for example, a standardized assay, it's sterilized condition. So it's not effective in that condition because it depends on the soil microbiota. So it's just an example of sometimes we have it's not easy to how can I say? It's not easy to how can I to follow. We cannot simply follow the guidelines. So it works, but it works in a specific context, and it can confront it with the guidelines that require a very specific experimental condition, for example, to register a product. So it's really a challenge, I think.
Thank you. I would say, again, for agronomy, that of course, nature-based solution is not a blanket solution. Chemistry was the blanket solution. When you look at crop yield potential, there's a genetic limit. And when you use chemical input, either a mineral synthetic fertilizer or pesticide, you do not achieve big yield because you're limited by the genetic, but you minimize the risk of achieving low yield. And either when you activate agroecological lever or use nature-based solution, you can only go further from this limit. And we need to keep our integrity into showing that without the use of synthetically, chemically synthesized inputs, we will not be able to produce as much, but we can, at some point, develop local solution inspired by nature that will find the best trade-off. The best trade-off, what you lose on yield, you will gain on biodiversity, you will gain on ecological function, etc. And this is where we need to keep our integrity, but also we have a role to play in showing the bigger picture. I know that we will never be able to produce as much food with nature-based solution. But my role is also to say, maybe we need to change other aspects. We need to change the food system. We need to probably produce less meat and produce more plant-based protein. And there we can achieve a global solution. But we cannot stay in the same system and expect nature-based solution, at least in agronomy, to be a replacement, a substitution of the current functioning.
Thank you very much. Fourth and last question about bridging policy gaps. Climate and biodiversity policy, finance, and governance should be closely interconnected, yet often they are not. How have you approached navigated institutional silos, and what challenges and lessons emerge from your efforts to integrate them within your projects? You want to start, Benjamin?
No, it's way too complex for me. No, but I would say, I would follow up on just what I've said. We need to redesign system, because cropping system is a level, but it's a basic component of food system. And when you go in agronomy at the food system, then this is where policy, finance, governance will interact. So I'm not at all expert at this level, but I try to bring metrics, to bring my scientific integrity, as we've said earlier, to show facts, to show data on which policy can be built. And I would say there are still many challenges to overcome, and yeah. Sorry, no, nothing more to say here.
Thank you anyway. Just a little warning, we only have 4 minutes left, so keep your contributions super brief, please.
Okay, just an example, we had a good experience regarding this question in Paraná State with the new arrangements in research and innovation, the NAPIs, because it's a initiative from the Acar Foundation, the fund organization from Paraná State, that makes like try to do this bridge between the policy, the finance, and governance. So it's created from a societal demand, and when the Restore project was approved by Biodiversa, there was this demand from the Paraná State, and they created this research network to answer specific demands from not only from the government, but also from stakeholders from the private sector. So this is a way that the Acar Foundation and Paraná government is doing to integrate research, innovation, stakeholders, and science, and so on.
Yes, I will maybe just say that in Mix for Change, we engage with different categories of stakeholders in the policy area, finance, governance, and then we kind of confronted their visions. But what we, at the end of the project, what we thought would have been interesting is, since the beginning, to sit with everyone in an approach based in the theory of change, where everyone sets their desirable future somehow, and then really to provoke some discussion among stakeholders rather than through interviews which creates silos by themselves, because then you engage with 1 or 2 stakeholders at a time. So it wasn't really the focus of Mix for Change, but it may be super interesting in the future.
So we are heavily involved in molecular monitoring. So we are trying to establish a kind of genetic monitoring of the environment. And I remember we invited 10 or 12 years ago all the stakeholders from all of the Baltic Sea surrounding states or countries to a conference, and we were so proud to present our molecular monitoring approach. And the first question from a Polish stakeholder was, how expensive is it? More than 50 cents per sample, and we will never do it. And all of the other nodded, of the others. And so this was a very important lesson for me, how to involve finances in some way. And so the way we are doing it for a lot of years is we are looking for collaborations also independent of projects. So we are collaborating, we are offering our molecular monitoring approach to our national agencies there. And so now we are part of it. without any costs for them. And we are getting results, and then the time is right to develop a project idea. And then they are part of it already, right from the beginning. And the policy is part of it because that's the boss of everything there. And that's the way how we bridge it. And this works pretty well, but you need some money in advance, but that's okay, usually.
Just briefly, within biological innovations where I work, the coordination between the policy, finance, and governance works quite well because people are afraid of the invasive species and what they can cause. But of course, there are some problems with, for example, the forestry or agronomy and some aquaculture when they want to introduce some problematic species. But of course, it's understandable because they gave them profit. So some cooperation in this field should be better, I don't know, streamlined or somehow made. So yeah, this issue.
Thank you very much. I have my own. Thanks. Do we have time for questions or yes? So Gilles, please.
Thank you very much. It's more a reaction. So I'm Gilles Doignon, Team Leader, Biodiversity and Nature-Based Solution at DG Research and Innovation. First, I would like to say it's so refreshing as a scientist to hear your results. Thank you very, very much. Just to say that the EU is global leader on research on nature-based solutions. It's thanks to you. Thank you very much. And also all your publications are very important to feed the work of IBES. Some information, I have been informed that France will host an international conference on nature-based solutions next year, probably in May, Paris or Lyon. It's not yet decided. And also the French National Hub will be officialized very soon. In terms of funding, so we are working already on the work program 26-27 of Horizon Europe, Cluster 6. It is now officially online, the draft. So you know what we have in mind. So it's not yet confirmed at 100%, but there will be one specific topic for 3 projects on nature-based solutions with a budget of around 20 million. We have also nature-based solution under a CSA to continue network nature, and living labs on transformative change, linking nature-based solutions to other actions such as circular economy, etc. My very last point is that probably you know the project BioAgora, setting up the science service for biodiversity. They have a specific knowledge exchange network, a CAN, on nature-based solutions. We are more than happy to welcome any expert in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Gilles. Any questions or statements?
Yes, probably I could not really summarize like I did yesterday, but did this question about what is the best way to do the projects. And I want to come back to me. I'm from the German funding agency, DLR, and there was a good recommendation from the researchers that the co-fund activities is a very useful tool. They even suggested, if I got it right, that it's probably a better unit than just having EU-funded projects. So it's very important to think about how to cross-benefit between these co-funded activities in Biodiversa Plus, and also for the next framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Even from you? No, then I guess we can close this session. Thank you very much. Sorry about the difficult questions, but your answers were super, super interesting. Thank you all, and I believe we have a break now, right? Yes, we can go get coffee. Thanks again.
Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. Last session, 5 more projects, save the best for last, no bias there. But really exciting to be with you today. My name's James Lloyd. I'm the Advocacy Director of Nature for Climate, which is an international global coalition around nature-based solutions, specifically in the climate space. And I've been with this process back since 2019, I think, when we were selecting some of the projects originally. So it's been absolutely fantastic sitting through the last day, or day in the morning, going through the projects and seeing how fantastic, because we just saw the original proposals, to actually how they've come to life. So thank you, first of all, to everyone in this room for your participation. I've really, as an outsider here, really enjoyed looking in. It's been absolutely fantastic. And then it's been great to lead this area. So one of the objectives that we had was to look at some of the specific synergies and trade-offs between the policies on biodiversity and climate and kind of other relevant areas like livelihoods and stuff that has been kind of come through your projects. And we're quite interested in this session and in understanding the projects, but also in the discussion, going into some of those kind of innovative ways and more traditional methods of engaging with stakeholders and having policy impact. So hopefully that will follow through. And we're looking at those synergies and trade-offs, both synergies and trade-offs in the research, so in the specific areas of biodiversity, but also thinking about synergies and trade-offs within some of the policy implementation of the work. So just think about that in both levels when we're using the word synergies and trade-offs. So it's both specifically on the ground, localized, but also in that broader sense, and there is many. So we'll hear some of those challenges, and then obviously the multiple levels of governance from the local stakeholder engagement right the way through up to the European and regional level as well. You'll hear some really interesting areas. So let's get straight into this, the presentations. Who's going first? Ismail. Sonja, did I hand you this?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to present or take you a little bit out of the terrestrial perspective into the ocean again, and in particular to coral reefs and rocky reefs. This is a habitat that occurs throughout the Eastern tropical Pacific, and I'm going to talk to you about range shifts and the implications for people. Our project asked 4 questions. How is the Eastern tropical Pacific changing in terms of climate? How are reef fish redistributing and responding to this change? How do people react or perceive or are able to adapt to these changes? And why does this matter for science, stakeholders, or policy? So in the climate part, we worked on downscaling global climate models to generate predictions at a scale that is relevant for revealing local impacts of climate change and planning for local adaptation and management. And we did this for several variables, but I'm looking here at the temperature. I'm showing you here the temperature predictions, and we find that by 2050, any point that you pick, any point that you pick along the coast of the ETP would have warmed by 1 degree or more. And that is irrespective of whether we are in a trajectory of like best case scenario or business as usual mitigation. And the area that's going to warm the most is the north of Mexico here. And the magnitude of the warming doesn't differ that much across scenarios. But the differences run a little bit deeper. So if you look at the 2 scenarios, warming remains superficial or confined to the first 50 meters of the ocean if we do apply a stringent mitigation strategy. But if we go for business as usual, which we're on right now, the warming extends up to 200 meters in depth. And when we look at deoxygenation, driven by changes in ocean mixing and stratification, circulation, you can see that also there are differences in the 2 scenarios. In both of them, the deoxygenation affects the first 100 meters of the ocean, but in the business as usual, particularly the equatorial upwelling regions,
experience severe deoxygenation also up very, very deep. As for the fish part, we tackle this from 4 angles. We started by understanding what drives latitudinal patterns of biodiversity, both taxonomic and functional, across the entire region. We also looked at past data sets, teaming up, with the scientists in the region. We looked at their monitoring data sets and examined past climate-driven fish range shifts throughout the region. And then we came and focused here in Costa Rica to do a climate change experiment to look at the warming effects on fish contributions to nature and people. And lastly, we're working on integrating all of these findings to project what will happen in the near future in terms of fish redistributions, the reorganization of biodiversity, and where do these benefits for people and nature go. And so first, I'll show you here the patterns of biodiversity across latitude. We find that 4 complementary metrics of functional and taxonomic diversity vary differently across latitude, and they are driven by different predictors, climate and local impact related. And when we look at past climate-driven changes in fish distribution, we have 2 patterns. So first, if we look at the edges of the northern and the southern continental part of the ETP, these places are warming and fish are migrating to cooler waters. The opposite happens with the southern ETP. In the oceanic part, mainly driven by the Galapagos, this area is cooling and fishes are moving towards warmer waters. And what you can see here in these plots is simply a plot of where in the globe is the centroid of abundance moving to. Then we also find experimentally that warming does subtly but significantly affect fishes' roles in the inorganic carbon cycle of the ocean through their excretion of carbonate. And we also find subtle but significant effects of warming in the nutritional content of the muscle of the fish. And this has implications for human nutrition. So in particular, we found an increase in the concentration of selenium in the muscle. And in terms of the near future changes of functional diversity and the benefits that fish sustain for nature and people into 2050, which is where we want to take these predictions to, we have secured funding for a PhD student from the region, Costa Rican lady who's now ongoing under the supervision of 3 ISMO partners who have now secured permanent positions. So we are looking very much forward to results in the next 3 years. And as for the societal perceptions or the people's work package in our project, we tackle this from 2 angles. We first understood what kind of ecological and environmental changes are people perceiving and how are they responding since the 70s through interviews in Costa Rica. And then we also assessed via a legal desktop analysis how well prepared or how prepared are the governance frameworks in 3 countries, Colombia, Panama, and Costa Rica, to cope with this, the challenges of managing resources that are on the move. So as for the first part, the one based on interviews and in measuring the adaptive capacity of people to changes, we find that changes in fishery resources are just another challenge that adds up to a list of severe challenges and realities that fishers face in the region. And the effects of all of these are very hard to disentangle in livelihoods. And we find important gender differences in the adaptive capacity to changes in fishery resources, which was not that clear before. As for our legal part of the work, we have compiled a legal database of governance frameworks in the 3 countries that I mentioned, Colombia, Costa Rica, Panama. We are working on a comparative legal analysis of the 3 countries, on country-specific reports, and a draft scientific manuscript, which will not only be submitted for peer review soon, but will also be presented broadly in a policymaker-specific workshop to be delivered or to be held in Costa Rica this November. And this will give us a perfect platform to co-develop our policy briefs. In terms of our societal impacts, we have, or ISMO has improved both regional scale data availability and sharing and connected us to the world in a way. The Eastern Tropical Pacific reefs are the odd ones out. They're very different, so people tend to ignore them and not include them in global efforts, and this is something that ISMO managed to change. We strengthened the regional and global scientific and stakeholder cooperation. We also mutually co-developed between Europe and Latin America our mutual skills on climate modeling capacities by the sharing of data, but also techniques and methods. We had our share of published papers, but many more in preparation than published, conference presentations, PhD students, bachelor's and master's theses. And in terms of the policy implications of our findings, we reinforced the importance of region-wide coordination among policymakers of different countries to manage and deal with the consequences of species being on the move. And I guess doing the analysis that we advanced, looking at how prepared our governance systems of 3 countries, we sort of went a little bit into paving the way for how this cross-country coordination can happen. We also provide evidence for decision-making that can consider climate change, and this could be in the shape of protection, conservation planning, fisheries regulations, etc. So take, for instance, areas of fish decline. This may mean that adjustments are needed in terms of the MPA protection existing, or maybe complementary management strategies are needed, whereas areas of fish stability could be potential climate refugia, or areas of fish increase may call our attention to monitor invasive species and to pay attention to how trophic interactions and other interactions may rewire fundamentally. Also, we have grounds to believe that we can generate knowledge or climate updated knowledge on what fishes can sustain in terms of nutrition for humans, given our effects of temperature on nutritional content of fish. And the physiological fish thresholds that we've located can help us project the impact of different policies in fisheries and also aquaculture. And we also highlighted a need to much better understand the role of women, Latin American women in fisheries, and differences in adaptive capacities within the societies, all aiming to manage for climate change with this leave no one behind approach or call for. And we are looking forward to grounding all of these perceived policy impacts that we perceive from here, that we have, with the national realities throughout the in-person workshop in Costa Rica later this year. And with that, I close and thank the funders. Again, I sympathize with everyone who has felt an incredible support and flexibility from Biodiversa to manage the funds, and all the institutions involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sonja. Hopefully got some questions to delve deeper into those very interesting areas of work you've been doing around coordination and cooperation. So brilliant. Thank you very much for that. And congratulations on the funding as well. So EPIC next. So Tommaso, I'll bring you up to introduce yourselves.
Thanks, James. And good morning, everyone. My name is Tommaso Ferrando. I'm an associate professor at the Faculty of Law of the University of Antwerp. So I'm bringing in light of social sciences in this room. And I was lucky enough to be the principal investigator of the EPIC consortium for the last 4 years. So EPIC was a very ambitious project, as you can see from the name already, but not only, because we try to implement as much as possible a multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary approach to research. So we had 7 university partners involved, with colleagues across very different disciplines, from geography, political sciences, law, development study, economics, economic development. So there was already a massive challenge in working all together. But on top of that, because we wanted to be even more ambitious, we decided to work, and I hope this helps me. How do I go through this? We decided to focus not so much on climate change or biodiversity loss and their impact, but on drivers of climate change and biodiversity loss by looking at the way in which commodity chains that are connecting territories of production, or as we call them, territories of extraction, are operating, how they are actually materializing in the countries, and how they connect with the European Union, and what may be the role of European policies and national policies in the countries of consumption, so in Europe, in dealing with the increase in climate change and biodiversity loss that is happening. And so because we were ambitious, we decided to work on 5 different territories in 3 non-European countries. So we work in the south of Colombia, in the area of Putumayo. We had 2 territories in Brazil, and I'm very glad that my colleague Marcela Vecchione Gonçalves is here, because she's been leading all the work that has been done around in the state of Pará in Brazil. And then we work in Bangka Belitung in Indonesia. But because we were even more ambitious, we decided that it was not only going to be 1 commodity chain per territory, but 2 commodity chains connected, one with agri-food production and one with mineral production. And so here below you can see the 5 commodities that eventually we engage with. We had cattle and palm oil in Colombia. We had gold and soybeans in Brazil, and then tin and palm oil in Indonesia. So a lot of disciplinary diversity, a lot of geographical diversity, and a lot of material diversity. But the idea was that we thought, and we are convinced, and that's what our studies are showing, that there are processes of territorialization and processes by which these global value chains are intervening in the territories that reproduce. And so we were wondering if that's a pattern, if we see that agri-food chains are contributing to climate change and biodiversity loss in territories of production, and if the same happens with mineral extraction. And if we know that these commodities are exported toward the European market, what can be the role of the European Union and of national authorities in doing that? So since the inception, our project was aimed at policymakers, our project was aimed at engaging with stakeholders, our project was aimed at making sure that the voices and the realities on the ground would be translated into actions. So of course there was a lot of research that was undertaken, but we were mostly focused on how to translate that into potential step forwards and in concrete decisions that can be made either by the public sector or by the private sector that is involved in these value chains. And 2 of the main questions that we asked are here. There are, to what extent territorial knowledges, reforms of resistance and participation are meaningfully accounted for. So what we wanted to do was to create as much as possible a continuous dialogue between the territories and policymakers, and in particular between territories that are outside of the European Union with dynamics and dialogues that are happening at the European Union, and ask ourselves whether or not these territorial realities are meaningfully considered when actions are undertaken in order to improve the quality of value chains, in order to address climate change through the value chains, in order to redress biodiversity loss. And then we had a question that was a little bit more of a meta question, but as I said, that was also part of the project, which was about how do we act as researchers? So how do we do research in this context? How we do research in very dense policy spaces? And how do we do transdisciplinary research with actors on the ground that have been active in these territories for decades? How do we do that in a meaningful and non-extractive way? So at the core, we put the actors, and that's a summary that you can find on our webpage, epicproject.org, just to give you a sense of the amount of actors and institutions and the diversity of entities with which the colleagues and the members of the project interacted, which led us to realizing hundreds of interviews, multi-stakeholder fora, participatory moments, and any kind of form of engaged territorial empirical research to try then to condense it in our main scientific results and our main policy results. So As a lawyer, I'm not very good at doing tabs and PowerPoints. I'm sorry, this is way more dense than what we've been seeing so far. But we identified 4 main areas, and then hopefully with the Q&A, we can dive deeper in some of them. So the first point that I would like to stress is the importance that recognizing that areas where deforestation is increasing or the boundaries of this deforestation are expanded because of agri-food production and minerals production, extraction, are not just land of pieces of space, they're actually territories. They're territories that are densely lived and experienced and defined by the people who are there. And that complexity of the territories is often forgotten when we look at them, but also when we try to regulate or when we try to intervene with policies. And this is even more the case of unilateral policies. And somehow midway through our project, the European Union started the legislative process of what then became the European Union Deforestation-Free Products Regulation, which is also called, or only called EUDR. So we had the possibility to follow closely what does it mean when the European Union intervenes and regulates and when tries to introduce unilateral measures to address exactly the points that we were looking at. So the EUDR wants to address climate change and biodiversity loss by limiting the import of products that are coming from the territories that we were studying. And so we spent a lot of time thinking specifically about that policy and engaging with that policy. And we realized that unilateralism and unilateral policies, although may open spaces of change and transformation, tend to reinforce and strengthen the idea that territories are empty, that there are no voices there, and to exacerbate the distance between territories of production and territories of consumption. And so we concluded by analyzing governance gaps and what could be done better. And I'll show you briefly what we have produced in order to suggest that. But also strengthening the idea that the climate and biodiversity nexus has to be reinforced when we are making policies around deforestation and policies around territorial integrity. And in particular, they have to be better integrated with other policies, and that will come after in the Q&A about trade-offs and synergies. Clearly, there is a lot of attention on climate and biodiversity, but that attention often collides or doesn't align with the attention that other ministries or other parts of the policy framework are giving to trade and to the investments and other parts. So yes, more attention to climate and biodiversity, but what about the synergies and the convergence with other policy areas? So we have produced a lot of academic papers, and we're glad to talk with the academic communities. But as I said at the beginning, our focus were policymakers and is policymakers, but really the communities and the people living in the territories. So rather than putting here the title of all the papers that have been published, I just gave you some examples of what we think are the most relevant societal impacts of the material that we have produced that can be and has been used in ongoing processes in the 3 countries. So you can see from from a snapshot of a documentary that has been realized in Indonesia on tin extraction in Indonesia, to maps that have been drafted by an amazing then PhD scholar, now Dr. Rafaela Sena, who has been condensing a lot of the information coming from the ground and translating them in maps that can be used both by the people on the ground, but also by policymakers in order to get a better understanding of how to regulate and intervene. A fantastic documentary on the logistics of soybeans in the Pará state that really is giving the possibility also to communities to get to talk to each other and to share their experience with each other. And then a policy brief that specifically addresses the issue of the EUDR that was presented at the European Commission, that has been the object of a multi-stakeholder fora with the European Commission, NGOs, and civil society actors here in Brussels. All to say that we have been doing, and I think that we're being pretty successful, and I conclude, we've been doing as much as possible the connection between the territories and the policymakers. Clearly, there is still a lot to be done, and clearly we can refine, but I think that for the kind of ambitions that we had at the beginning, we managed to deliver. And of course, thanks to all of you for being here, and thanks a lot to the funders, and thanks a lot to James and Biodiversa. And this is the website if you want to know more. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I think there's a lot that we can unpack there, and hopefully a lot we can all learn about influencing policy with science, because it's a really impressive piece of work and quite excited to hear more. Next, let's bring up Mikko from Fun Potential. So if you'd like to come up and present your work. I think the clicker, it's already been clicked forward. Someone else has a clicker. Great.
Okay, thanks. Okay, my name is Mikko Peltoniemi, and I'm a research professor at Natural Resources Institute Finland, that's FLUKE, and I was happy to coordinate our small consortium consisted of like researchers from Indra, led by George Kunstler, and researchers from University of Göttingen, led by Carola Paul. So our project name has like got some attraction because it's been like considered that it's actually like research can be fun. So I think we were also quite happy about that. So, but behind the acronym and the name, we were aiming to study like forest management and how diversity, increasing diversity and structure of forest could like benefit like resilience of forest under disturbances, and how efficiently or how profitable such like systems, management systems are economically. So that was our aim. So we did lots of like analyses with forest inventory data. We compiled together a massive databases of NFI observations for 4 countries, gradient from southwest Europe to northeast Europe. And used it to develop like background mortality models and disturbance models for the trees and stands. We also developed a demographic forest simulator and IPM, which is contained in our package Matrix. It includes like new regeneration modules, and it includes new disturbance and background mortality models as well, and a new management model as well. We also developed a economic valuation model for wood production in Germany, and a R-Shiny app, which we then used with stakeholders for interactive analysis of the simulations. We also did quite interesting economic work and developed a game theoretical approach to evaluate storm impacts on non-cooperative forest management decisions of two forest neighboring owners. So regarding to the results from the ecological side, we observed that conservative tree species, for example, those which have like functional traits like high bark thickness, low growth, low productivity, were much more resistant to disturbances than more kind of like non-conservative species. We also observed that species mixture is no panacea for forest adaptations. Its effectiveness really depends on species identity and traits and structural diversity of the forest stands. Spatial scale and severity of disturbances are important factors in the background. So this means that it's important to selectively manage structure and species mixtures. So no biodiversity of tree species itself, but rather like sensible combinations of tree species. We also like observed that increase in species diversity tends to improve the recovery potential of forests, but not on the center of climate distribution range, but rather on the margins of the species distribution. So regarding from the economic results, we observed that the stand stability, management for stability usually trades off with economic profit, particularly when weather gets extreme and under like pessimistic climate scenarios. This is due to the sensible, profitable but sensitive conifers, particularly the Norway spruce. Investment on increasing tree species diversity and structure will not fully pay back for forest owners if disturbances intensify as has been predicted. So for example, on this right, on this graph, you can see like a little bit decreasing the optimal diversity of forests when disturbance regime becomes more intensive. At the end, we are finding that spruce speech combinations are actually the most resistant and optimal choices also from the economics standpoint. Mixed species forestry, however, becomes relatively more profitable for forest owners if carbon payments are paid for the forest owners, and particularly when carbon prices are high. Generally, the effectiveness of the subsidies or payments decreases with increasing disturbance regimes. So lastly, the tree species diversification should not be limited to stand level diversification, but diversification should occur at larger spatial scales as well. So regarding the policy impacts of our results and policy messages, I can't emphasize how important it would be to collect kind of like open NFI databases which are harmonized. And I already know that there are like projects doing that, but publicly like sharing that data seems still to be like very problematic. I think we need solutions for that. New management solutions are needed too, particularly for mixtures and when moving from monocultures to continuous cover harvesting. It's important to ensure diversification at all scales, stand and landscape, considering species and also the structure of forests. But it needs to be done based on appropriate mixtures, so not just like improving the biodiversity itself. So this could be considered in policies. Forest policies reducing forest owners' investment risks on diversity are really needed to establish stable forests that can provide multiple ecosystem services in future when the disturbances are getting intensified. For example, they could be like dedicated to stand establishment or tending of resistant stands. And then there's an interesting consequence of our results as well. Mixed species forestry becomes more viable for forest owners if the forest owner joins the carbon payment schemes and compensations are high. And if you reverse it, you could say also that C payments actually could benefit diversification of forestry. And there could be some clauses that are actually requiring this. So I think these things that could be combined, and the important factor shaping this is the disturbance. Okay, lastly, I want to thank Biodiversa and the national funding agencies for giving us an opportunity to work with this research. And I think we were quite like profitable in terms of publications. So we were a small project, but we have already like published 8 publications directly in collaboration within the project, and there are some more to come. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mikko. And I'm really interested to unpack how this is informing policy decisions, especially about how you put diversity into forests. I would love to know the answers here. Thank you very much, Mikko. Next, we've got Eric to talk about Princess project. So
I see. Thank you, James. I've heard a question to me a couple of times whether we have royal representation here, but so I'm actually not a princess by birth. It's it's an acronym. So as you can see here, it's an acronym for peatland rewetting and some other potential synergies and trade-offs that can be found in this subject. I was just a mortal PI. The coordinator is actually Jürgen Kreiling, who is here listed second from Greifswald University. He couldn't be here. There was another important project meeting, not to say more important, but it was booked earlier. So his apologies for not attending, and he's yeah, he regrets not being able to attend. Other members were Franziska Tannenberger, also of University of Greifswald, Viktor Kotowski of Warsaw, Stephen Glatzel from Vienna, Hanna from Norway, and Christina from Luke in Finland. Okay, so it seems I'm a little bit lonely in peatland research in this call, so I'm going to give you a little bit of the background. I see all my points, I think, are already listed. This is not like a peer slide thing. Never mind. So don't take it up all at once. I'm going to start from the top. So Europe faces a lot of environmental challenges, but I list a couple where peatlands can make a very big contribution. And that is mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, nitrogen pollution, and biodiversity loss. And I want to convince you that peatlands can play a vital role in addressing some of these challenges. As you can see here to the right, they are really not in a good state in all of Europe. So if you list on a per country level the extent of peatlands that have been degraded, mostly by drainage, for agricultural use, like the least extent is 50%, but most are close to 100. So this is really quite a worrying fact. However, because of this, peatlands currently contribute to about 5% of CO2 equivalent emissions. They also contribute a lot to eutrophication. So the mineralization of existing peats leads to nitrates polluting our surface waters. And also a lot of the biodiversity that used to exist on these peatlands has been devastated. And so on the one hand, a statement I want to make is like we should aim to re-wet all peatlands. But in order to make this easier, so I already see some smiling. Like I also recognize that this is not immediately possible. However, some of the resistance can also be overcome if we find other uses for wet peatlands. Because one of the parts of the resistance is also that, yeah, you re-wet an area where a lot of people live and they make a living, and it turns into something that is really not a restored peatlands because they have been degraded so heavily. So we are really exploring in, okay, what can we do with re-wetted peatlands that can make this blow less painful? So within this project, we generated some hypotheses. So we listed policy objectives where peatlands will have something to contribute. And also we then listed, especially in colors, maybe it's best if you focus on the colors, not the symbols. We'll get too complicated. But then we can see that most of these policy objectives are certainly negatively impacted by deeply drained conventional agriculture. But then within our portfolio, ranging from wet wilderness to low-intensity polyculture to high-intensity polyculture or peatland agriculture, we can see that many of these policy objectives can be positively affected by some of the indicators that we indicate here. So taking this hypothesis, we came up with experiments and modeling approaches that we were going to do. So on the one hand, we did a mesocosm experiment where we had, in a very controlled setting, we manipulated both the microbial communities that were in these artificial peatlands. We manipulated the vegetation that was on it. And we also added nitrogen to mimic nitrogen fertilization. In addition, we also did field experiments where we compared side by side polyculture to more natural settings in 3 different countries. So in the Netherlands, Germany, and Poland. And then we compared to what extent we have indications of how these policy objectives could be met. So first of all, what you see here on the top is results of the mesocosm experiment that we did. So on the left, you can see if we took microbial communities in such a peatland setting from either oligotrophic versus eutrophic settings, that especially the oligotrophic microbes really reduce the methane emission that you could expect from there. So that's fairly promising and shows that greenhouse gas active microbes are really responsible for this. Aside from that, we also manipulated the vegetation, and we can see that especially if we have vegetation versus bare soil, methane emissions are greatly reduced in these colors versus the black one. And also which is quite promising in the given context. If we add nitrogen as deposition, it does not modify the methane emissions that we found. So this is just, I'm showing the results from this mesocosm setting. There's a lot of results, as you've seen in all the presentations, like we cannot show everything, but I'll just give you here in a line. In the field settings where we measured greenhouse gas production, in all these different comparisons, we saw that actually polyculture did not change total greenhouse gas emissions for many of the sample countries. So this is also promising that polyculture can really benefit the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Furthermore, so show you some more results from these. We also estimated the peat formation potential of all these different plots. And what we found is that actually the vegetation type had a modest but not a very big effect on the peat formation potential. And also land use intensity, while it varied a little bit with it, was not significantly affecting it. And as you see, well, most peat formation was in the shallow layer. So this is also a very promising result for stimulating polyculture. Aside from that, a little bit against our expectations was that when we did biodiversity monitoring in all the polyculture sites, is that we found actually quite some red list species and species of conservation relevance. So we think that if we take polyculture in the portfolio, that it can actually increase beta diversity and thereby stimulate the total biodiversity that we have. So we should not converge everything to polyculture, but it can be part of this portfolio. So on to the policy impacts. We took a lot of the data together and we produced this map where you can see the contribution of different regions in Europe to, on the one hand, peatland area, and on the other hand, also greenhouse gas emissions. And especially we can then devise focus areas that are in dark purple, where the emissions are really very much overrepresented compared to peatland area. And we use these to derive country-specific policy briefs to address challenges at the regional level. Aside from that, one of the other very big policy objectives that we met was we organized a very big conference with more than 500 participants focusing on peatlands in all its diversity. That was also attended not just by scientists, but also by stakeholders and policy representatives. And we made and devised a public declaration there to preserve and restore peatlands. So with this, I'm coming to an end, and I want to acknowledge everyone who worked and put their boots in the mud in the process of this project, and also, of course, to the funders and Biodiversa and James for their help in the process. So, and thank you to all for listening to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric, very much. And thanks for bringing our attention to a whole new NBS pathway for agriculture. It looks like one I didn't know about, the peatland work. So we hope to hear more how you think about putting that into policy and the declaration. We will definitely go into that. Next, Patrick is going to come and talk to us about sustained cocoa and his work there. And then
okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, so I'm presenting on behalf of the coordinator of the project, Professor Rachel Garrett, who unfortunately couldn't be here. So the good thing about coming at the end is that there's already been a lot of projects presented. And in presenting a bit the background of the project, I would like to link to what Tommaso has presented about the EPIC project. If you remind about this project was very much designed in the same kind of context of these kind of global commodities that are produced in one places with a lot of environmental and sustainability impacts, consumed in another one, and where there's a lot of scientific data, but also governance challenges in trying to articulate these places that are very far away and to try to find solutions to the sustainability issues involved in the commodity production. And here we focus very much on the cocoa sector, and especially in West Africa. So Ivory Coast and Ghana to a lot of extent. So cocoa is a very important commodity in these countries. It supports livelihoods of millions of families, etc. And these places are also very important in the cocoa sector. So these two countries that I mentioned are about 60% of the global cocoa production, but it's also a commodity that is associated with a lot of sustainability impacts. And that has been recently the focus of a lot of policy initiatives, including supply chain oriented policies, public and private, that try to fix these sustainability issues. And this is what we investigated. So what we did first, we mapped cocoa plantations in these two countries, Ivory Coast and Ghana, which is it's a very challenging crop to map with Earth observation. So using advanced deep learning models, etc. And so what it allowed us is to really quantify and describe the role of cocoa in land use dynamics, and in particular in deforestation and forest degradation, and showing that it's a very important direct driver of deforestation. So forests are cleared to put cocoa, but also indirect driver of deforestation. So cocoa expands into food crops areas, and these food crops are themselves displaced into the forest. And we'll see that it matters. Yep, okay. So then we reconstructed the supply chains of this cocoa in Ivory Coast. So looking at the places where this cocoa is produced, and then the cooperatives that buy cocoa to these farmers, and then the traders and exporters that buy from these cooperatives in the countries of destinations, and trying to link that with the manufacturers that then produce chocolate with that. So it allows us to distribute the impacts such as deforestation or child labor across the supply chain and see which actors are more or less responsible or associated with these impacts. One of the main thing that we identify is that by doing that, in fact, most of the cocoa is untraceable through this kind of approach, because it's traded by very local informal traders who go across the countries and buy a bag of cocoa here and there, etc., etc. And it's really presenting a challenge for all these supply chain policies. We looked at shade tree cover and agroforestry as a kind of potential solution for making synergies. So we mapped again shade tree cover, showing that it's currently extremely low in most of these countries. And so that agroforestry has really a huge potential in these two countries to enhance carbon storage without, at least at moderate levels of agroforestry, without reducing yields. So providing actually a synergy. We analyzed this supply chain initiative. So there's a lot of initiatives from companies, traders, manufacturers of chocolate, etc., which impose requirements on the farmers on the ground, but also public policies like the EUDR that we heard about previously, and trying to show a number of the challenges and limitations of this policy, including that they tend to mix very much forest conservation and reducing deforestation with agroforestry support, etc., and that they would benefit from adopting a more clear mitigation hierarchy with putting conservation of existing native natural forest first, and then trying to support agroforestry. And we also assessed a number of the challenges linked to public policies such as the EUDR, which imposes traceability from the companies. So there's a lot of data about traceability and the supply chain that are produced, but that are not necessarily transparent, and where there's a lot of issues about who really can own and use and access these data. Okay, in terms of policy and societal impact, so we did a lot of engagement through the projects in the design, but also a dissemination of the results, etc., with a very wide range of actors, so governments, local governments in the producing countries, up to EU Commission authorities, but also local communities, farmers, cooperatives, etc., but also the traders, so big, small traders, but also big international traders and retailers that handle this cocoa. We did a lot of dissemination through the TRACE initiative, which is an initiative gathering scientists, researcher, but also activists or NGO science policy interface about to try to gather as much as possible of intelligence and data about transparency of this commodity supply chain for improving the sustainability of these. So this is a very big asset for us because this TRACE initiative has a very strong kind of power for engagement with all these actors. So this is just to describe a little bit what we did, but the point was really to try to discuss a number of the insight that we gained from the project. So what we saw is that a lot of these initiatives focus on direct deforestation, so trying to prevent my supply chain to have cocoa that has been deforesting directly a plot, but we're missing indirect land use change, as I described earlier. It focuses very much on the role of cocoa as a direct driver, but cocoa is embedded in the economies of these countries. So it's, for example, a very important source of foreign earnings that these countries need to repay their international debt. So it's practically impossible to fix the cocoa issues without looking at these structural aspects too. It focuses, most of these policies focus on direct supply chain, while, as I shown, the majority of cocoa, in fact, is handled through local traders and intermediaries in what we call indirect sourcing, which is very hard to trace. And there's a lot of diversity in these voluntary policies from companies, which prevents harmonization and which where we support to the reliance on more standardized frameworks, such as the Accountability Framework Initiative. As I said, supporting agroforestry can provide synergies, so it can enhance carbon storage and biodiversity without reducing yields. And there's a number of recommendations. Well, I talked about the mitigation hierarchy already. Of course, we thank all the funders from the program and additional funders. And I wanted to put also the people and the website where you can find. And of course, as always, I presented only a small piece. I didn't even talk about child labor, which is a huge issue and where we also did some stuff that I couldn't really talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Stay up this way. I'm going to call everyone back up here. We're going to sit up on these chairs. So come and join up, and definitely want to hear more about some of the other areas of policy influencing, Patrick, that you're involved in, and the very good work of TRACE and how it was working with such an advocacy-focused partnership and values you brought. So thanks for that. Oh, I'm going to block the screen here, aren't I? Why don't I stand over here? Is that speaker going to come up funny? No feedback yet. Maybe stand here. We're just going to, I suppose, use the next 30 minutes to go into a discussion. We've kind of semi-structured it. But hopefully what I'd really love to see is you feeding off each other, because there were some really interesting synergies between your work, and hopefully everyone's heard a bit more about each other's projects. And I think that'd be really interesting to draw out some of those opportunities. But just in starting here, it'd be really good. I think each of you got some really kind of briefly touched on some really interesting areas of policy work that you've been doing with your stakeholders. And I'm interested in both how you're obviously sharing that with your stakeholders on the ground, but then how just moving beyond the kind of voluntary actions of the stakeholders that you're engaging with very good science and in terms of their practice, how you're also engaging with policymakers to have those kind of wider impacts. And just maybe I'd really love to hear going a bit deeper into some of those policy discussions you're having, and where hopefully there are some outcomes to talk about, or potential outcomes that you're seeing coming, because I know this is quite a short period, and sometimes these things take a lot longer than even the 3-year project to change. So Thomas, do you want to start on this?
Yes, thanks. Yes, it's working. Yeah. Thanks, James, for that, and also for coordinating this session. I really look forward also to hearing more from the colleagues. I must say that there is no silver bullet and there is no one answer. What I personally found, and I think that a lot of colleagues found in the last 4 years, as a very valuable way of engaging with policymakers was to try to create as many spaces as possible of a one-on-one. And so I heard before that multi-stakeholder moments were very valuable. But personally, I found that creating that kind of legitimacy with the policymakers by engaging with them, by spending time, by trying to eventually have a conversation, even if of a short time, and then getting back to them and kind of spending some time doing the kind of policy work was very valuable, because eventually they realized that the project was existing, they realized that our research was going on, and it was not just about dropping a policy brief in their PO box or bombing them with emails. But definitely that requires time, and definitely it requires someone within the consortium to have also that kind of skills and the kind of stamina to run after policymakers who are not particularly desireful when it comes to being interviewed. And I think that the other element is the legitimacy that eventually you create with policymakers when you show that the research that you're doing and the way in which you're engaging, the way in which you can bring data from the ground to the policymaking space is of value, and that you also are legitimized by the communities that you're working with, and that there is a strong science and strong research behind what you're proposing. So it's not a silver bullet, but I think that commitment was what really worked in the last 4 years.
Thank you, Thomas. And I think what was interesting there, it wasn't all innovative, flashy methods. It was good old-fashioned policy advocacy building. And sometimes we underestimate the value of good public affairs. And I was really impressed by the work you're doing there. I'm going to move on to Sonja next, because what I'm interested in is some of the co-development work with policymakers. So it wasn't just you writing briefs, but it was a really participatory approach. And then also you did something quite different I pulled out, was your monitoring to see some of the impacts of your work as well. I'd like to hear a bit more about some of that as well.
Sure. Just to clarify, the policy briefs are in the future and they have not been done. But yeah, what we have been fortunate to have is contact with a very well-regarded NGO in the country, in 3 countries. It's got headquarters in Panama, Colombia, and Costa Rica, and it's called Marviva, and it's extremely well respected and well regarded and well connected across, the political, the decision-making tables at the national and local levels. And through them, we have been able to connect and to establish a place and a date and interest and call for interest and guaranteed almost trust already through them. And I think that if we were just lonely European researchers coming in, I think that the trust would be less if we hadn't that local support. And the other question you were interested in? Mm-hmm. I think that I referred to us linking up with a network of over 20 researchers in all the way from Mexico to Galapagos, and they have been doing coral reef monitoring for years, for decades. And so these ISMO allowed me to kind of inject funds and energy into reactivating that network. It's very challenging, even though we all speak the same language, but it's very challenging to work across. And so we did a series of workshops and we established this trust, and like everyone now is a co-author in the manuscripts to come, and everyone has this shared interest in seeing what have been the climate change effects in the past and what is it likely to happen in the future. So, and that has given a stance to these this node of researchers in the Eastern Tropical Pacific within what's called the Global Coral Reef Monitoring Network. And that has led to studies in terms of the red list of ecosystems in the ETP and global reports on the status of coral reefs. Yeah, so.
Future questions. I was just going to come next to Patrick, actually, to ask, building off that about partnering with NGOs, the kind of approach of being that kind of scientific grounding to a whole area of work. I've seen Trace's work and Global Canopy's work is very good on this. I'm just interested a bit more about how that partnership came about. Was that kind of after you developed the work, or did you very much develop the work with that in mind? I'm interested about that partnership with that kind of advocacy network.
No, it's been totally built together from the start, because we are, I mean, our research group, etc. We are involved in the trace initiative since the beginning. So we've co-developed this project all together, etc. So I think it's a very important kind of way to go to build this kind of partnerships like Trace, which is both something that has a core, but also a very loose organization. There's a core in Stockholm Environment Institute, which is a scientific institute, but with a strong science policy interface focus, and Global Canopy, which is an NGO. And then around that, a lot of universities and research actors. And so we are kind of building all of this together, but we acknowledge very much the strengths of everyone and this kind of engagement work. We are doing it, of course, as a scientist, but people at Global Canopy, for example, do it much better because they have the better skills, and that I don't have the skills to do that. Also because it requires a lot of time, really, to build this kind of long-term thing, one-to-one, multiple, one-to-one, multiple, etc., etc., etc. And also because it requires also sometimes some compromises. I mean, just from the scientific point of view, when we discuss together, for me, at some point, I have to make a compromise and say, okay, if I want to get it 100% scientifically correct, then it's a mishmash that you won't be able to discuss with any stakeholder. So I have to accept that they will make the 5% adjustment to make it 100% readable for people. And that's not always even easy for me, I think. It doesn't mean that we are cheating or whatever, but it's just like, okay, accepting the compromise. I think.
We're translating.
Translating. And translating is always coming to something different than it was before.
And that's good here, and good to hear, and a good message. And now, Eric and Miko, I'm very interested in hearing a bit about your work. You have a lot of findings that influence the practice of people and landowners. But as you go beyond the kind of voluntary, building that relationship with those stakeholders and starting to talk to policymakers, it'd be interesting to understand a bit more about the kind of policy levers and approaches you explored for turning some of those practice findings of your work into what that will mean for policy of land use and approaches to some of those important areas around your work. Eric,
you were looking at me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. So I would see kind of like us researchers a little bit like in between like practice workers and policymakers. So based on my experience, particularly in the Finnish context, so forest managers tend to be quite old-fashioned, and they are not kind of like believing in any new methodologies and new management systems, but they are very critical to anything that we propose. But they are also at the same time very interested. So somehow we need to come up and find solutions together with these forest managements, which were kind of like our key stakeholder group also in this project. So what can like really like boost these like diversification activities in forests? I mean, it seems to require, based on our analysis, it seems to require some subsidies. Of course, there's some sort of like group of forest owners that like genuinely think that biodiversity is good, carbon is good, but I mean, at the end, profits most often like decide what they are going to do. So some sort of like policy instruments are really needed to boost this diversification. And we need to show that information somehow to the policymakers. We need to show and convince the forest managers, and also like find feasible solutions and compromises. So I think it's a lot about like passing information and suggesting what sort of like policy mechanisms could work. And it's also kind of like informing policymakers and for example, I mean, I would say like policy briefs, they are really traditional way to approach policymakers, but they are also quite effective. And at least in our institute, we have our own policy brief series. Biodiversa has their own policy brief series. They are targeted to a little bit to different audiences, but both are really effective. And if you do the proper post dissemination of these policy briefs, so they are really effective.
Yeah, so I agree with a lot that has been said here already. Maybe our specific situation, I think policy is restricted a little bit by having, they need to have the regions behind them, right? Like, so if you want to rewet Europe, as I already indicated, there's a lot of resistance. So I think on the one hand, we need large-scale policy instruments to make it happen, but at the same time, we really need local support for it. And one way we approach this is like we organize field meetings where we showed our site, and we also showed farmers that would attend or policymakers that would attend to show that this is really like a viable alternative to an agricultural site. Because yeah, don't be mistaken, like regionally policymakers and also farmers, they know that they have trouble with their water management, right? Like if floods, they have the dry periods, all these things. So they know something is wrong, but they don't really see rewetting and like filling up the ditches as a solution. And then they see, okay, well, actually, some of these, like if you do a hydrological model, some of these sites will turn into large reed stands or typha stands that we can harvest and we can use for insulation, all these things, and then they tend to get less afraid of it. Like it's only like one step, but it is like feeding the imagination of people of what the land could be like under such a situation.
Mm.
Yeah.
Thanks, Eric. And someone once told me that farmers' peer review means peering over the fence to see what your neighbours are doing is the most effective way of getting farmers to change their practice. So I always think that's a great example that you have there. I'm quite interested, moving on to the next question, a bit about some of the trade-offs and as Sonja mentioned in your thing, the win-win solutions that your research has found and opportunities across different areas of policy. And maybe talking about how some of your findings and how you communicated them. I think in no particular order. Maybe we start with Patrick closest to me and then just move along if you pass the microphone to each of you.
Yeah, well, in terms of the trade-offs, I think a number of the trade-offs that we are facing in the cocoa sector there, etc., are relatively classic trade-offs between economic development and environmental conservation. I think the challenge there is try to show that this looks like a trade-off, but it's a trade-off on the short term. On the longer term, destruction of the forests has negative impacts on the livelihoods of farmers, also, etc. So on the longer term, conservation and economic development are not opposed to each other, but that's this kind of temporality that is often a challenge. In terms of synergies, I mean, we had an easy case with the agroforestry in a sense, because we can show that agroforestry can store carbon, can maintain yields, etc. But I would tend to say that the challenge there is managing the expectation in the sense that it works, this kind of synergy works, because you are starting with a very, very, very low and degraded ecosystem. Basically, these cocoa farms in West Africa, they are old, they are not very productive, the soils are degraded, there's pest management issues, there's basically no shade, and so it's pretty easy to improve and find the synergies. But when you will start to, if you have an agroforestry system that is already well managed, at some point you come back to the trade-off. If you really want to have more shade, you will reduce yields. So, and then I would say here it's easy to showcase synergies because the system is very degraded.
And on that question, just a quick one, on some of the costs to smallholders, have you successfully advised, I know the EUDR was looking at, I think it's Article 20 of the EUDR funds to help that transition for small. Is that actually a thing? Is that happening? Is that something you could advise? There's opportunities for more advocacy there, maybe.
I don't think there's been anything of that on the ground.
Hasn't been reaching. That's what I've heard from other places, but it might be Thomas has a different story, but some of the small livelihood impacts, it's like, how can we, that short term, support that? But yeah, interesting. Eric.
Yes, these questions are really challenging.
Sorry.
But yeah, in terms of like trade-offs between different policy areas, like one consideration I have is local versus global, right? And like the mutual dependence of them. So if you want to convince someone at a local scale to change their land use, you need high-level policy instruments to make that happen. And at a high level, they need local agreement in order to actually start doing this. So what we try to do in this project is to target both, right? Like so to do the modeling and the economic modeling at a high level and show that if we change land use from dry to wet, that actually with some very focused carbon subsidies, that could be cheaper than what we are now like considering to pay for per megaton of CO2 reduction. And so that's like to show, okay, this is something that can be considered at a high level, and then at a local level, show that it's possible, and if these carbon credits are in place, that it's also economically viable. And so doing these two things at the same time, I think, can create synergies at these two levels. But one depends on the other, and that's always difficult. But so one thing we did is we directed our policy briefs, for instance, also at a very local level. So we did not use one fits all. We looked at, okay, what are the challenges in this region, this region, this region? Is it more biodiversity focused? Is it more water management focused, for instance? So those are the things we tried. And like, I cannot now say how successful it was, right? Like we haven't had the change we foresee yet.
And your geospatial data, is that publicly available to inform people locally? You know, policymakers can get hold of that.
Yeah, actually it is. Actually, it is now under review.
Yeah.
So you show I show this map, right? So it is certainly like the underlying data is already available, but also our computations that will be made available to everyone. But it's already in a revision, so it should be quick.
Brilliant. Thanks, Eric. And Sonja, you talked a lot about cooperation on MPAs and other areas. I'm really interested to go a bit deeper into some of that and tell us a bit about the trade-offs and the benefits that you're doing. But you also mentioned the kind of win-win opportunities in your work as finding.
Yeah. So these are perhaps synergies that are not uniquely identified by my project, but something that we do see on reefs often is that protecting biodiversity of coral reefs, whether it is through marine protected areas or fisheries regulations, has also the benefit of protecting a diversity of nutritional benefits for humans. So as you protect biodiversity per se, you also protect the biodiversity of benefits for humans in terms of nutrition. And so this is a win-win scenario in terms of protecting biodiversity and human security. So nature wins and humans win. And also in that same frame of mind of thinking about nutrition and nutritious foods being affordable for people, and at the same time the need for protecting biodiversity, I've also in and out of this project been thinking that this also generates a trade-off, right? So because on the one hand, you need to preserve functional and taxonomic diversity at a site, and but you also need to ensure that highly nutritious foods are affordable for people, and that may poses risks for overexploitation of nutritionally valuable fish. So in my context, that's kind of the trade-offs that we've been thinking about. But as I said, they're not unique findings of our project. It's sort of a collection of ideas that I gather from working on reefs and fisheries. Mm-hmm.
On that, you talked about you informing policy cooperation, but it sounds like you're also an expert. Are you finding you're getting drawn in policymakers coming to you for, you know, as part of this the work? You know,
No, I mean, I come back to our NGO again, which is an exceptional blend of expertises, and they have these traffic light system to inform fish consumption, consumers about what fish to choose based on how threatened it is or not. And one of the things that I've been most looking forward to when we get to this workshop in November is to try and see how our findings on nutritional quality and of the fish and the effects of climate on that, how could they be incorporated in this traffic light system? And the other strength of this NGO that also fits into the first question too is that we have legal expertise in our team, and it was part of what we did in the work packages is to build this knowledge on the governance framework. So inside the project, it's far from couldn't be farther from my expertise, but we have the expertise in the team to already talk directly in a common language with policymakers, and so that's
really good.
About that.
And Miko, fun potential. You also mentioned win-wins, which is always good for the forestry sector, but getting people to move over from existing. I'm fascinated by some of these win-wins and how you see that working and your impacts of those trade-offs, but also these co-benefits that you're seeing from your research, especially if there's profit for the foresters.
Yeah, I could try to reply to that, but regarding to these policy like goals, so there are bioeconomic goals and nature goals and climate mitigation goals and whatever. But regarding to win-wins, they are often in conflict. But at the same time, nothing happens without biodiversity. So I can't emphasize more the importance of biodiversity. And at the same time, I echo Sonja a little bit. So biodiversity is important for the nutrition, etc. But it's also important for these mitigation goals. It's also important for the bioeconomy. But it's difficult to see at this right moment. But if time passes, time goes forward. So there's nothing without biodiversity. So I think we really should advocate the fundamental role of biodiversity for everything. So that's my message.
Yeah, a very important message that nature isn't in conflict with the economy. In fact, the economy depends on nature at its heart. And I think the more we can get policymakers not seeing them somehow as conflicting, that's important. And I think your evidence helps show some of that. And we just got to keep making that case. Tomaso, do you want to tell us a bit about your work? It's fantastic. I'm amazed at the diversity of areas that you're working. I'm sure there's lots of trade-offs in each of them. So I'll probably leave it to you to explore some of these.
Yeah, thanks, James. I will not enter into every single trade-off or synergy, but I'll use the EUDR, as has been already mentioned by Patrick and others, as an example of something that I think became very evident in our work, which is what someone may define as a synergy, someone else would define as a trade-off, and someone else would define as a conflict. So for me, it's always who defines things that we should be worried about and we should be looking at. And so in the case of the EUDR, it has been presented as a synergy between trade policies, climate change, and biodiversity policies from the perspective of the European Union, by saying we can use trade and in particular restrictions to trade in order to achieve the Paris goals and the biodiversity goals. As soon as the European Union did so, a lot of countries around the world said that synergy actually was a source of conflict and a trade-off between the sort of economic growth that was mentioned by Patrick, or the improvement of livelihoods that the countries were trying to achieve in rural areas, and then therefore would have been a conflict also with the environmental and climate and biodiversity goals, because they would have pushed deforestation in some other areas and so on and so forth. But then when you enter into the countries, even that dynamic of who defines a synergy, who defines a trade-off gets even more complicated, because within the same countries, you may have certain parts of the economy that are aligning with their governments, and certain parts of the economy, smaller scale farmers that are not exporting, for example, or indigenous communities that are actually aligning with the European Union. So the situation of trade-off and synergy is much more complicated than what I can define as trade-off and synergy. And that's why I think that this multi-scalar and multi-level engagement with any policy or any intervention that is made is essential, because it's only then that you can truly map and understand the complexity and the distributive implications of the policies. And then as a researcher, you can put them on the table. And then I think it creates the responsibility on the side of the policymakers, at least to be aware that what they have been considering as a silver bullet or a positive solution or a synergy or a step forward in a specific way of their vision of the future may be problematic for others. So that's I think where I would stand in the sense that everything can be a synergy or anything can be a trade-off depending on which positionality you have and where you stand in this complexity of the value chains.
Brilliant, thanks, Thomas. And just we're going to draw this to a close because everyone's standing in between this and lunch. Be very interesting to know, just in terms of one final thought, just like what one thing would increase the impact of your work looking forward, or not necessarily innovation, but how would you take this forward in those efforts? And I know a number of you mentioned the EU and the Commission in your responses here. So just getting a sense of like, how could we, looking forward, improve what you're already doing? Or if you've got a finding that you think would be important to all the rest of us within this room listening.
So as a self-serving note, I just wanted to share that we just published a comics. So we're not as cool as the comics that have been presented yesterday, but we had the same idea somehow. But that's not for policymaking, and like policymakers may read the comics if they want. I think I was lucky enough to be based in Brussels and so to have access to policymakers here in Brussels. That's not something that all consortia may have. And so that facilitation of access is something that could definitely improve also for people who are based in Brussels. And now also hearing from Patrick, I think something that could be done within the context of Biodiversa could be facilitating access by different projects somehow of interest to the same DGs or to the same units within the DGs. So that kind of first step of getting the legitimacy, getting a door open could definitely facilitate. And I think that academics are doing a lot in order to get into certain corridors and to get into certain spaces. But that level of facilitation is something that I think should be also better coordinated, could be better coordinated to make sure that our work eventually makes it to the desks where it should be making it.
Yeah, I would also see that this facilitation and to access to EU like decision makers is really important. So we didn't have like that access in our project, but I mean in other projects we have like better accesses and really like well planned approaches involving like stakeholder partners who are like specifically dedicating like to interaction with EU level policies. But yeah, I would say the facilitation would be important, and I would like see important that this facilitation occurs after the projects, when like messages from projects are well thought and condensated, perhaps already in policy briefs. So maybe some policy brief event, for example, for policymakers and decision makers would be like really useful. Maybe some panel discussions like this where the stakeholders would listen researchers discussing, not having like stakeholders here in the panel, because then, well, you know what happens then. Then there are conflicts and etc. And the information is not passed as the researchers see it meaningful.
And I guess just to add to perhaps some complexity and difficulty to that, in my case, my findings or our findings go beyond the relevance for Europe, but international policymaking spheres. So I would say these events involving more global partners as well would be key. And I think in retrospect, I would have liked to not have underestimated the skill and the additional money, the additional expertise and the additional money that you need for communications. And I would have liked to plan that better in the project. Yeah.
Yeah, I can only really agree with what has been said before. Maybe one thought I was having, like we're looking at synergies, trade-offs, like from our own bubble of interest, right? But if you're a policymaker, you have to compete them against each other. And like as a scientist, I would love us to somehow quantify and pre-digest it a little bit more for them, rather than give them a lot of different messages. If I had like two policymakers, from which, yeah, like everything is good, right? But they have to make these real choices, and like maybe that's something that we can also, like this is a first step, I think, here coming together and discussing all these things, but we are not yet making our decisions, right? Like you should focus on this and not that. Like no one is losing. Like yesterday, in the House of Commons, right? Like that's what we were doing, right? We were disagreeing, and maybe sometimes we should do that a little bit more to give. I really don't want to pick a fight or anything, but but to solve some of the trade-offs for the policymakers already. Yeah.
I've really been thinking about this question: what action can we take to enhance the policy impact? And I don't think I have a super great answer, but I had just two things. I mean, the first is really that I think the highest policy impact that we've been having is always, I mean, and come back to that, the true mediation organization, etc. Or something like an investigative journalist, they pick up your map and they say, this is the very dark spot of degradation, what happens there? And you say, I don't know, I just made the map. And they go on the ground and they talk to people and they uncover something really bad that you had on your map. So things like that. So yeah, just work with mediating organization. And the other thing, my other reflection on this is that I don't know, I mean, at least for me, I'm a scientist and I acknowledge that there's only so much we can do, but what we can do is to be ready for the policy window also. I mean, if you think about deforestation and the EUDR, the European Union Commission has started to work and reflect on this 15 years ago at least, commissioning some reports, we provided some data, etc. But it wasn't, they were never really engaged. And then a couple of years ago, yeah, okay, there was a policy window. Suddenly they started to think like, okay, this is really something we have to do there. And then people jumped in, civil society organization, researchers, etc., and build a case, and then it turned into EUDR. Now I can say, I mean, I'm also writing papers to criticize some aspects of it too, etc. But just to say that at some point, if you see that there is a policy window, then I think we all have tools that are ready. We have models and maps and data sets, etc., and it's hard to make a super strong impact, policy impact with them if there is really no traction at all. There's only so much we can do. Yeah.
Thank you very much. There's a lot in there, especially the final message about timing. That timing of landing that brief is as important as the context of the brief in itself. So thank you very much for that. And I think there's a lot to take on. And on the international space, universities have incredible access to passes for COP meetings. A lot of the universities have accreditations they don't use. So there's always opportunities at those for people to bring science in fact, probably easier than NGOs. So we have a pavilion at COP. I'd love sometimes to have more science in that. So definitely watch this space. Thank you. I'm going to hand back to the Secretary to finish. So very much, everyone. This was good.
We can. Are there any questions? If there are any quick questions.
Oh, sorry.
I was very moved yesterday by Sonja's parliamentary proceeding, which created either/or situations that we could then, that actually pretty much all of them were down the middle, the answer, right? But it forced us to take a side. And I'm curious about something you just said about I don't want to pick a fight. Why not? Why wouldn't we pick little fights as micro stories as a way of propelling conversation?
Yeah, I agree. So, like, it's not that I don't want to pick a fight, but it's just that I don't want to be forced to decide on should we make cocoa farming more sustainable if it comes at the detriment of, say, re-wetting chocolates, or like I just don't know. Like I don't want to pick that fight. But maybe I should, right? But I often think, okay, I can just deliver the data, right, as a scientist, and if I were to want to make all these different decisions, I would have taken a different career path, right? So that's maybe then the answer. So maybe I just don't want to pick a fight, but I think we should, and I think I should want to.
There's a microphone coming, but I don't think you.
Thank you. Also, Eric, actually for you, because your statement made me think when you said that we need to re-wet more peatlands, and I currently step into a debate where someone, a stakeholder or policymaker from totally different from public health was involved, and he was actually accusing, okay, you want more wetland, but what are you doing with malaria and something? So my question was then, how far should we think about these trade-offs as a scientist? So that's actually sort of.
Yeah, I want to thank you all for directing the questions at me. No, so those are like that's a super difficult question, right? Like I think I would then, as a trick, turn it around to say like, okay, should we not do re-wetting, even though we know all the carbon benefits it can give, just because of climate change in the future we may have like malaria, because I'm now talking about Northern Europe, right? That's where most of it is now happening. Like I know in Southern Europe, you run that risk currently, but I think in Northern Europe, there will be more of a future risk. And I would say, well, honestly, then we will deal with it by then. That's just because I am really like totally feeling the urgency of re-wetting. And I can imagine like if you don't feel that yet, that you see this contradiction. I hope someone here agrees.
Yeah, I think I take this opportunity because it's an interesting topic, and I would be interested on a let's say a practice in the Netherlands or in this area where you work, where it works out, and which how many hectares is this addressing? Because in Germany we say we need at least 50,000 hectares per year to be reasonable in the climate goals which were calculated, but 50,000 is not what is happening now. So in the years to come, the remaining from the last 5 years, 50,000 needs to be topped up if we discuss still in this line. Only the practice, let's say some.
Yeah. So I think like Netherlands is an extremely difficult situation because like I saw people from Leiden, for instance, like Leiden is a peatland. Like if you so yeah, but you are having these problems, right? Like your buildings are all falling apart and all that stuff, you know, so the exceptions need to be made, and especially like extremely densely populated areas in the Netherlands. Yeah, you cannot re-wet, and of course you cannot have wetland agriculture there. But parts of them should be, but then like we were pioneering this research, like for instance in the Netherlands, polyculture is just being started, and it's not at the scales yet that are required. So it's a proof of concept.
If there are no more questions, then I'd like to thank you very much, James, and the whole panel for this. For this fascinating discussion, and it's complex as always, but we try to give some answers in policy or issue briefs, and that is something that Julie is going to tell. Julie de Bouville, maybe you want to present yourself?
Yes, so hello everyone, I am Julie de Bouville, and I am the communication work package leader of Biodiversa Plus. So it will be a quick update on the issue briefs that we are preparing. So in general, at the end of each calls, we are preparing policy or issue briefs. And the goal, of course, is to connect the knowledge with the decision makers. And as BiodivClim is arriving at this end, we are now in the process of preparing 3 policy issue briefs, sorry. We have 3 thematics. The first one will be on forest and climate change. The second one on nature-based solutions, and the third one on soils and climate change. And the key objective for us is to, of course, inform decision makers and practitioners, but also support advocacy and dialogue, raise public awareness through the media, and also guide cross-sector discussion. And those briefs for us are not a conclusion, but they are, I would say, a conversation starter. So this is the timeline. We are in the process of producing these briefs, and we will release them in September. So we hope that you will read them, use them, share them, and of course, maybe also challenge them. We'll see. You can find all our briefs on our website. We have almost 20 policy briefs. And yes, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. Then it's for me to close off this session on all the different projects that we had from BiodivClim, which was a wonderful session. And I have to say, very often these days, they ask you to summarize the whole meeting in one word. I think for me, which I find horrible because it's always not good enough. But if I had to summarize it, it's maybe complexity. It's complexity for the researchers, the topics, the field. I mean, climate in itself, and especially the solutions, is a super complex topic. Biodiversity even more, because we don't know how to define it exactly yet. So it's even more complex. You put them together, it doesn't get any better. But it was really nice to see all the different projects which look at different aspects, 21 projects, and they were all very different, and they all took out different aspects of the basic problem that's there overall. One thing I did notice in all the discussions, but it's interesting if you, let's say, look back 10 years or whatever, scientists were talking about science most of the time. And now, while the science was presented, most of the discussion was about influence, policy. How do we get to solutions? How do we create impact? I think that's the great challenge that we have. And that's why I found it interesting that somebody said, I don't want to pick a fight. It's not picking a fight, it's advocacy about something that you're passionate about. That's the positive way of looking at it. So I hope instead of thinking, don't want to pick a fight with someone because I'm afraid they might not agree with me, advocate for the topic that you work on and that you're really passionate about. There's nothing negative about that. And we try to do our part, which is super complex. And I know the EC is also trying to develop new instruments, like Acar as a project that's now trying to develop a science policy interface for biodiversity. Biodiversa is trying to advocate for biodiversity, but we're all very temporary. And that is something that I see in funding overall. And that is something that maybe altogether we should have a stronger message that we need more continuous, longer term institutions, or maybe like a biodiversity institute, and not every 3, 4, 5 years we have to form a new network, we have to build everything from the ground again, meet each other again. That is a hindrance for impact. If the EC really wants impact in the long run, if the world wants really impact in the long run, we need to find ways to organize things on a longer time scale to actually achieve those changes. And as Biodiversa, we're not perfect. So we're trying to improve. So every suggestion you have on improving that. So how could we help you out? How could we forge better connections with policy, which is not always easy? Please let us know. We have the knowledge hubs. Yesterday we had a discussion on how could we do that better? How could we improve the knowledge hub? a lot of good things came out of the Knowledge Hub that we have right now. But I think we could do better. We could more closely connect policy from the start so that they give input when the projects start and not at the end, that they get the result. How do we make those better connections? How do we think all together better about the goals, the impact that we want to achieve? And then how do we fit science into that instead of, oh, fun scientific project? Let's disseminate the impact. So a challenge to all of you, how could we maybe think in different ways about getting the impact? For me, that's the reason I joined Biodiversa, and the science is fun, but biodiversity is in trouble, and we all need to do our part to make sure that it, we actually get that bending the curve, which is not bent yet, as far as I've heard, unless somebody didn't tell me something, but we haven't managed to bend that yet, and it is really essential to start doing that. So thank you very much for now, and hope to see you at other meetings with great results and hopefully some improvement in the next couple of years. So thanks very much.
Hi, everybody. Exactly one thing stands between you and a drink, and that's me. Okay, so let's get started. So I'm David Maddox. I lead something called the Nature of Cities, Nature of Cities Europe, which is based in Ireland. I started out as a scientist. I worked on ecological genetics, and then worked at the Nature Conservancy for 10 years as working on climate change research and managing conservation lands around North America. But then I ran away to the theater, and I became a playwright and a director and a composer and a sometimes actor. And I fell in love with the idea of storytelling and the idea of collaborative work, working together to all row in the same direction, in the theater case, all row in the same direction of putting on a better show, which also reminds me of the way cities are. It reminds me of the way scientists work in a collaborative sense to push narratives and push frontiers forward in productive, useful ways. So as part of the Nature Network project, we've been asked to create a series of comics, and we call them NBS comics, Nature-Based Solutions comics. We've done 2 rounds of those, about 20 comics. And then last fall, Biodiversa Plus approached me to talk about, there were these 21 projects coming to an end. How about we do some comics around those stories? And that's the thing I'm going to talk about today. You've seen some of them out there. There's 3 of them. I did a bunch of reading around the projects and found 3 centers of gravity in the projects: agriculture, oceans, and forests. And I wrote some basic storyboards that then the comic artists came in and filled out. You've seen them out there. They're going to be online. They are online as of today. They've been social media, and they're out and about now. So why comics? 500 million. That's roughly the number of people who read comics every month around the world. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of eyeballs. And so this story is a story about mainstreaming. We talk a lot about how do we get these ideas, these important ideas of science and conservation and climate change out into to the regular conversation outside. And they're the conversations we have here, very important, and they're conversations that we want to propel as movements around, so we can have a feedback between the ideas in this room and the actions that happen outside. A lot of that's going to depend on the idea of making movements out of the ideas that we have. That's why it feels important to me to talk about how do we mainstream these ideas? What does even mainstreaming mean? There's many ways to think about it, but we need to contemplate how do we mainstream these ideas? So why comics? Comics is just one way to think of that. And there's a bunch of reasons we might think of comics. Here's one. This is The World Without End. It's a very famous comic in France. You can buy it downstairs, for example. It's written by a scientist and a comic artist. The scientist that was a climate change and energy scientist had a very propellant effect on the idea of on issues of energy in France and in Europe. It sold bazillions of copies. It's been published in 8 languages. You can check it out. It's a big thing. It's a really impressive piece of work. But here's a whole bunch of
reasons that we might be interested in mainstreaming in general, but comics in particular, to think about visual storytelling around the ideas that we talk about. Reach new and different audiences, the second one, sure. That's the kind of thing we talk about a lot. Change minds by spreading to new audiences. And these are all ones that we talk about a lot, but I also want to point out this last one, that I have the sense that when we engage other people, not just artists, but we engage other types of scientists, other people, and artists, we might actually go back to our desks at home, changed in some fundamental way about how we think about things, how we think about not only how we communicate things, but also how we think about our work. Now, I don't have any exact evidence for this, but I believe it to be true, that we might, in encountering the other, we might learn something about our own work that's very important. So Nature of Cities Comics, this is how it started. It started with Network Nature. We've expanded it into other collaborators as well. This idea of nature to save the world, that we want to tell good and entertaining stories about the environmental challenges that we have. That the fundamentals of your work that are grounded in knowledge and science, but yet are good stories. So as I mentioned, we started with the 21 projects. We started this in December, basically. We did a bunch of reading about the projects that you had, figured out some of the threads of what you were talking about, and then figured out 3 core stories that could touch on all 21 of the projects, all of them. Not in detailed ways, of course, but in ways that we could then reference those projects for people who are reading them. So we created 3 human-scale, emotion-laden stories with elements of plot and action connected to all 21 of them. And then, this is the important part, we could then build into the comics themselves QR codes that pointed at more detailed information about those projects. So in this sense, this is an important point. We are honoring both the storytelling and the connectivity to how people respond and connect to ideas like this. And we're also honoring the details of the science, but not necessarily at the same time. So we tell compelling stories that will interest people in the idea of science. And then we offer them what we would call in Nature Cities a side door to those, a window through which they can pass to get more information if the ideas are compelling to them. So we did 3 of them. You can see little précis of the stories. Human scale, emotion-laden, and beautiful stories that are grounded in science. This is the core idea, that we want the stories to be compelling, interesting to wide audiences, and still be grounded in something that is knowledge-based and propellant of the ideas that we're talking about here. So, as I said, we work with 3 different artists that the Biodiversa team chose. That we had actually worked with these artists before with 3 very contrasting styles and different approaches to the storytelling. So over the course of the 2 years that NBS Comics has been around, we've had over 1 million readers. So a lot of people come to this site to read these. And there's a whole bunch of different comics. And you can see we categorize them in terms of different kinds of categories that you guys would recognize and you guys would care about. And people can come, and this is we print some of them out there, but our principal way of communicating these stories is virtually, because we could never print enough of them to spread around the world. More people can experience the stories this way. Language accessibility. When you go to the website, you can open a window, a pane, in which the script is available, and then you can read that script in any Google Translate language. So French, Portuguese, sure. So obviously we're not going to be able to actually translate every one of these stories, so we have to use the tools that are available to us. And the thing I mentioned before, the idea of going sideways. That is, here's the comic that's happening. There's QR codes throughout the comics, and you can do them in creative ways. The QR codes don't have to be straight up and down, or QR codes are a miracle, right? And this points, something happens in the story that's relevant to one of your projects, you point to a QR code that has a little bit of information, a teaser about stuff. That's a relationship to the ideas in the story. And then you can go on and read more about it if you want to deep dive. So the idea is that we provide a window. My interest is piqued, so I jump over and read a little bit about what's going on in the comic. It's science-based, but then I can read more if I want. This is the idea of going sideways and honoring both the art, the storytelling, and the science. So a fundamental idea for me, and this is the thing that we do in nature studies all the time, is how do we meet people where they are when we're talking about mainstreaming? Not where we want them to be, not where we think they should be, but where they actually are. And so methods like this, theater, stories, engagement techniques that many of us use, comics, are ways to meet people where they are and engage them in conversation about these ideas. So that's it. I want to thank Ron and Lenny and Chloe and everybody in Biodiversa for inviting us into this process. And we want to do more of it. So I'm happy to talk with anybody about it. It's been a great process. And I think, to me, it's a way we can move science ideas forward and mainstream them in general conversation about nature, conservation, and the future. Thanks very much. Got questions? Questions? No? Or is it Ron?
I don't think we need a microphone, so if there are any questions for David on the process, the possibilities, other things.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry, there's online people.
No, yeah, okay. Who were the authors of these comics?
Well, at one level, I would say it was all of you, because the core ideas were, you were the authors of all those ideas. Once I thought about the ideas, I created 3 storyboards around these 3 ideas. One of the storyboards has to do with a musician, a singer-songwriter who walks across Brazil and across Europe. So, and I wrote all the lyrics to that. There were 3 comic author teams. There was the woman who did this one. She lives in Berlin, Amy Bogan. This team was an artist and a writer team. They're Italian. They live in London. And the Wheat Code was written by another writer artist team in Italy. So, thank you. And so over the course of doing MBS Comics, we have a big roster of artists now, comic artists who do these kind of works. And we chose these 3 teams in consultation with Ron and Chloe and Lenny. And we wanted to choose from our roster because it was a short timeline and we wanted to make sure that they were going to deliver in the 5 months that we had. 5 months. Yeah, we started this. We didn't see any of the projects. We started seeing them in January. So I got the last comment 2 days ago.
That's called good planning. So you
5 months, you say expectations now. What's the commissioning process? So say if you wanted a comic ready for COP30, you know, to illustrate some of those wonderful MBS journeys of people that all are working their way across to Brazil, how would you explain your commissioning process or something like that, hypothetically?
So there were 2 different styles of commissioning. There's 3 styles of commissioning process. The first one started with Network Nature. And what we did there was we said we have a pot of money and we had an open call. The first call was just in Europe and the second call was global. And we had a team of artists, scientists, and practitioners who then sorted through all of them, and we chose 10 at a time and commissioned. And those were the stories that they wrote were free, The only rules of that call was that there had to be an NBS at the center of the story. Other than that, that was the only thing we said. And then we chose them based on the quality of their art, the quality of their story, like that. This process was a little different because we were starting with science. It wasn't free. And since we were on a short timeline, we know we wanted to work with artists that we'd already worked with so we could be confident that we'd be finished. So in this case, we had these science projects that we knew we wanted to communicate something about the essence of these science projects. Obviously not the details of these science projects. We couldn't in any way do those 21 projects justice. And we want to make sure that it's an accessible story so people can read the story and move on if they're done. But if they see something they're interested in, then they can dive in to something that's more detailed, right? So that's the sense it honors both sides. And so in this case, we went straight to the artist. We had the project, we went straight to the artist we wanted to work with. So, and the third model is that we're gonna just start this fall. There's lots of NBS comics that are out there already. And we wanna open the NBS comics website to comics that have already been created for just a little bit of money, but give them more exposure and have more things like this. So I think there's multiple commissioning models. When we work with people like Ron and Biodiversa, it has a specific, there's a specific target we're trying to tell stories to. Other times it's interesting to say, you could create a theme and invite comics to it.
In short, if you want one, contact him and he'll tell you what the best way is to do it.